There's a whopping 162 brand new legendary creatures coming in Final Fantasy, so in this video I'm going to review all of them and rank them in an internet-friendly tier list. This is an absurd amount of new legendary creatures to cover, way more than any of my previous ranking videos, so be sure to strap yourselves in, Moogles and Lalafels, cause it's gonna be a long one. At the top of my ranking is Tomer favorites. These are my personal favorite legendary creatures from the set. Not necessarily the most powerful ones, but the ones that speak to me the most. I like them so much, in fact, that either I'm going to be adding them to my personal collection, either in the 99 of current commander decks that I own, or possibly leading a new commander deck and building an entire new deck around it, or I might be featuring it in an upcoming Commander Clash episode. So that's the highest grading I can give. I like the card so much that I'm going to go ahead and play with it. Then we've got Great in the Command Zone. These are legendary creatures that I feel work better in the Command Zone rather than the 99. Then we got Great in the 99. Legendary creatures that work better in the 99 than in the Command Zone. Then we got the maybe section. These are legendary creatures that might be good, but I don't see their true potential. And maybe in the comment section, you can let me know if there's any cool synergies or build-arounds or just cool things that I overlooked about the card. And that's why it's in the maybe section. And then finally is trash. Obviously, not all these legendary creatures are meant to be played in Commander. This is a standard set, so some of them are aimed at standard, or some of them are just aimed at being good limited cards. So unfortunately, we're just ranking them based on Commander, and some of them got to be trash, so they're going to be in the trash section. We're going to be going through the cards alphabetically, so we're going to kick things off with Absolute Virtue. So Absolute Virtue is an 8-mana spell. It's 6 and a white and a blue for a legendary creature, Avatar Warrior. It's an 8/8 with flying. It can't be countered, and you have protection from each of your opponents, which means you can't be dealt damage, enchanted, or targeted by anything controlled by your opponents. This is a really unique effect that's really, really sweet. I think we've seen it before on like one or two other cards, but it's a very rare thing to just have protection from all your opponents. And I think the most relevant effect here is going to be you can't be dealt damage in Commander. It just kind of is like a permanent fog, so your opponents can't really deal damage for you as long as the Virtue's on the battlefield, and that's a really, really powerful effect. That said, the Virtue itself doesn't have protection from anything other than counter magic. It can't be countered, but like you could just Swords to Plowshares it or whatever, and then once that's down, your protection's gone too. It is an 8/8 flyer, so it's a pretty good beater, but all things considered, it's an 8-mana spell in Azorius. You're not even in green to ramp this card out more easily. An 8-mana spell as your commander in Azorius is just kind of like a big ask, and I think this is just much better in the 99 of a Reanimator deck, where you just bypass the really high mana cost and then get the good value out of it. Just an 8/8 flyer that gives you protection from all your opponents is pretty sweet. I wouldn't even say in the 99 it's like the best Reanimator target, but it is a very unique effect. It's a very cool effect, but it's clearly not the best thing to have in the command zone of an Azorius deck. If this was in green, maybe, but even so, it's just a lot of mana for its effect. It really clearly reads to me as a Reanimator target, not something you hard cast most of the time. So the Avatar, oh my god, there's 162. It's going to take so long to find the freaking cards. I'm going to have to edit the parts out where I'm just looking for the cards to put them on the tier list. Okay, I found it. Don't ask me how long it took. It took way too long. This is a maybe. Like, it's clearly a Reanimator target. It's not the best Reanimator target, but it is cute. There might be some cool things you can do with it too. I don't know. Let me know in the comment section. Next, we've got Adelbert Steiner. This is a 2-mana white legendary creature human knight. It's a 2/1 with lifelink, and Steiner gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control. In Boros colors for limited, the Boros limited archetype is equipment, and this is one of the cards that kind of reward you for going towards your archetype in Boros. The more equipments you have, the bigger Steiner becomes, and the more life gain you're gaining off that lifelink. You know, the more power Steiner has, the more life you're gaining off its ability. Great card, looks great in limited, but it's clearly a limited looking card and not really aimed at commander, for example. So I don't know. If you're going for like an equipment deck, there's just better support pieces and better commanders than what Steiner's doing. Okay, so quick tangent about Final Fantasy IX. It's actually one of the two Final Fantasy video games I actually played, and I only played the first part of it. You see, back when I got the game, I kind of got it illegally on burnt CDs. I know. Don't tell Square Enix what I'm saying over here. This is a little bit incriminating. But yeah, I played it. The first CD of it, I think it was like 3 CDs that I got them on burnt CDs. And I played the first CD, and I distinctly remember at the very end of the first CD is a big boss fight. You have a big boss fight and then a big uninterruptible cutscene, really long one, like a 2-minute one or something like that. And then at the end of it, it requires you to swap out to the next CD. And when I did so, it just never worked. So I tried like multiple times redoing that boss fight. You do the boss fight, you get the cutscene, you wait, swap the CDs, and then nothing. And I did that like multiple times until eventually I gave up and I just never got to play the part 2 or 3. And so I only played the first part of it. I don't have the best memories of it, like a kind of vague memories. I kind of remember the core roster and stuff. I know Steiner, for example. But yeah, that's the story of my experiences for Final Fantasy IX. Despite all that, though, Vivi is still my favorite Final Fantasy character. I was in love with him the very moment he showed up in my party. So yeah, that's something, a little lore tidbit for you. All right, Steiner, I found you. Unfortunately, you're trash, though. I'm sorry, my buddy. Next, we've got Aerith Gainsborough. This is a 3-mana white legendary creature human cleric. It's a 2/2 with lifelink. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Aerith. When Aerith dies, put X +1/+1 counters on each legendary creature you control, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on Aerith. So this is like a 3-mana legendary souped up Ajani's Pridemate, right? It's a 2/2 that gets a +1/+1 counters on it, just like the Pridemate does, but it has lifelink, so it can also grow itself, and as it grows, it gains more life, and then eventually when Aerith dies, a little bit of a minor spoiler for Final Fantasy VII out there, when she dies, you grow the rest of your legendary team, which is cool. It's pretty cool. It's a lot of value on a single card. And this is the second Final Fantasy game I've played, by the way, Final Fantasy VII. I watched my brother play most of the original one way back in the day. And then I am currently playing the remake. So I played part 1 and I'm mostly through part 2. I think mostly through part 2. I think I put like 40 hours into the game already, although I am taking my time. I'm in Cosmo Canyon, if anybody knows about part 2. But anywho, Final Fantasy VII is the one I know the most, by the way. So I do get like the lore references and stuff. Overall, I think this card is doing a whole lot. I don't think it's very good as a commander per se, just because you're mono white and there's just so many other lifelink support cards in other colors that you might as well just pick a life gain commander that gives you access to more colors and then have Aerith in the 99. I do think she is excellent in the 99 though, especially in like an Orzhov life gain shell that also has like a sacrifice sub theme. I think it's pretty easy in 2025 Magic to just have legendary creatures laying around. You don't really need to build around Aerith's ability of like her sacrifice trigger, her death trigger to get value out of it. It's just everything is legendary now. Look at this set, for example. 102 new legendary creatures are in it. So I think it just so happens that if you have a commander deck, most of your creatures are going to be legendary at this point. So yeah, Aerith, I think, is great in the 99 of life gain decks, especially Orzhov life gain aristocratic style decks. The second version of Aerith is Aerith the Last Ancient. This is a 4-mana Selesnya legendary creature human cleric druid. It's a 3/5 with lifelink, and it has Raise. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. If you gain 7 or more life this turn, return that card to the battlefield instead. I think this Aerith is very good value in any life gain deck. It's trivial to gain, just any amount of life on your own turn. You have like a single Soul Warden, you play a creature or something, you gain like a single life point, and then you're always recurring at least one creature from your graveyard to your hand. Gaining 7 or more life is definitely harder, but in a dedicated lifelink deck, it shouldn't be that difficult, honestly. And then you just straight up reanimate creatures, which is really, really good. I think Aerith is a good commander, but again, I feel like she's going to be even better in the 99 of other lifelink decks. I think, for example, Beator is the one that first comes to mind. Beator can gain a bunch of life and also has a reanimator theme going on where you want to have big creatures in the graveyard and then you gain a whole bunch of life or lose a bunch of life, for example, usually both in the same turn, and then you reanimate something really big. And Aerith plays on that very well. Like, you gain a bunch of life, you reanimate with Aerith. You lose a bunch of life, you reanimate with Beator. You do both at the same time. You get to reanimate 2 things. So that's going to be really good. But at the same time, she's also just very good in the command zone too. You're in a life gain deck. You have access to green, so you have more life gain synergy potential too, much more than the mono white Aerith version. And the payoff is really good. Like, just on your first end step, you immediately get value out of her. You don't even need to straight up reanimate. If you just gain any amount of life, you get some value out of her immediately, which is really, really nice. Just a really good card. I think this Aerith is good in the command zone, also good in the 99. But I think she'll just put her in the 99 for now. I don't know. The next commanders are partners. This is Alisaie and Alphinaud. They are Azorius partners. So Alisaie is a 3-mana white legendary creature elf wizard. It's a 3/2. It has partner with Alphinaud, and it has first strike and dual cast. The second spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. And Alphinaud is 4-mana blue legendary creature elf wizard. It's a 2/4 with vigilance, and it has Eucrasia. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you draw a card. So this is essentially a flurry, Azorius flurry partner commander. It wants you to cast 2 spells each turn, and Alphinaud draws you cards, and Alisaie makes it easier to cast your second spell because it gives a cost reduction to it. I think this is a pretty sweet, fair commander partner. Being able to cast 2 spells is pretty easy if you're focusing on cheap spells, obviously, like cantrips and things that you can cast for free instead of paying their full cost, like Submerge or whatever, or Snap, things that refund you mana so you can cast the next spell immediately without worrying about having not enough mana to cast it. I think there's some cute things you could be doing with these 2 combos. For example, if you cast a spell and then you cast Frantic Search, for example, you can cast Frantic Search for just 1 mana with your Alisaie out. And then you go up 2 mana because Frantic Search lets you untap 3 lands. So you pay 1 blue, and then you tap 2 lands, and then you untap 3 lands. So you're actually up 2 mana. And there's little cute things you could be doing with that. I think it's just good, solid Azorius value. It's nothing too crazy, but it is a solid value. Having 2 commanders on the battlefield in itself is a benefit. And yeah, it's just good. It's just solid. I think these 2 kind of want to be in the command zone because casting 2 spells a single turn, there's a couple of commanders that do it, but you definitely really want to build around this requirement, right? Next, we've got Ambrosia Whiteheart. It's a 2-mana white legendary creature bird. It's a 2/2 of flash, and when it enters, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. It has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So this is kind of like a white main line effect. But you have to return another permanent. You can't just bounce itself over and over again. But it's kind of like protection, right? Like if something's going to be destroyed, you can cast Ambrosia, you can save it. You can do other kind of cute things with it too. And then it's just a 2/2 on the battlefield that can kind of grow a little bit if you're playing lanes and stuff and you get hit for a little bit bigger. Nothing too crazy over here. Again, this is probably a card that's more aimed at limited players rather than commander players. I can see it kind of useful in some 99s of some decks, maybe like an Aphara deck, for example, where you can play this on your opponent's turn, bounce something back to your hand to recast later, and then draw a card off Aphara, stuff like that. But yeah, it's not too flashy. I think it's just aimed at limited. So Ambrosia's in the maybe pile. I think it's fine, and it might be good in specific brews, but very narrow. Next, we've got Ardbert, Warrior of Darkness. It's a 3-mana Orzhov legendary creature spirit warrior. It's a 2/2, and whenever you cast a white spell, you put a +1/+1 counter on each legendary creature you control. They gain vigilance until end of turn, and whenever you cast a black spell, put a +1/+1 counter on each legendary creature you control. They gain menace until end of turn. Now, this is a really interesting and kind of unique anthem effect for legendary creatures. And it is kind of an interesting build around too. Like the +1/+1 counters add up pretty quickly, especially if you like start casting spells that are both white and black, right? Because then you trigger both abilities. So you can put stuff +2/+2 +1/+1 counters for each multicolored black-white spell you cast, and your creatures get vigilance and menace. It also puts counters on itself too, so it's not like other legendary creatures. It can also grow itself, and it does so just very efficiently. It's a 3-drop that just like passively grows your team really, really big. I think that's good enough to be in the command zone. Like you just play Ardbert, Ardbert, I don't know how to say that name. It's kind of like the Orzhov General Fierce Rockrick, for example, where you just like load up on Orzhov spells and you just have a bunch of legendary creatures laying around and you just grow them super, super fast. And then if every single card is basically black and white, you grow your team very, very consistently. I think that's kind of interesting. I think that's a kind of cool build. Obviously, it doesn't draw cards or make mana, so it's already F tier unplayable in the command zone. I kid, but not really. It's not going to be super strong, but I think it is an interesting build around, and I could see it being useful in some decks in the 99 if you happen to have a lot of legendary creatures and you happen to have a lot of like black-white spells, or just a lot of white spells and black spells. If you're like Orzhov and you just have a bunch of legendary creatures, I think it's pretty good as like a little anthem effect. Yeah. All right, Ardbert. I'm going to put you in great in the command zone. Maybe I'm a little bit generous here, but I think the effect is cool. Next, we got Ardyn the Ursurper. This is an 8-mana black legendary creature elder human noble. It's a 4/4 that says demons you control have menace, lifelink, and haste, and it has Star Scourge. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target creature card from a graveyard. If you exiled a card this way, create a token that's a copy of that card, except it's a 5/5 black demon. So, Ardyn enters the battlefield. If you cast a pre-combat, then on your first combat phase, on a combat on your turn, you get to exile something and get to make a 5/5 black demon. And it immediately has menace, lifelink, and haste, so it can immediately swing in for damage. That's good value. That's good value. The only thing here is it's an 8-mana spell. It's an 8-mana spell. So it's not something you typically want to be hard casting, which means I don't think it's very good in the command zone. It is, however, a great card in the 99 of Reanimator decks. This is a fantastic Reanimator target. You reanimate it, and then on the same turn, you immediately exile something, disrupt your opponent's graveyard plans, and you get a big demon, and you get to swing in, and you gain life. Like, yeah, that's quite good. It's even better in the 99 of like a demon deck. Like you just use that passive ability to buff all your demons. But I see this as just like a Reanimator target. You want to be in a black heavy deck that goes Reanimator, you discard it, you put it in your graveyard somehow, you reanimate it, and then you just have some fun with it. So Ardyn is definitely great in the 99. Next, we've got Ashe, Princess of Dalmasca. This is a 3-mana white legendary creature, human rebel noble. It's a 3/2, and whenever it attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put them into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So whenever you're attacking, if you're in an artifact-heavy deck, you're generating card advantage. You get to dig, get an artifact you like from there, and put it directly into your hand. And that's pretty sweet. The downside, though, is that Ashe doesn't have haste and doesn't have evasion. So you have to wait an entire turn cycle to get that card advantage, and then you need to give her evasion so that she doesn't die in combat because she's just a 3/2. This clearly looks like another card that is made for like the limited Boros archetype of equipment. You put on equipment on her, grow her so she doesn't die when she's swinging, and then she goes and fetches more equipments from you from the top of your library. That's pretty good. In Commander, though, I think she's just not doing enough. If she put like the card directly onto the battlefield, yeah, that'd be super sick. That'd be super dope. But just goes to your hand, and it's a 3/2 without evasion, and it doesn't have haste. It's just not exciting enough in Commander. So Ashe is kind of trash in Commander. Next, we've got Auron, Venerated Guardian. It's a 4-mana white, a legendary creature, human spirit samurai. It's a 2/5 with vigilance, and it has shooting star. Whenever Auron attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. When you do, exile target creature defending player controls with power less than Auron's power until Auron leaves the battlefield. So Auron is a cute, kind of defensive style of repeat removal on a creature. Whenever it's attacking, the first time it attacks, it becomes a 3/6. It has vigilance. You're going to exile a relatively small creature your defending player controls. It gets back eventually as soon as Auron dies, but you get to do this every single time you're attacking, which is quite nice. And Auron's going to be immediately, the first time it swings, it's a 3/6 with vigilance, so it's a pretty darn good blocker. So it's kind of offensive, kind of defensive rolled into one. Obviously, this is not exciting enough as a commander, but in the 99 of specific decks, I can see it being pretty decent. It puts counters on itself, so obviously, if you're in a +1/+1 counter deck, it kind of synergizes with what your deck is doing because it puts counters on itself, and then your counters matter stuff is happy about that. And if you can, proliferate or add more counters to Auron, then it can more quickly exile bigger and bigger creatures. Eventually, those creatures come back when Auron dies, but I mean, it can be pretty annoying for your opponents until they find that removal spell to get rid of it. Yeah, I like it. It's a good little playmaker in counters decks. It's offensive and defensive at the same time, which I like. So Auron, great in the 99, specifically in +1/+1 counter decks, or possibly decks that can give extra combats or something, or at the very least haste. It definitely wants haste. Next, we have Avalanche of Sector 7. This is a 3-mana red legendary creature, human rebel. It's a star 3 with menace, and its power is equal to the number of artifacts your opponents control. Whenever an opponent activates an ability of an artifact they control, Avalanche of Sector 7 deals 1 damage to that player. So this is like kind of hate on your opponents who are playing treasure decks. It's very effective against a Prosper player at the table because Avalanche will have a huge power. It has menace, so it has like a decent-ish evasion. At least it's going to kill 2 things when it's going to be attacking, which is nice. And then when your opponents are popping their treasures or whatever, they're taking a bunch of damage. It's also good against other artifact style decks. Like if you're just a straight up artifact deck, then the Avalanche is going to be big. If they're like a clue deck or whatever, they're also going to be pretty big. But against treasure decks is particularly painful because they're going to be sacrificing their treasures and activating their treasures all the time. As a commander, it's not doing enough for us. It's also totally based on the whims of your opponent, of your meta, right? Like if your opponents aren't playing artifacts, then Avalanche is just like a 0/3, which sucks. And there's no way of giving your opponents artifacts too. But like if you built around it properly, maybe there was some way of giving your opponents lots of artifacts and then getting extra value out of Avalanche, but I think that's a little bit too cute. Is it okay in the 99? Sometimes. I think there has to be some deck out there where you give your opponents a bunch of artifacts and a bunch of treasures or whatever, and then you ping your opponents and smash them in the face for a lot of it. I think it's a little bit too cute though, so I'm going to put it in the maybe pile. Avalanche, you're a maybe. I think there's like 1 or 2 commanders that have access to red that give your opponents like treasures or whatever. But outside of that, it's like, not really. Next, we have Baltier and Fran. This is a 3-mana Gruul legendary creature, human rabbit. It's a 4/3 with reach. And vehicles you control get +1/+1 and have vigilance and reach. And whenever a vehicle crewed by them this turn attacks, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you may pay 1 red and green. So 3 mana total. If you do, after this phase, there's an additional combat phase. Quite nice. All right. For 3 mana, you get a legendary creature that can potentially give you extra combats. I like that it also gives your vehicles vigilance and reach, which means they can attack and still be very good blockers. Very, very good blockers. And it's like a cool Gruul vehicle commander, really. And I don't think we've seen that before. Like usually vehicle decks are usually like white-based or at least blue-based. I don't think I've ever seen a Gruul-based vehicle deck before. And that's enticing. That's pretty cool. And I mean, the effect for vehicles is very good. Vigilance, reach, +1/+1, and then also giving them extra combats. That's all just really nice. Yeah. I think that's good enough for me to at least try out Gruul vehicles and see how good that is. Gruul vehicles. Hell yeah, that sounds cool. Next up, we've got Banon, the Returner's Leader. It's a 2-mana Boros legendary creature, human cleric rebel. It's a 1/3 and has prey. Once during each of your turns, you may cast a creature spell from among cards in your graveyard that were put there from anywhere other than the battlefield this turn. And whenever you attack, you may pay 1 mana and discard a card. If you do, draw a card. This card is super efficient. It's super efficient. Basically, like, it's a looter. Very easy loot condition. You just have to attack. You don't have to attack with Banon. You can just attack with anything. Pay 1 mana. You get to rummage. But the main thing here is the prey ability. It just turns all your like looting and rummaging into actual card advantage because you can discard something and then just cast the thing you discarded. So if you like rummage, it becomes card draw if you cast the thing that you put in the graveyard anyway. That's a lot of value for a 2-drop. That's actually really, really good. The question is, does it go into the command zone or does it go into the 9/9? Honestly, you could definitely make the case that this is just your commander. You play like a very low-cost style deck with Banon as your commander, and you play like a bunch of 1-drops and 2-drops, discard cheap little things, and then just cast them for very little mana, and just go looting and rummaging. That could be really fun. It's also good in basically any discardy, looty style deck in the 99. As long as your creatures are fairly cheap to cast, right? Like if you're discarding like 6-drop creatures and stuff, you're usually just better reanimating them for cheaper than starting to hard cast them. But then again, it's still value. Value is value. So yeah, I think this is a very powerful card. Yeah, Boros low drop reanimator, I think is good enough to build around and put in the command zone. It's also good in the 99, but we'll just tentatively put it in the command zone. Next up is Barret, Avalanche Leader. It's a 4-mana Gruul legendary creature human rebel. It's a 4/4 of reach, and it has Avalanche. Whenever an equipment you control enters, create a 2/2 red rebel creature token. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target rebel you control. So this is a really cool like equipment/rebel matters deck, and I think that's a combination we haven't really seen before. And honestly, the first thing that pops to mind are the rebel for Mirrodin cards. There are equipments from, I forget which set, it was like 2 years ago or something. March of the Machines? One of them, I don't know. They were in white and red, and they had for Mirrodin. They were equipments when the ETB, they come attached to a 2/2 red rebel creature token. So it was Boros, so it was in white and red. So you're only getting the red cards if you're adding them to Barret. But that's still really cool. That's a really cool synergy. And Barret kind of just does the same thing. He does, instead of for Mirrodin, ! He's doing Avalanche, ? And then he's just doing the same thing, where equipments enter attached to 2/2 rebels, essentially. I think that's cute. I don't know. If you have like a rebel for Mirrodin / for Avalanche deck going on, that's super fun with him as a leader. Gruul's kind of weird. If it was in Boros, it would be much easier to just jam all those cards together. But in Gruul, I think it's still a valid build around. I think this is definitely something you want the commander, the 99, but it's also fine in the 99 of like Gruul-based equipment decks. Like you just pop out creatures to equip to, which is nice. So Barret, I'm going to put you also great in the command zone. Next up is Barret Wallace. It's a 4-mana red legendary creature human rebel. It's a 4/4 of reach. And whenever Barret attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending player. So this is the main set version of Barret. Uncommon, definitely a lot weaker, definitely more made for the limited environment and not so much commander. It deals a little bit of damage, you know? But you need to go wide and have equipment, which is generally kind of hard to do, honestly. Definitely for equipment decks, you generally just have like 1 or 2 creatures and then equip them, and that's basically the most you can do. Going wide and equipping is a lot harder, but there is a home for it, and that is in the Gruul Barret deck, right? We talked about for Mirrodin, for Avalanche, you're going to have a bunch of, you just cast a bunch of equipments, and they're all going to have rebels to attach to, and Barret, the Gruul Barret helps you attach them, the rebels to the equipments, and then you have a big army of rebels armed with equipment. And then Barret Wallace can be kind of a finisher for the deck. So it's kind of actually sweet there. Outside of that very specific situation, I think there's also like a Boros Nahiri deck, which is like living weapons and stuff. And it's also go wide equipment. And then again, Barret is also doing a bunch of damage there. But on the other hand, it's also just not that much damage, right? Even if you have like 5 equipped creatures, which is pretty darn good. That's a lot of equipped creatures. Barret's only doing like 5 damage extra, which is like, whatever, who cares? So yeah, it's still not very good. So you absolutely have to put Barret in the Gruul Barret deck. But other than that, it's pretty trash. It's just not enough. It's just not enough value. Next, we've got Bartz and Boko. This is a 5-mana green, a legendary creature, human bird. It's a 4/3 with affinity for birds. I think this is the first time we've seen affinity for birds. It costs 1 less to cast for each bird you control. When Bartz and Boko enters, each other bird you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent control. So, ETB, target creature dies, basically. Destroy target creature's entire life and day. And it can cost as little as 2 mana if you have a bunch of birds on the battlefield. Well, 3 birds on the battlefield. Yeah, that's really good. Is it good enough to go mono green birds? No. You have access to Bant colors for birds these days, and I think you just jam Bartz into the 99 of that bird deck. You can go Deredi, you can go Choco, and I think you're going to go Choco. And then Bartz is going to be excellent in the 99 there. But as a commander, mono green birds, it's not going to be very good. All right, Bartz and Boko, excellent in a 99, specifically in bird decks, and just that. Next, we've got Beatrix, Loyal General. It's a 6-mana white legendary creature, human soldier. It's a 4/4 with vigilance, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of equipment you control to target creature you control. So I see this as basically almost like mono white Voltron, where you play Beatrix, you have a bunch of equipment on the battlefield, and you get to equip everything onto her for free. That's pretty good. And Vigilance is nice because it means you can attack and still block easily. The only problem is that like Beatrix doesn't really compare very well to another commander that literally does that, which is Balan Wandering Knight, I believe. I'm going to have it on the screen. This is literally the same thing. It just costs a lot less mana than Beatrix. Yes, Beatrix equips for free without paying additional mana, but Balan comes out much earlier, which I think is just overall better. Better keywords and everything. And in 99 of equipment decks, I just feel like you can replace Beatrix with like 1,000 other ways of equipping for a lot cheaper. So yeah, I just don't think Beatrix is very good. If it was a lot cheaper mana, then yeah, it would be interesting to play with. But at 6 mana, it's just a little bit too much. Beatrix, I'm sorry, but you're kind of trash. Okay, next we got Black Waltz number 3. This is a 4-mana Rakdos legendary creature wizard. It has flying, death touch. It's a 2/2, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. So this is Rakdos Pingers. It pings your opponents, each of them, whenever you're casting non-creature spells. So it's just like an Omega Black Mage. It's kind of interesting. We don't really have this effect on a legendary creature in Rakdos before, or maybe we did, but like, it's pretty rare, right? This is very much like an Is It thing, where you're blue-red and you got so many different pingers that ping your opponents when you're casting at least instant or sorceries, also non-creature spells. In Rakdos is much more rare, but also in Rakdos is a lot worse, because like one of the big benefits of being Is It pingers is you like slap a Curiosity, an Ophidian Eye, or a similar effect onto your pinger, and then whenever you're pinging, you draw oodles and oodles of cards, and Rakdos doesn't really do that. You don't really have any equivalent cards to do that sort of stuff. It's an interesting effect. I don't think it's particularly strong though. You could like slap on lifelink on it or something, and then it gets a lot better. Yeah, it's okay. I know some people are hyped about this because they like the creature. The creature's kind of cool. But as a commander, it's like okay. It's a very, very chill commander, I would imagine. In the 99, it's okay too. We'll put Black Waltz number 3 as, I'll put it as a maybe. I'll be charitable. It's a Rakdos Gutter Snipe in the command zone, possibly. And the 99, it's still okay. It's not crazy, but it's okay. Next, we've got Bugenhagen, Wise Elder. It's a 2-mana green, legendary creature, human shaman. It's a 1/3 with reach, and at the beginning of your upkeep, if you control a creature of power 7 or greater, draw a card, and you can tap it, add 1 mana of any color. So Bugenhagen, 2 mana, mana dork that can also double up as a Phyrexian Arena, as long as you have a big stompy creature on the battlefield. So it's a circumstantial Phyrexian Arena, but always a mana dork. And if you manage to have both triggers happening or both things happening, is exceptionally good. If you have no big creature on the battlefield, not very good. But nonetheless, I think this card is excellent in a big stompy deck, because that's the whole point of the deck, is you want to be stomping and having big creatures on the battlefield. And Bugenhagen helps you ramp out those big creatures too. I think it's a very, very good card in the 99. As a commander, not so much. As a character in Final Fantasy the Remake, didn't really like him too much. Minor spoiler, I guess. He was kind of rude to Tifa, didn't like that. I don't like his ho-ho all the time. And also, why didn't he just tell Red about his dad? What? Why? He was just like, oh, you don't like your dad. Ho, ho, ho. I'm going to keep a secret for you for like 40 years or something like that. I don't know. I don't like this guy. Great card, though. Great card. Don't like the character. Bugenhagen. Great card. Great in the 99 of basically any stompy deck, I'd say. Next, we got Cait Sith, Fortune Teller, 4 mana, red, legendary artifact creature, Cat Moogle. It's a 3/3, and it has lucky slots. At the beginning of combat on your turn, scry 1, and then exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. When you exile a card this way, target creature you control gets +X+0 until end of turn, or X is that card's mana value. This really reminds me of like a Boros, like something Borka. Not Nelly Borka, the other Borka. It's a spirit Borka from like Commander Masters or something like that, where it also kind of impulse draws, but on your upkeep, I think. And then it grows based on like the highest thing that's exiled currently that turn. This one's just kind of like a power crept version of that. It's mono red. I think it costs the exact same amount of mana, but it does that exile draw on the same turn. Like if you cast this pre-combat, then on your combat, you get to scry 1, exile something, cast that thing, and also get a big pump effect going too. So this is kind of cool for like high mana value matters, also really good in like impulse draw matters, like exile matters, prosper type effects, prosper type decks. Being mono red means I think it's probably less good in the command zone just because it's more limiting. But if you put it in the 99 of like exile matters or high mana value matters type decks, then it gets much more interesting. Also much better when you get like extra combats and stuff, because then you get more triggers. But yeah, it's a really efficient card, but I just like it more in the 99. So Cait Sith, great in the 99. Next we got the first flip legendary creature. There's a bunch in the set. This is Cecil, Dark Knight. It's a 1 mana black legendary creature, human knight. It's a 2/3 with death touch and has darkness. Whenever Cecil deals damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap Cecil and transform it. And the backside is Cecil, Redeemed Paladin. It's a 4/4 with lifelink and has protect whenever it attacks. Other attacking creatures gain indestructible until end of turn. So this Cecil is really interesting. It's kind of like a life total matters deck where you want to lose life and then to flip Cecil, and then when Cecil's on the backside, you can easily regain that life and you got a big buff effect. I feel like this card is really, really exciting specifically for like, I don't know, standard, but in Commander, I feel like it does a lot less in a multiplayer format. Like, it's essentially, it could be a 1 mana 4/4 lifelink, and that's already quite good. Maybe that's good enough. It's just less good in the Commander, obviously. Much more better in like 1v1 standard, for example. But it is a really cool effect. If you're going for like a life swap deck too, this could be your commander. I still personally love Selenia, which is like the OG life swap commander. But if you want to go Orzhov life swap, this is not a terrible option for you. You want to get the low life total, and then it's just like a 1 mana 4/4 life linker that can give your other attacking creatures indestructible. That's not bad at all, really. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't think it's super strong in Commander, but it is solid. All right, Cecil, it's either great in the command zone or a maybe. I don't know. I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to say great in the command zone, but like at the bottom tier of great in command zone, it's probably like a maybe or it's fine. It's cute. Next, we've got Celes, Rune Knight. This is a 4 mana Mardu, a legendary creature, human wizard knight. It's a 4/4, and when it enters, discard any number of cards and draw that many cards +1. And whenever one or more other creatures you control enter, if one or more of them entered from a graveyard or was cast from a graveyard, put +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Now, Celes, I'm sure somebody out there is going to be building a fair Celes deck. But the very first thing I think about when I look at Celes is persist combos, right? You got like a murderous red cap on the battlefield. You got any repeatable sack outlet like Goblin Bombardment. And Celes allows you to, like, when your murderous red cap is sacrificed and comes back with a -1 counter, Celes gives it a +1/+1 counter, so it negates the 2, cancels the 2 out, and then you can sacrifice a murderous red cap over and over again for infinite damage. So she works very well with persist, obviously, and outside of that, I don't know what else you would be doing with her. You could just play her for good value, right? Like, she ETBs, you get to discard your hand of all your good creatures to reanimate later, and then when you're reanimating, they get bigger, right? That's the fair way of playing her. I feel like there's going to be better cards to do it the fair way, but if you want to just combo, if you want to go Mardu Reanimator combo, I think Celes is very, very good, right? She combos with any persist creature, and she also helps, find those creatures to find your combo pieces by ETB rummaging a lot. So I think it is a very, very strong commander, but it's also a combo commander, so something to keep in mind. Some people have a stigma against combos. I know it's more like a higher bracket style strategy. So just keep that in mind. But I think she is very good at that. All right, definitely great in the command zone is Celes. Very strong, like Mardu Reanimator combo deck. Next up is Choco, Seeker of Paradise. This is a 4-mana Bant legendary creature bird. It's a 3/5, and whenever one or more birds you control attack, look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may put one of them into your hand, then put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest into your graveyard. And it has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, Choco gets +1/+0 until end of turn. This is such a busted bird commander, my friends. My Moogles and Lalafels, this Choco is not chill. This is not chill. 4 mana, whenever you're attacking, Choco doesn't need to attack, just any of your birds are attacking. You get to essentially draw a card. At the very least, you draw a card, and then you draw a card plus ramp a whole bunch. All the lands you see, they all go onto the battlefield, and then the rest go into the graveyard. They don't even go to the bottom of your library. So if you have like any sort of graveyard shenanigans, that's even better. You're also filling your graveyard at the same time, and every deck has graveyard shenanigans at this point. And then on top of all of that, Choco also grows with the +1/+0 until end of turn with the landfall. This is insane value. Insane value. This is like the de facto Bant bird commander. I know like Deredi also exists, and Deredi is also just more powerful than Choco, but it's not really a bird commander. It doesn't really specifically work with birds. Choco specifically works with birds, and is busted. It's a lot of value. It's a ton of ramp. It's card draw. It also becomes really, really big just randomly. Yeah, it does it all. It does it all. It's insanely strong. I'm going to be putting Choco as obviously great in the command zone. Personally speaking, I'm a bird purist, I would say, in terms of Magic the Gathering. I like my birds being Azorius and not green, and I like them to fly. And Chocos, I love Chocobos. Who doesn't love a Chocobo? But they don't fly, and that irks me as a Magic player. I just feel like that's a defining characteristic of birds in Magic, and the fact that Chocobos don't fly irks me. So I will always play my bird decks as Azorius Flying Matters style decks, and so Choco doesn't work for me personally on a personal note, but I cannot deny that it is incredibly powerful and probably the best bird commander outside of Deredi, but it's the best bird commander that cares about birds. Next, we've got Sid, Freeflier Pilot. It's a 2-mana white legendary creature, human warrior pilot. It's a 2/2, and it says equipment and vehicle spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. It has jump during your turn. It has flying, and you can pay 2 mana, tap it, return target equipment or vehicle from your graveyard to your hand. I think 2 mana giving a cost reduction to a specific subtype is a really good rate. Like 2 mana, I can ramp out my vehicles and equipments a little bit easier, especially outside of green decks. It's just a good rate. And then the fact that it has an activated ability on top of that is quite nice. Just card advantage, card recursion, I guess, for any equipment and vehicle deck. That's quite nice. Is it a good commander? It's a fine commander. You're stuck in mono white. for your equipment deck or vehicle deck, which does hinder you a little bit. And Sid doesn't like offer like insane value for forsaking like an additional colors for your deck. Some mono commanders just have so much value that you're like, heck yeah, I'm going to go monocolor because the commander is so busted. Sid is not so busted. It offers good value, good steady value, but like not enough value to be like, I'm going to give up, red in my equipment deck or whatever, or blue in my vehicle deck. That's my personal opinion. You could definitely just run Sid as the commander for those decks. But I personally like this a lot more in the 99 of equipment and vehicle decks, where you can be multicolor or whatever, and then Sid offers a lot of good value, especially if you get him on turn 2 or something. I guess the fact that he is a 2-drop makes him a little bit more tantalizing in the command zone, because you can always be like, I'm always going to go turn 2 Sid, and then turn 3 I have like a vehicle or equipment ready to go for cheaper. That's quite nice. But overall, I think there are just better mono white equipment commanders at the very least. I don't know about vehicles, but yeah, I just like it more in the 99. All right, Sid, I think you're great in the 99 of equipment and vehicle decks. Next, we've got Sid Timeless Artificer. This is a 4-mana Azorius legendary creature human artificer. It's a 4/4, and it says artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer card in your graveyard. A deck can have any number of cards named Sid Timeless Artificer, and it has cycling of white and blue. And the gimmick with Sid is that I think he shows up in every single Final Fantasy. So there are 16 Final Fantasies, and there's 16 versions of Sid. I guess it's like an Easter egg for the universe. There's always going to be a Sid, and he's always going to be an Artificer. It's cute. It's definitely one of those like build-arounds where like the entire deck is like a Sid deck, and that's like always a fun gimmick. This one in particular wants to have like a bunch of Sids in your graveyard, and then suddenly your artifact and creatures just become huge. So you like fill your deck with like 30 or so Sids, find a way to like put all of them into the graveyard as quickly as possible or whatever, or like then mass reanimate them or something. And then you have like a huge army of Sids, which is pretty funny. I don't know what the best build around is going to be. I'm sure somebody's already figured it out. Like, this is how you combo kill with Sid super efficiently, but it's definitely there. It's a cute gimmick. I like these gimmicks, where you can have any number of a thing and you kind of break the singleton rule and you can do something cute with it. So yeah, it's cute. It's definitely a build around. All right, Sid. I'm actually not sure if it's great in the 99 or great in the command zone. I feel like it would be better in the 99 actually, and then you can have access to more colors, possibly more ways of like mass milling yourself and then mass reanimating yourself. But I mean, maybe if you're just building a Sid deck, you just want to have Sid in the command zone, and I think that's super valid too. I think like if you're going, I'm in a Sid deck, then it's kind of cool to have Sid as your commander as well. So I'll just put it as great in the command zone. Next, we've got Clive, Ifrit's Dominant. This is a 6-mana red legendary creature, human noble warrior. When it enters, you may discard your hand, then draw cards equal to your devotion to red. I like, and then you can pay 6 mana and tap it. Exile Clive, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcerer. So there's actually a cycle, I believe, of these transform creatures, which turn into sagas on the backside. I think that's a gimmick of Final Fantasy 16, I believe. Like the main characters all turn into that or something. Let me know in the comment section. Anyway, the saga side, though, has 3 chapters. It's also a legendary enchantment creature, Saga Demon 9/9, which is pretty chonky. So the first chapter is Lunge. It fights up to 1 target creature and probably kills them because Ifrit's a 9/9. And then chapters 2 and 3 is Brimstone. Add 4 red mana. If Ifrit has 3 or more lore counters on it, exile it, then return it to the battlefield. And then you get back Clive, and then you get that ETB trigger, and you get to discard your hand and then draw cards, at least 2 cards, because Clive has devotion of 2. So yeah, this card is pretty sweet. It's a lot of mana. It's a ton of mana. 6 mana to get Clive out in red. But then it can refill your hand. Like if you have devotion of like 6 in a red heavy deck, which I think is pretty reasonable to do, you get to draw 6 cards. You discard your hand and then you draw 6 cards. So obviously you want to be like close empty-handed or something, or be like a reanimator deck. But it is a lot of card advantage. And then when you pay, then it doesn't have haste, and it costs another 6 mana to transform it, but the backside is very, very good value. All right, a removal spell and then some rampy ramp, which is quite nice, and you have a 9/9. Those are cool things. I think it's kind of it's a lot of mana. The only downside of this card is it's a lot of mana to do all the things it wants to do, and you also have to be very red heavy too. I don't think you could be like a 3-color deck and run Clive very efficiently. You really want to be like 1 to 2 colors. I don't really like Clive as a commander. Maybe I'm underselling him, but I just think like if you're in mono red, ramping is so hard, man. Ramping's so hard. I think like the best way to ramp in red is just like using rituals. And I guess rituals are good with Clive. Like if you pyretic rituals and seething songs and do all those things and dump your hand of rituals to get Clive out, then Clive will refill your hand. So I guess that is good. But then it's another 6 mana to flip him. It's tough. I think he is kind of good there. I don't think it's worth like going full ritual style to get Clive out as your commander, but it is more interesting in my opinion in the 99 of certain decks, like certain mono red decks that, you know, offer more card draw or offer more ramp, at cheaper mana values. I mean, or in like Gruul decks or something where, you know, the high mana cost is not as big of a deal and you just want to refill. So yeah, I like the card a lot. I like the design, but it's just a lot of mana. It's a lot of mana that makes me wary of putting him in the command zone, but he is a very, very cool card. So Clive, I'm going to put you as great in the 99. I think there's a lot of value here. I just think it's better in the 99 than the command zone. Next, we've got Cloud X Soldier. This is a 5-mana Naya, legendary creature, human soldier, mercenary. It's a 4/4 of haste, and when it enters, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to it, and whenever Cloud attacks, draw a card for each equipped attacking creature you control. Then if Cloud has power 7 or greater, create 2 treasure tokens. Cloud is the ultimate example of a training wheels commander. He does literally everything for you, and it's really hard to screw him up. He draws you cards, he makes mana for you, and he even equips stuff for you too, so you don't have to worry about equip costs and stuff. And he has haste, so you can immediately attack and draw those cards and make those treasure tokens immediately. So one question that Cloud kind of poses with its design is, do you want to go wide and have a bunch of equipped creatures attacking with Cloud, or do you want to go Voltron and just put all your equipments onto Cloud and focus on killing people with commander damage? Because if you go wide, you could potentially draw more cards with Cloud's ability. I think, however, you just want to focus on Voltron. I think equipments almost always lend themselves to Voltron strategies. There's a couple exceptions, like the new Nahiri and like the new Gruul Barret, for example. But for the most part, it's just more efficient to put all your equipments onto a single creature, get a lot of benefit off that big creature swinging in for massive damage. Kill people with commander damage is much easier than killing people with go wide combat. And also it's much easier to protect your investment if you just need to protect a single creature rather than trying to protect your entire board. So yeah, I think Cloud is an excellent, he can be kind of go widey if you want to go for that, but he's also a terrifying new Voltron equipment commander too. Cloud's super awesome. He's very much a training wheels commander, and I don't absolutely love his design, but I kind of get that Final Fantasy is going to be bringing in on all of new players, and especially through the precons. And so you want to make sure your face commanders are very new player friendly. And what's more new player friendly than just having card draw and ramp on a stick that kind of does everything for you? So I kind of get the idea over here. I'll put it at the top of the great in the command zone. I think this card is fantastic. It's probably weaker than Choco. No, it's on the same level as Choco, I would say. Both cards are kind of ridiculous. And also I love equipment, so obviously Cloud goes to the top. And I played Final Fantasy VII, so yet another reason for Cloud to be at the top. The next Cloud is one I like even more, though. This is Cloud Midgar Mercenary. It's a 2-mana white legendary creature, human soldier mercenary. It's a 2/1. When it enters, search your library for an equipment card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. And as long as it's equipped, if an ability of Cloud or an equipment attached to it triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. So one part of it is kind of like, well, it's a tutor ability. It's like one half of a Stoneforge Mystic. You know, it ETBs, tutors up an equipment. Very nice. And then the other part of it is an equipment's Panharmonicon, and that's just super fun. I like Panharmonicon effects, but I especially like them when they're aggressive, and I especially like them when they're equipment focused, because equipment is one of my favorite aggressive archetypes. I'm an aggro player. I like swinging in for combat, and equipment is one of my favorite ways of swinging in for combat. And I love Panharmonicon effects. I love like Ishin effects. You know, like that's super fun. So Cloud really ticks all the. So Cloud really checks all the big boxes for me. I really like this effect. And it's all on a 2-drop, which is kind of ridiculous. Another really super push new legendary creature that very much works very well for me. Is it great as a commander? Absolutely. It's a 2-drop that offers silly amounts of value. Enough value that you can say, like, yeah, it's worth dropping the value of extra colors that, you know, multicolored commanders could give me to just focus on having Panharmonicon super fun times with Cloud. I think that's totally a valid way of building the deck. I will be personally adding Cloud to my Cauldron deck in the 99. But yeah, it's great as a commander, great in the 99, just super fun. So Cloud is my first Tomer favorite. It's going into the 99 of my Cauldron deck, which is one of my favorite decks of all time. I love its ability. I love equipment Panharmonicon effect. That's super cool. Next we have Cloud of Darkness, which is oddly a legendary creature, I guess. I would imagine that's just like a D&D spell or something. Anyway, it's a 5-mana Golgari legendary creature avatar. It's a 3/3 of flying, and it's Particle Beam. When Cloud of Darkness enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X until end of turn, where X is a number of permanent cards in your graveyard. So this is kind of like a Delirium payoff. It's an ETB, relatively big creature that eventually kills opposing creatures when you have enough stuff in your graveyard. Not very good. It's very good and limited, obviously. Like, if Golgari is all about like self-milling and stuff and having multiple permanent types in the graveyard, then having a 3/3 flyer that ETB kills one of your opponent's thing is like backbreaking. But it's 5 mana, and that's just not very exciting in Commander. We have so much better options for removal spells in any situation, and you don't have to jump through a hoop of having like a lot of different permanents in your graveyard. So it's great and limited, not really that good in Commander. So Cloud of Darkness, definitely a trash tier, sorry. We've actually got a third Cloud. Actually, well, I guess a fourth Cloud. There is also Cloud of Darkness, but we have a third Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, Cloud Planet's Champion. I think this leads like the starter decks that come with Final Fantasy VII. It's a 5-mana Boros legendary creature, human soldier mercenary. It's a 4/4, and it says during your turn, as long as Cloud is equipped, it has double strike and indestructible. And equip abilities, you activate the target Cloud, costs 2 less to activate. This is actually a very reasonable Voltron commander for equipments. Double strike, indestructible is very good. You know, you get double the combat triggers off your equipments, off your swords and stuff. And it costs less to equip to Cloud. So like all your swords of X and Y cost 0 mana to equip to Cloud. And then Cloud has double strike, so you get double triggers off them. That's actually very good. That's not bad. It's a 5-mana commander though in Boros, so it's kind of expensive. Not as easy to cast as like the Naya Cloud, for example, because you don't have green to back you up. But I think it's pretty sweet. Not as good as the Naya one, but pretty okay. So Cloud Planet's Champion. Honestly, it is great in the command zone. It's obviously way weaker than the Naya version, where it's the same mana cost. It also gets equipped. It doesn't get to equip like all the things for free, but it can equip one thing for free. But it also draws cards. It also ramps. No double strike though. But this one doesn't have haste. I don't know. They're actually kind of closer than I would expect, to be honest. But the Naya one is significantly stronger. So we're gonna put this at the bottom of great in the command zone. Next, we've got Cyan, a Vengeful Samurai. This is a 7-mana white legendary creature human samurai, but it costs 1 less to cast for each creature card in your graveyard, so it can cost as little as 1 white mana if you have 6 creature cards in your graveyard. It's a 3/3 with double strike, and whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Cyan. This is a really cool, card for a reanimator deck where if you're just filling your graveyard full of creatures, you can very easily cast this for a 1-mana 3/3 double striker that eventually will grow a little bit if you're, reanimating or exiling creatures from your graveyard. It's neat. I like it. I don't think it's neat enough to be a commander. I think that'd be very difficult to pull off. I would be excited to see people do that. But it's much better than 99. It's nothing super busted or anything, but it is a cool design space, and I don't think it's very bad to put into just a random, Orzhov, Mardu, Reanimator deck and just have this 3/3 double striker for 1 mana in the mid to late game. That's not too bad. I think it's a maybe. It's not super awesome in the 99, but it's fine. It's okay. It's a maybe. You know what? Top of the maybe pile. How about that? Next, we've got Diamond Weapon, which I guess is spoiler alert for me because I don't recognize this creature yet. I don't think I've come across it yet in Final Fantasy VII. Diamond Weapon is a 9-mana green legendary artifact creature elemental, but it costs 1 less to cast for each permanent card in your graveyard. So it can cost as little as 2 mana for an 8/8 reach, and it has immune, prevents all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. So, if you have a bunch of permanents in your graveyard, you get a 2-mana 8/8 with reach that is very difficult to deal with in combat. Not bad. It's kind of cute. Is it good enough in Commander? Yeah, it's okay. But it is cute, right? I like it. There's probably going to be some decks that care about really high mana value, right? And happen to have a lot of cards in their graveyard as part of the requirements. And then, you cast 9 drops for 2 mana. That could be a thing. Could be useful for some deck. I can't think of any. Maybe a Modi, a graveyard-based Modi deck. I don't know. But yeah, it's neat. I don't know. 2 mana 8/8s are never going to be terrible, right? There's going to be something, some home for it somewhere, I believe. Next, we have Dion, Bahamut's Dominant. It's a 4-mana white legendary creature, human noble knight. It has Dragon Fire Dive. During your turn, it and other knights you control have flying. And when it enters, create a 2/2 white knight. Creature token. And you can pay 6 mana, so 4 in double white, tap it, exile it, return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery. It's a 3/3, by the way. So it's also part of that, Final Fantasy 16 cycle of the flippers to turn into summons. And this one is Bahamut, Warden of Light. It's a legendary enchantment creature, Saga Dragon. It's a 5/5 with flying. It has 3 chapters. The first 2 chapters are Wings of Light. Put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Those creatures gain flying until end of turn, and has Giga Flare as chapter 3. Destroy target permanent, exile Bahamut, then return it to the battlefield face up. And obviously, when it comes back, you get to make another 2/2 knight as well. This kind of suffers the same issues with the Ifrit, the red one. That's 6 mana and tapping it is just so much mana. It's so much mana, you guys. But it is a cool effect, right? This is more of a go wide style deck where maybe you go Knight Tribal or something like that. You poop out a bunch of knights, then you flip Dion, and you get a bunch of +1/+1 counters and evasion for all your creatures. Eventually you blow something up and you keep doing it. It seems good in a knight deck. I think it's solid in the knight deck, but it is a ton of mana. Definitely not a commander. And if there's just some way of flipping it for cheaper, that would be the dream. I know there's Moon Mist exists. Maybe there's other things outside of Moon Mist existing that would be good. But yeah, I'd maybe toss it into a knight deck in the 99. So Dion, great in the 99? Let's say great in the 99. Great in the 99 of knight decks. Maybe not great, but okay. Next, we've got Edgar, King of Figaro. This is a 6-mana blue legendary creature, human artificer noble. It's a 4/5, and when Edgar enters, draw a card for each artifact you control. Nice. And it has 2-headed coin. The first time you flip 1 or more coins each turn, those coins come up heads and you win those flips. So Edgar is very interesting in two kind of different style decks. The first one is artifact decks, right? If you are a full-on artifact deck, you play Edgar, you can draw like 6 or more cards. Or if you're like Clue or Treasure or whatever, if you can slap down Edgar when you have a full board of artifact tokens of any kind, you're going to be drawing a lot of cards. That's number one. And number two is a coin flip deck. Just, making sure you always win the coin flips is actually pretty nice. This is 6 mana though, so I don't think there's going to be any deck that also cares about coin flips and artifacts. Maybe they do. But Edgar's 6 mana. It's a lot. But the ETB draw cards kind of makes it a lot better. And the coin flip effect is very strong. It's best in like there's like a Ifrit or Jinn or something like that. Is it coin flipper that if you win like a bunch of flips in a row, you get omniscience basically. And Edgar kind of guarantees that to happen, which is very cool. So it's obviously a slam dunk in that. But I could see it being good in like Lonus and like Clue decks and stuff, or food decks too, as just like a good ETB drawer. It's 6 mana, it's a lot of mana, but it definitely has a very huge game-winning effect to it. So Edgar, oh my god, there's so many more. There's so many more legendaries. But yeah, it's great in 99. Oh my god, though, look how many legendaries are left. All right, this is gonna be a long video. We actually got a second Edgar, though. It's Edgar Master Machinist. It's a 4-mana Boros legendary creature, Human Artificer Noble. It's a 2/4. Once during each of your turns, you may cast an artifact spell from your graveyard. If you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters tapped and has tools. Whenever Edgar attacks, it gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among artifacts you control. So this is an interesting, graveyard artifact matters Boros deck. Yeah, you can cast from artifacts from the graveyard. That's nice. And it gets big and it smashes. It doesn't have evasion, but it can get big and smash. It's fine. It's like, I guess maybe like a bad Osgear. More chill Osgear. Is Osgear the one? No, it's not Osgear. I'll have it on the thing. It's like the Strixhaven Precon Boros artifact. Reanimate things as tokens and double them. It's like a worse version of that, but it's cool, and it probably goes into the same deck, I assume. Edgar, you're a maybe. It's like okay, but not very exciting. Next, we have Elena, Turk Recruit. This is a 3-mana white legendary creature, human assassin. It's a 1/4. When it enters, return target non-assassin historic card from your graveyard to your hand. And whenever you cast a historic spell, you put a +1/+1 counter on Elena. So Elena, ETBs, get something back. So a little bit of graveyard recursion for a 3-drop, which is not that bad, honestly. And then as you're just casting historic spells, you grow Elena, and eventually she will be able to not just block very well, but attack very well. I feel like I've seen this exact card in an Assassin's Creed. Wasn't there exactly the same card in Assassin's Creed? Am I going crazy? I don't know. But I don't know. This card's not bad. Imagine you're like in a Saga deck or something. There's an Auramancer that also just grows really big. Or if you're in an artifact deck, I mean, you have better things to do in our artifact decks, I guess. I don't know. It's all right. It's fine. It's very respectable. It's very respectable. Definitely not a commander. Maybe great in the 99. I don't know. It's respectable. Let's put it on the top of the maybe. Top of the maybe of the 99. Next up, we've got Emmett Selk of the Third Seat. This is a 4-mana Dimir legendary creature, Elder Wizard. It's a 3/4. Spells you cast from your graveyard cost 2 less to cast. Ooh la la, I like that. And whenever one or more opponents lose life, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. Do this only once each turn. So if you, I think you're specifically working as Spellslinger. Like, you can cast any spells from your graveyard, but you get extra value from just having a bunch of instant sorcerers in your graveyard because Emmett Selk can cast them. So like your graveyard Spellslinger and your spells from your graveyard cost less. That's really, really good. And then you just have to make your opponents lose life with drain effects. Like anything that's like, on each player's upkeep, everybody loses 1 life or something like that. would be really, really powerful with Silk. Maybe any ways of like discarding, making everybody mass discard. I imagine this being like a stack, like spell slinger stacks. Everybody's losing life. Everybody's discarding cards from their hand. You go bottomless pit or something like that, and then you just like get to just cast the spells from the graveyard instead, and you're having a great time, and you're arch enemy at the same time. I think this guy's also a villain in Final Fantasy, so I feel like going for spell slinger stacks is actually very appropriate to be the arch enemy at the table that the band of heroes have to defeat. I don't know. I think this is a really cool design. I think it's a powerful build around. It's definitely something you build around, put in the command zone. Heck yeah, Silk. I really like this design space. Great in the command zone. Definitely an arch enemy. I would love to go Spellslinger stacks with him. We actually have a second Silk. This is Silk Unsundered. It's a 3-mana Dimir legendary creature, Elder Wizard. It's a 2/4 with Vigilance, and when it enters or attacks, draw a card, then discard a card. At the beginning of your upkeep, if there are 14 or more cards in your graveyard, you may transform Silk. And the backside is Hades, Sorcerer of Eld. It's a 6/6 legendary creature, Avatar. It has Vigilance, and during your turn, you may play cards from your graveyard. If a card or token will be put into your graveyard from anywhere else, exile it instead. This is very exciting. So the front side, just ETB or attacking like a Titan effect, you're looting, which is nice. Just card filtering is good, and filling your graveyard is good. And then when you have a bunch of cards in your graveyard, 14's a lot, but if you're in a dedicated self-mill deck, it's not that bad. It transforms into 6/6 Vigilance, which is a big beater, and it has a Yogg-Will effect attached to it, you know? Like, yeah, you lose the cards permanently when they go to the graveyard, but who cares? You have a full graveyard. Just play with the stuff in there. There's more stuff to play with. This card is fantastic. It's super fun. I don't think it's like super busted or anything. Like, you still only have 14 cards in your graveyard, and it just dies to anything. And the value, obviously, is incremental, unless you are going for like Silk Storm, for example. You try to flip them over as quickly as possible, and then you replay all your like rituals and stuff, and your low spells and stuff, and you pop off that way. You go like Yogg-Will Storm or something, and you win with Tendrils of Agony, and you go really old school. I think that could be super fun, by the way. But yeah, I think this card is fun. I think it's a cool card. I think it's powerful, but like not oppressively powerful, not like uber pushed or anything. But it is a very, very cool effect. The flip side is very, very flashy, and it's a fun build around. I like it. All right, Silk, great in the command zone. Probably also very good in the 99 of self-mill decks, so you can just like jam it anywhere. I really like it. I think I'd probably put it in one of my... maybe I've tried in Commander Clash or something. I don't know. Tentatively, I'm going to put it in Tomer Favorites. I really like this design. It's cool. And I love Yogg-Will. It's just a cool throwback. Next we have is ST9. Oof. I don't know how to say that name. Let me know in the comment section. I'll just call him SD. 4 mana, Orzhov, legendary creature, elf warrior. It's a 3/3. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on SD. It gains flying until end of turn. At the beginning of your second main phase, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of your opponents who are dealt combat damage by SD or a dragon this turn. I don't know why a dragon. I don't know the lore of Final Fantasy XIV. All I know about Final Fantasy XIV is I played a little bit of the intro during the pandemic, during the lockdown, because people were trying to get me to play and like raid with them and stuff. So I started doing the intro, and then I remember I was like 8 hours in, and I'm like, the game hasn't started yet. When can I start raiding? And they're like, oh, you have to get into like, the game starts getting good after like some of the first expansion or something, Dawn's Guard or something. I don't know. And I was like, how long until now? Am I in it now? I've spent 6 hours leveling. Am I close? And they're like, oh, you need like 20 hours. I'm like, and that's when I stopped playing the game. So that's my experience with Final Fantasy XIV. The other thing I've experienced is the names are very hard to pronounce. I feel like the developers are just like straight up trolling me in particular with these names. How do you say ST9? ST9? Is he German? ST9? I don't know. Anyway, the card itself, tangent aside, it's been a long recording, you guys. We've been at this for a while. We're not even halfway through, I don't think. Oh boy. Anyway, this is the part of the video where Tomer starts losing his mind. Anyway, so the card is actually pretty good. It's card draw that can potentially draw multiple cards. It could draw one card per turn pretty easily, right? Like you just cast a non-creature spell, SD has evasion, you smack somebody, you draw one, you lose one. But then if you manage to have a bunch of dragons on the battlefield, I guess, if you're in a Orzhov dragony deck with SD, you could draw more cards. That's interesting. That's kind of cool. I don't know. This is like a weird combination of abilities. Obviously, I'm sure it makes sense lore-wise, but card mechanics sides, non-creature spells and dragons and Orzhov, none of this really usually makes sense. I'm sure it's somehow it was going to work. Maybe you probably have to use changelings for this to make sense, but I don't know. At the very least, 4 mana every single time you're smacking somebody in the air and drawing a card. That's not terrible. SD is like a top of the maybe pile for me. It's a very cool gimmick, and if you manage to draw like multiple cards off its ability, it becomes very, very good. But even if you're drawing with a single card and you're growing SD and you're smacking people in the air, it's not the worst. I don't know. It's a maybe for me, though. Next, we have another flipper. We got X-Death Void Warlock. It's a 3-mana Golgari legendary creature spirit warlock. When it enters, you gain 3 life. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform X-Death, and it's a 3/3, by the way. And the transformed side is Neo X-Death, Dimensions End. It's a spirit avatar. It has toughness of 3, and its power is equal to the number of permanent cards in your graveyard, and it has trample. So I think this is just a good payoff. In limited, you're trying to fill your graveyard with permanents, and then when you fill your graveyard with permanents, you get a huge beater with trample, which is nice. That's good. In Commander, doesn't really matter. The fact is, it's okay. I guess if you like mill your entire library and your entire library is permanents, you can like smack somebody for like 60 plus damage, which is funny. But I'm sure there's easier ways of doing that. Sorry, X-Death, but you are X-Trash. That's the best I can come up with, and I'm keeping that in there. Next, we've got Fandaniel Telephoroi. Ashe, what is going on? Of course it's Final Fantasy 14. Of course it's fine. I read the card, and then I looked at what number it was. It's always Final Fantasy 14. What's going on with these developers? They're just punking me. Okay, it's 5 mana, black, legendary creature, Elder Wizard, 4/5. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Surveil 1. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent may sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. Each opponent who doesn't loses 2 life for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. So this feels like the spiritual successor of like Toshiro Umezawa. You're going like mono black, spell slinger, make your opponents sacrifice a bajillion things, have a bunch of stuff in your graveyard because you're surveilling a whole bunch of times at the same time. And then your opponents, like, they want to, at some point, they just want to sacrifice a thing because each time they don't sacrifice something, they're like losing 20 or more life and they just die. This card is hilarious. It's a good finisher for like a mono black spell slinger deck, but you can also just like toss it into the 99 of like any type of like spell slinger deck that wants to self mill a lot or just wants to surveil a lot, I guess. And it's a cool finisher there, or it can like have your opponent sacrifice things if they don't want to lose life. I like it. It's a good finisher card. Is it great in the command zone? I think it's fine in the command zone. I think it's a solid finisher in the command zone. For like mono black spell slinger, I still like Toshiro more. I'm never switching out my baby. I think it's more powerful, more potent in the 99 though. Like for example, Emmett Selk, the Dimir spell slinger version of Emmett Selk, would love this in the 99. But yeah, it's just a really solid card. So yeah, Fandaniel, great in the 99. Next we got Fang, Fearless Alisaie. I don't know how to say the name. 3 mana black legendary creature, human warrior. It's a 2/3, and whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. This triggers only once each turn, and it melds with Vanille, which is funny. Let's see what Vanille's doing. Vanille, here you are. Vanille, cheerful cheerful to see. It's a 4-mana green legendary creature, human cleric. When vanilla enters, mill 2 cards and return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. At the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control vanilla and a creature named Fang, you may pay 5 mana, 3 and a green and a black. If you do, exile them and mill them into Ragnarok. Okay, that's hilarious. So Ragnarok, oh my god, that is horrifying. It's a Ragnarok's Divine Deliverance, a 7/6 legendary creature, beast avatar, as Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, and Haste. And when it dies, restore target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. My goodness, that's a lot. That's a lot. So you're summoning Exodia as an uncommon, which is hilarious. It's a lot. It's a lot. But in terms of like a singular card, I think Fang is actually very good. Like, ignore Vanilla. Vanilla is fine, but I think Fang is actually much more playable. It's a 3-drop that, like, if you're playing anything that's like graveyard shenanigans consistently, like you're delving, or you're reanimating, or whatever. And this is like passively just like a Phyrexian Arena on a creature. That's not bad. It's not terrible. It's only once each turn. But it's still decent. It's still decent. The fact that you can meld it, like, they don't have partner or anything, so it's like melding it is going to be kind of difficult in Commander. Obviously, you're going to just run tutors to find it, so maybe it's not that difficult. But it costs a lot of mana, obviously, to do so. It has to be your first main phase, so typically you have to wait an entire turn cycle. I think Vanilla's a little bit weaker as an individual card. I think Fang's much stronger as an individual card. Together, they're very cute. It's funny. But yeah, I like it. It's not bad. I don't know the lore of these two, but I find the mechanics. I love Meld. Meld is so cool. And the backside's very, very cool. I don't know if it's great in the 99. It's a lot of hoops you have to jump through to get maximum value out of it, but you could potentially be drawing a single card every single person's turn, right? It's just very difficult to do so. But even as just like a Phyrexian Arena, it's not terrible. I'm going to put it great in the 99. Okay, here's another commander I absolutely love. I'm very biased towards because I'm a simp for equipments. It's Firion, Wild Rose Warrior. It's a 3-mana red, legendary creature, human rebel warrior. And it has equipped creatures you control have haste. It's a 3/3, by the way. And whenever a non-token equipment you control enters, create a token that's a copy of it, except it has this equipment's equip abilities cost 2 less to activate. Sacrifice that token at the beginning of the next end step. So it's not equipment pan or monocon like Cloud is, but it kind of works the same way, right? Like, you play an equipment, or just equipments enter, and you get a copy of it, and usually you can equip for free. Like, for example, the Sword Cycle. Sword Cycle, all of them have equip too. So you play a Sword of X and Y, you get a copy of it, and then you equip both onto a creature, you smash in, the equipped creature has haste, and you get double the value. That's super cool. I love it. The thing gets sacrificed at the beginning of the next upkeep, so it's kind of hard to keep it around. But even if you don't keep it around, that's just good value, right? Like, you need to make sure that you're not running a bunch of legendary equipment in the same deck as Firion. But outside of that, giving your creatures haste is nice. Doubling on your equipment in general is nice. I like it. It's very cool. Yeah, I think this is a cool build around. I think this is good enough that it's worth forgoing like white or whatever multicolor colors to build around and just go mono red equipment. That's super fun. I don't think it's like the strongest commander out there. Obviously, going mono red equipment is kind of sus, you know. But it is a very interesting commander, and I think it's cool. And I would definitely build around it. I think Cloud is much, much stronger if we're looking at monocolored commanders from this set. But I think Firion's ability is very unique, and I like it. So Firion, I like a lot. It's a Tomer favorite. Again, I'm a simp for equipment, so obviously, if it's a really cool equipment commander, it's going to go on the top of the Tomer favorites. I would like to try it out in my Cauldron deck. The only problem is that a lot of my equipment in the Cauldron deck are legendaries, so they don't really work very well with Firion. But I do plan on playing this on Commander Clash as a commander, as a leader of its own deck, and I'm excited to see what shenanigans come about from that. Next, we got something very interesting. This is a 1-mana mono-red mana dork, which is wild. It's Freya Crescent. It's a 1-mana red 1/1 legendary creature, Rat Knight. It has jump, so during your turn, it has flying. And you can tap it to add 1 red mana. Spend this mana only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equipment ability. So this is just a cool card, a mana dork for equipment decks. It taps to add mana for equipment. It costs 1 mana, so it's a 1-drop. That's kind of hard to find. And at the very worst, you can always just, if you have equipment slaying around and nothing to equip to, you can slap them onto Freya. Freya has flying on your turn. You have some evasion. You can swing in with your equipment. That's totally fine. Does it do enough to be super exciting in an equipment deck? It's like fine. Like, I really like that it's a 1-drop. Because I was looking at my own equipment lists, and usually I'm not doing much on turn 1. I don't really have a lot of 1-drops. I don't have a lot of things to do on turn 1. Going like turn 1 Freya is actually pretty cool. Is it cool enough to be a commander? Probably not. It probably doesn't do enough to justify being a commander, but it's cool to be like 1-drop Freya and then start ramping out equipments with your 1-drop commander. That's cool. I like that. Is it super strong? Probably not, but I don't know. It's a very unique design space, and I think it's neat. I like it. So Freya, I don't know if it's great in the 99. It's probably okay in the 99, but it's really cool that we just have a Llanowar Elves in red, mono red, for equipment. That's just neat. I like that. Next, we got another Final Fantasy XIV commander, legendary creatures, Gaius Van Balsar, I don't know. And whatever. It's a 4-mana black legendary creature, human soldier. It's a 3/2. When it enters, you choose 1. Each player sacrifices a creature token of their choice. Each player sacrifices a non-token creature of their choice. Each player sacrifices an enchantment of their choice. This is interesting for that last bit. It's basically a 4-mana fleshback marauder, which is kind of overcosted, but you can make everybody sacrifice an enchantment, which is something Black has some ways of getting rid of enchantments, but they're very subpar usually. This one is probably the most exciting one because it's attached to a creature, and Black is good at one thing, and that is sacrificing and reanimating creatures. So you could possibly like play Gaius, sacrifice Gaius, reanimate Gaius, do that a bunch of times, and get rid of a bunch of enchantments over and over again. That's kind of exciting. As a commander, it doesn't really provide much build direction or anything. It's kind of interesting as part of the 99. I think the best home for it, because it's not the best fleshback marauder. There's like Accursed Marauder's 2 mana and is like the best fleshback marauder. Even the 3-drop fleshback marauders are all, generally speaking, better than Gaius. But the fact that it can get rid of enchantments makes it incredibly intriguing, and probably makes it good enough in like mono black aristocrats to try out if you're in an environment in a play group where you have to have answers to enchantments. This is one way of getting rid of enchantments. It sacrifices your own enchantments. Make sure you don't have a lot of enchantments in your own deck. But if you don't have any enchantments in your deck and you're like mono black aristocrats, I think this is a very nice way of dealing with enchantments, but also doubling up as a fleshback marauder, killing opposing creatures when necessary. My God, there's still so many. There's so many. Whatever. Fleshback marauder guy, he will be great in the 99, or potentially great in the 99. Next, we've got Garland, Knight of Cornelia. This is a 2-mana Rakdos, legendary creature, human knight. It is a 3/2, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1, and you can pay 7 mana, 3 double black, double red. Return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield, transform, activate only as a sorcery, and the backside is a 5/5 flyer called Chaos the Endless. It's a legendary creature demon, and when it dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. So the backside is not super interesting, it's just a big beater. The cool, interesting part is you can cast it from the graveyard, which is nice. So if you're like self-milling or whatever, if you have 7 mana to spare, I guess, you get a 5/5 flyer from the graveyard. That's cool. The main draw of this card, though, is just the front side. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1. This is a very, very, very efficient surveil engine. And some decks really like surveilling. Like, surveilling in general is really good. It's a great way of card selection, but also filling your graveyard. And then there's a lot of cards that are keyed off surveilling. So this is a great way of surveilling super efficiently. Non-creatures means, like, if you're just not in a creature deck, if you're artifacts or whatever, spell slinger, whatever, you're just surveilling a whole bunch for very easily. On a 2-drop, that's really, really good. And then the rest of the text is like, it's okay. It's like, whatever. But yeah, if you want to surveil super efficiently and you're a non-creature heavy deck, Garland's awesome. Is it great in the command zone? I feel like it's not quite powerful enough in the command zone. It just doesn't really have that oomph. But if you're in a deck that really cares about surveilling, maybe. But most likely in the 99. So Garland, I found Garland very quick, you guys. My homie, you're great in the 9/9 of decks that really care about surveilling. Heck yeah. Okay, now we got Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. It's a 2-mana Selesnya, legendary creature, human noble cleric. It's a 2/2 with lifelink. Whenever Garnet attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. This card is just absolutely fantastic in a saga deck, because typically you want to remove counters from sagas to keep them around longer, get more and more value out of them over a longer period of time. And it's awesome. And then Garden does that for 2 mana, and then she also grows. She's fantastic if you can like blink her and stuff, so you can constantly remove counters from your sagas over and over again. And when she grows too, all those counters means not only are you smashing for a lot more damage, but also it's lifelink, so you gain potentially way more life too. That's a lot of value. Is it enough value to say, hey, I'm going to put this as the commander of a saga deck? Maybe, especially if you have like blink strategies to build around her. That could be really enticing. You're only 2 color though, so you just have access to less sagas to work with. So I think it works just better in the 99 of like, say, the Banked saga deck, for example, just so you have access to more sagas, because sagas are fairly limited still. But it is a good commander. It is a good value. It's just an uncommon, but I still think it offers a lot, especially if you can blink her and keep removing counters from your saga deck. So Garnet, great in the 99 of saga decks, I think. Next, we've got Gata and Luzu. This is a 3-mana white legendary creature, human soldier. It's a 1/1 with flash. And when they enter, choose target creature you control. If damage would be dealt to that creature this turn, prevent that damage and put that many +1/+1 counters on it. So this card is very specific. Just, if you have a chump blocker or something and somebody swings in for a big creature with a big amount of damage, you can protect that creature. Or if you swing in and your opponents have multiple blockers, you can also protect that creature too and potentially put a lot of counters on it. It's just 3 mana too. But I don't know. It's very narrow application. It's okay. It's fine. Definitely not a commander, because you lose the element of surprise, and that's all this card's going for it. In the 99, would I run it in like a counters matters deck? It would be okay. It's not great though. It's fine. I don't know. I think it's narrow enough that we'd be like probably trash. Probably trash, actually. Yeah. Next, we've got Gao, Feral Youth. It's a 2-mana red legendary creature, human berserker. It's a 2/2 with rage. When it attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And at the beginning of each end step, if a card left your graveyard this turn, Gao deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Okay, so Gao looks like something you want to get a lot of power onto as quickly as possible. So +1/+1 counters or whatever else. And then have stuff leave your graveyard, and Gao's going to deal tremendous amounts of damage to each of your opponents. It's obviously a lot of hoops to jump through. You have to increase Gao's power, and you have to have stuff leaving your graveyard. If you could do it on your opponent's turn too, that's like insane. But it is a finisher in that style of deck. It's very, very narrow. Very, very narrow. I don't think you could pull this off in mono red. Like, you could definitely increase Gao's power very easily in mono red, Blazing Shoal or whatever. But then having stuff leave your graveyard very efficiently, I guess red can do that. We have flashback, we have stuff like that. It's interesting. It's a build around. It's definitely a finisher. A little bit slow, I would say. A lot of commitment, but it's just a 2-drop. I don't know. Very interesting design space. I think it's good, though. I think Gao's good. I think it's probably best in the 9/9, though, rather than being a commander. Next, we've got General Leo Christoph. It's a 5-mana white legendary creature, human soldier. It's a 2/2. When it enters, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then put a +1/+1 counter on Leo for each creature you control. This is basically a bad Sun Titan. It's 1 less mana, but you can only target creature cards with it. And it's a 2/2, no vigilance, no repeatability. It grows really big if you're like go wide or whatever, but who cares really? It's not very good. I don't think it's very good. I think General Leo's best use is if you have like a commander that's a 3-drop and you go wide, then whenever your commander dies, you can get it back with General Leo and not have to pay the command tax, and then it grows really big. But that is very, very corner casey for me. I'm going to still put it in trash. Okay, next up we got Gilgamesh, Master at Arms. It's a 6-mana mono red legendary creature, human samurai. It's a 6/6. When it enters or attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put any number of equipment cards from among them onto the battlefield. Ooh. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. When you put one or more equipment onto the battlefield this way, you may attach one of them to a samurai you control. Ooh. I was hoping it was going to be from Final Fantasy VI, because everything's 6, right? But no, it's Final Fantasy V. Boo. Boo. So close to greatness. Whatever. I think this card's sick. So it's another Titan effect. It's an ETB or attack trigger. Look at the top 6. If you're very equipment heavy, which some equipment decks are very equipment heavy, I think my deck runs like at least 20. So I don't know what the odds of hitting multiples of it, but I think hitting at least 1 is pretty high. All the ones that are revealed this way are put onto the battlefield, and then you can equip one to like Gilgamesh because it's a samurai. That's good. That's very good, especially you're in mono red, so you have oodles of opportunities to give this haste, and then it's like an ETB and attack trigger. You got a whole bunch of equipment onto the battlefield. I like this. This is nice. I think the closest analog is like Armored Sky Hunters, like a 4-drop and kind of does the same thing, but it doesn't get all the equipment. It only gets like 1 equipment. So I think this is worth the more mana investment. I like this. Yes. Will I try this in Cauldra? Maybe. I might try this in Cauldra. I am a simp for equipment. I don't know if I mentioned this yet. I like it. Yeah. Also, I've noticed this character. I think this is the same character in Final Fantasy VII, because it's like I'm doing a proto-relic quest line, and this like weird samurai guy shows up, and he's looking for the proto-relic. I don't know what's going on with it. I'm still like deep into the quest. I think it's the same character. It might be. It says Final Fantasy V, but maybe he shows up in multiple games. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to put Gilgamesh in the Tomer favorites. I'm not going to apologize. I love equipments. You can kind of tell. You can kind of tell from the favorite section what my favorite style of play is. Smashy with equipments, and definitely Final Fantasy is delivering so far from that. Next we have Giot. King of the Dwarves, 2-mana Boros, legendary creature, dwarf noble. It's a 1 with double strike. And when it or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an equipment you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So the 2-drop double strike means it holds equipments very, very well, if they have combat triggers, rather. And then you get to rummage when you're doing your equipment stuff, your dwarf stuff. It's fine. It's okay. I like it. I guess if you were like equipment reanimator, right? Like what you do is you have Giot in the command zone, and then you have a bunch of equipments in your interior library, as many as possible. You play a bunch of them as much as possible, and you start rummaging away all the equipments into your graveyard, and then you use like mass artifact reanimation. That could be sick. That could be a sweet way of building the deck. I would like that. I would do that. I would do that. I think that's actually cool. You know what? I was going to put this in trash immediately. But how sick would this be where like you go for like reanimator equipment, and then you mass reanimate all the equipments after rummaging them away. That's a deck. Tomer is delirious right now and is speaking in third person, I guess. And this has come to me as a fever dream, and I must build it. This is going to confuse people so much when they skip to the end to see all the results and be like, why is Giot in the Tomer favorites? And it's because I very much want to play him on Commander Clash now. Actually, he could lead all of these, right? Yeah, this will be my Final Fantasy Commander Clash deck is Giot, all this nonsense, and then just all the equipments and the mass reanimation. Hell yeah. Next we got Golos at Home. This is Gladiolus, Ambicitia, 6 mana Gruul, 6/6 legendary creature human warrior. When it enters, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. And as landfall, whenever a land you control enters, another target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn. So yeah, it's not quite Golos, because Golos lets you find any land in 5 colors, and Gladiolus does that, but only in 2 colors, only in Gruul. The best colors, though. No, it's not in blue. But you know what? Instead of that cool activated ability, you have a landfall trigger, and that's nice. I like that. That's good. Yeah, this card's not Golos. It's very, very toned down, fair Golos. It's 2 color. It's more mana. The landfall ability is not as good as the activated ability. But all of that said, Golos is banned for a reason. It was too busted. And this is much more fair. So if you have cool things to do with lands, and you can do them in Gruul, I think Gladiolus is actually a cool commander for that. And if you don't want to do that in Gruul and you want to do it in more colors, I think Gladiolus is fine. Just hang out in the 99 of decks too. Just like a 6 mana, tutor up a land directly onto the battlefield and a fine landfall trigger is legit not that bad. Yeah, 6 mana is a lot, but who cares? You're in landfall deck, so you have oodles of mana. That's not a problem. Yeah, I think this card is actually very playable, probably more exciting in the 99 than the command zone, but it's fine. I think it's fine. We're almost done. We're at least halfway, I'd say. Gladiolus, I'll put you great in the 99. I think he's actually not that bad. Now, this card is sweet. This is Gogo, Master of Mimicry. It's a 3 mana blue, a legendary creature wizard. It's a 2/4 and has XX, so you have to pay double. Tap it, copy target activated or triggered ability you control X times. You may choose new targets for the copies. This ability can't be copied, and X can't be 0. And you can't copy mana abilities. So if something like taps for mana, you can't be like, oops, I copy it. This card is super sweet. It's essentially a Strionic Resonator / Rings of Brighthearth stapled to each other that you can do so much more with because you copy multiple times. Just being like 2 mana, tap this, copy something, that's already Strionic Resonator. That's already good. But then if you have more mana, you could just really go ham. So Gogo's really exciting because like anything that has any sort of activator or triggered ability, you just get to get more value out of them. So you have a cool triggered ability, ETB ability, copy it. You have a good activated ability, like let's say you're cracking a fetch land, for example, you copy it of Gogo and you turn that fetch land into Omega level ramp, which is super fun. So it can do basically anything. And it fits into a wide variety of decks, and it can even be a commander. You can put this on your commander. You can play mono blue. You can run every single fetch land available to you, and then Gogo turns all that into ramp. You can play ETB creatures, good activated ability creatures, and just have a super fun time with Gogo. I think it's more likely to be showing up in the 99 of decks, but it is a really cool commander. It's mono blue, so you're kind of limited with your shenanigans, but it's still good as a commander. It's still good in the 99. I think this is like one of my favorite cards in the entire set. It's just super, super potent. Is it only $1? It's like this has to be wrong, right? $1 and the other ones are not way more money. We'll see if that's correct or not. But yeah, Gogo, insanely fun, super, super versatile. So Gogo, yeah, top of the tome are favorites, I think. I love Gogo. Very, very pushed. Very, very powerful. Kind of power creepy, but I don't know. I still like it. Next, we got another Gogo. This is Gogo Mysterious Mime. It's a 4 mana red legendary creature wizard. It's a 2/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may have Gogo become a copy of another target creature you control until end of turn, except its name is Gogo Mysterious Mime. If you do, Gogo and that creature each get +2/+0 and gain haste until end of turn and attack this turn if able. So this is kind of like a new spin on Kiki Jiki. You get copies of creatures. You don't get to use their ETB trigger or anything, so it's not quite like a twin flame ability. But you play a creature, you can give it haste, and Gogo becomes a copy of it. So if you're focusing like on attack triggers or combat triggers or something like that, you play a creature with a sweet attack trigger or combat trigger, Gogo gives it haste, becomes a copy of it, and then you swing in and you get double the value. That seems sick. That's super fun for a 4/4 drop. Again, it's another type of card that is super versatile and kind of open-ended on how you want to build it. I think this is a cool one that if you're like in a very like attack trigger heavy style deck, then you could put this in the 99. But I think more realistically, it's going to be easier if you just build around it and just focus on like creatures with cool attack trigger, creatures with good combat triggers and stuff like that. I think it's cool. I think it's neat. So Gogo, I will say you're great in Command Zone, yeah. Here's another legendary creature I very much like. This is a Golbez, Crystal Collector. This is a 2-mana Dimir, legendary creature, human wizard. It's a 1/4. Whenever an artifact you control enters, surveil 1. And at the beginning of your end step, if you control 4 or more artifacts, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Then if you control 8 or more artifacts, each opponent loses life equal to that card's power. Sick. I love this. Yeah, Golbez is super efficient at what it's doing. It's a 2-drop that whenever you're pumping out artifacts, which is very easy to do in an artifact deck, you're surveilling like crazy. Like the other Golbez, this is like an insanely efficient surveil engine, but I think this one's even more cracked because the other one is you have to cast non-creature spells, so you actually have to cast things. This one, though, it's just whatever artifacts are entering. So if you're just like pooping out clue tokens and artifact tokens and stuff, just passively, just like pumping them out super efficiently without actually having to cast anything, then you're surveilling like crazy. And then when you're surveilling like crazy, you get a huge value pile right afterwards where you get to recur things. You don't get to reanimate. They go to your hand, not to your grave, not to the battlefield, but you get to recur things. And if you have a bunch of artifacts on the battlefield, 8 or more, your opponents are losing a bunch of life at the same time. So it doubles as a finisher. So it's an engine, it's recursion, and it's a finisher all rolled into a 2-drop. That's insane. The only thing that could have been better about it is if it made treasure tokens. Like whenever you surveil, you get to make 5 clues. I don't know. No, that'd be stupid. But yeah, this card's nuts. And also, let me just show you. Let me just show you the alt art on this one. Oh, is this not sick? This is not ridiculously sick art. I also like the showcase frame with the card, the number. This is how long I've been recording for like 2 hours at least, and my brain is gone. But can you this art is sick. That's all I wanted to say. This art is sick, and this card is sick. I think I'm short circuiting here, but yeah, this card I like. Me likes a lot. I definitely want to play on Commander Clash. Maybe I build a paper deck out of it. I don't know. Yeah. Definitely top of the Tomer favorites. Next we got Graha Tia. It's a 5-mana white legendary creature, cat archer. It's a 3/5 with reach. It has the Alagan Eye. Of course it's Final Fantasy 14. Gosh dang it, Final Fantasy 14. Figure out your names. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. This is such a black card. Like, is this not just like straight a mono black card? If you printed this in mono black, I would not bat an eye. That's wild. It's mono white. It's 5 mana. 5 mana, it's a lot. But I could see this being pretty solid in like Orzhov Aristocrats, or like Orzhov Aristocrats, where like you could just like reanimate this, and then who cares about being 5 mana? And then whenever you're sacrificing things, you're sacrificing on your turn, on your opponent's turn, you're drawing cards just passively. That's pretty good. The one thing I don't like about it is it's a weird cat boy who's a cat, but he's just a human in cosplay, right? Like he's just a dude who put on cat ears and was like, I'm a cat. That's my cosplay. It was like, all right, well, I'll try a little bit harder next time, I think. But whatever. Anyway, I think this is cool because it feels color bendy to me. But let me know in the comment section, what do you feel about Cowboys? I guess. No, what do you feel about this effect being on mono white? I feel like that's pretty unique. That's neat. Yeah, I think it's actually pretty good in the 99. Not good enough in the command zone, but good in the 99. There are so many left. Oh my goodness. Great in the 99 though. We got another Graha. There's a Graha Tia. Cyan Reborn. It's Esper colored, 3 mana Esper. Legendary creature, cat wizard, 2/3 lifelink. Throw wide the gates. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay X life, where X is that spell's mana value. If you do, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token and put X +1/+1 counters on it. Do this only once each turn. So this is the secondary commander for one of the stock precons. It's not as strong as Y'shtola, but it is still pretty decent. The whole gimmick here is you want to cast non-creature spells that have very high mana value that you can cheat on. So you cast like Snuff Out, for example, the 4 mana black spell, but you can cast it instead of paying mana, you can just lose 4 life. And then you make a 1/1 and you put 4 counters on it. And that's super sick. So it's like a very good token generator that focuses specifically on high mana value. And trying to cast them as cheap as possible, and ideally trying to cast them on each player's turn too. So focus on instants and flash effects to maximize its ability. The token doesn't have like flying or anything, so it's kind of like not super great, but it is pretty cool. It is pretty all right. So Graha, it's great in the command zone. It's not like amazing or anything, but it is respectable. Next, we got Heidegger, Shinra Executive. It's a 4 mana white legendary creature, human soldier. It's a 3/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the number of soldiers you control. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 white soldier creature tokens equal to the number of opponents who control more creatures than you. Heidegger is weird. Like, it wants you to have not that many creatures on the battlefield, less creatures than your opponents, and then you make a bunch of soldier tokens. But it also wants you to have a lot of soldiers on the battlefield, because then you got a pump effect. So either one effect is working or the other. So you don't really get maximum value out of both. It's either one or the other. Either if you're behind, you get soldiers. If you're ahead, you get a little bit of a pump effect, but not that much, just a little bit. And it's 4 mana, and I think it's not very good. So yeah. Heidegger, I'm sorry. I think you're kind of trash. All right, I just noticed we're not even halfway through. We gotta speed things up. All right, we got Hermes, Overseer of Elpis. It's a 4 mana blue legendary creature elder wizard. It's a 2/4, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1 blue bird creature token of flying and vigilance. Whenever you cast, it's been a long day. Whenever you attack with 1 or more birds, scry 2. So this is like a Talrand, but you make birds. And they're not 2/2s, they're 1/1s, but they have flying. Well, they already have flying, but they have vigilance. And then whenever you're attacking, you get the scry 2. It's fine. I still think I like Talrand more because I prefer 2/2s over 1/1s with flying and vigilance. I guess you could also throw this into a bird deck, but then you're not casting that many non-creature spells, and the scry 2 is not very good. I think it's okay. It's fine. If you could turn those birds into like mana dorks, if you were like in green or something and use like a Cryptolith, right, then you can attack and then tap them for mana afterwards. But I think that's copium. I don't know. I think Hermes is a maybe. I think it's worse than Talrand, but it's better than like Murmuring Mystic, and that's okay. That means it's playable. All right, Hildebrand Manderville. It's an adventure card. So the creature side, it's 2 mana white, legendary creature, human detective. It's a 2/2 creature tokens you get control, get +1/+1. When it dies, you may cast it from your graveyard as an adventure until the end of your next turn. And then it has Gentleman's Rise. It's a 3 mana black instant adventure. Create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. So Hildebrand's whole gimmick is it helps you with your creature token deck. It gives them +1/+1, and then whenever it dies, it can just come right back. You get a 2/2 zombie token, and then you can just play Hildebrand again. I think it's cute. It's resilient to removal, which is nice, but despite the fact that it's resilient and it has this cute little ability of 1/2 going over and over again, I think it's just both sides are kind of meh, and I think it's just not very. It just doesn't bring enough value, even though it is very resilient. So I'm going to give it a meh. I think like maybe if you're in like a white-based zombie deck, you'd want Hildebrand, but I think that's a little bit copium. Next, we've got Hope Estheim. Oh, this is not a 14 one. I'm just screwing it up from 13. Maybe 13 is also weird. I don't know. I didn't see that many of those cards. Anyway, Hope is a 2 mana Azorius, legendary creature, human wizard, is a 2/2 with lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent mills X cards, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So this is a very cute life gain matters meets milling as a finisher, and that is a very unique combination, something we've never seen before. I don't know how I feel about it. Obviously, Hope is very good when you're running like a Beacon of Immortality. You double your life total, you gain like 40 life or something, and then all your opponents have to mill 40. Or if you're in a dedicated life gain deck, you can gain a lot more life than that and just one shot all your opponents. That's probably the only way you can build Hope. If you're just like playing like Soul Sisters and milling your opponents for a little bit, I guess maybe if you have like some ways in Azorius to reanimate or abuse your opponent's graveyards, that's kind of cute, but it's very, I don't know. I don't think there's probably going to be much support for that style of play. But yeah, Hope is just like you play a life gain deck, you do like a life doubler effect, or you gain obscene amounts of life and you turn that into a mill and one shot your opponents. That's basically how the deck works. I don't know how effective it is, but it is a 2-drop. So at least if Hope dies a bunch of times, you can recast him a whole bunch of times. I think it's a maybe. I don't know. Hope, you know what? I'll just be charitable. I'll say great in the command zone, because I guess if you have like one shot potential, then it can't be a terrible commander, right? It's just like, I don't know how the rest of the deck is going to look. No, I am not saying this name. Screw you, Final Fantasy 14. H of the First Brood. Sure, that's what we're gonna go. We're gonna call it H. 5 mana blue, legendary creature, Elder Dragon. It's a 5/5 with Flying Vigilance Ward 2. That's quite nice. Shiva's Aid. Whenever H enters and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. I think this card is very, very solid in the 99 of like non-creature decks that just want some evasion, you know? This is also just like a really big beater, right? It's 5 mana, 5/5, Flying Vigilance Ward 2. It's very hard to deal with. It can attack and block very, very well. And yeah, if you need to give your other things evasion, like it already has evasion, it doesn't need this ability really. But if you have other creatures that need to get in there, especially if you have a commander that has like a attack trigger or combat damage trigger or something like that, and cast a lot of non-creature spells, I could see H just slotting in there and doing pretty okay. It's 5 mana though, but the body is pretty nice. So yeah, I think it's fine. Well, but H greater than 99, sure. Next, we got Ignis. This is a 3 mana Simic legendary creature human advisor. Whenever I read Ignis, I just imagine it's Firebolt from Baldur's Gate, but this is Simic, so very much different. So Ignis, 3 mana Simic, 2/2 legendary creature human advisor. When it enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield. Tap, nice. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. And then it's also got, I've come up with a new recipe. 3 mana, tap it. Exile target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, create a food token. So I think Ignis's entire shtick is this ETB. That's where the value is. It's basically a slightly better Elvish Rejuvenator, not quite the Froggy Boy from Loomborough, which always hits. This one can sometimes whiff, but it's almost always going to hit, let's be honest. And then it has just on top of that, like instant speed. You can yoink something from the graveyard, be a little bit of graveyard hate, be a little bit annoying. Yeah, I think this is a good card. I think it could show up just like in the 99 of basically like any Simic deck, and you're like, I need a Wood Elves effect. I need another one of those, and this will show up and do the job pretty admirably. All right, Ignis, great in the 99. All right, Interceptor, Shadow's Hound, 4 mana, black, legendary creature, dog, 4/3 of menace. Assassins you control have menace. Whenever you attack with one or more legendary creatures, you may pay 3 mana. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. So if you're like Assassins and you're like a self-mill / reanimator deck, then Interceptor's okay-ish, because menace is fine. And you could reanimate it for 3, and it also has menace. It's like, it's fine. But it's so specific. It's so very specific on where it's going to be good. So, it's okay. All right, Interceptor, you're like, maybe kind of trash, maybe trash, maybe trash. I don't know. I don't know what deck would actually want it. Do assassin decks actually want it? I don't think so. We'll just put it in the maybe board. Why not? We got another flip saga thingy. We got Jecht, Reluctant Guardian. It's a 4-mana black legendary creature, human warrior. It's a 4/3 with menace, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. And the backside is Braska's Final Aeon. It has 3 chapters, and it's also a legendary creature. Enchantments, Saga Nightmare. It's a 7/7 with menace. Nice. It has 3 chapters. The first 2 is Jecht Beam. Each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. And then the third chapter is Ultimate Jecht Shot, where each opponent sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. Lots of value on the backside, but unlike the other ones that were like humans that flip into sagas, this one, when the last saga is complete, it just dies. So yeah. The front side's like whatever. You just want to give it like haste. You want to give it evasion. And that's all you want to do. You just want to flip it as quickly as possible. So haste, evasion is really, really important. And then the backside is very much worth it, right? Like all those chapters are very good. You have a 7/7 Menacer. So the trick is just like trying to find homes for it where you can flip it. You could build it as a commander. Honestly, you could. You could just like load up on like evasion effects, protection effects, and then swing in and do this good stuff on the backside. That's honestly not that bad, but I think it would be more often going to be showing up in the 99 of lists, where if you need to have evasion, you need to have haste, and if you can do those 2 things, then Jecht's actually probably worth just running, just because the backside's so strong. And then if you get reanimated, even better. So yeah, I think it's good. Great in the 99. I think I'm losing my voice. I think I have to talk a bit softer and hope that my sound editing afterwards fixes it in post. Let's try that. Next, we got Jenova, Ancient Calamity. It's a 4-mana Golgari, legendary creature alien. It's a 1/5. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may put any number of +1/+1 counters equal to Jenova's power on up to 1 other target creature. That creature becomes mutant in addition to its other types. And whenever a mutant control dies during your turn, draw cards equal to its power. Ooh, drawing cards equal to its power is quite nice. So this is good for like a Golgari, Aristocrats deck that's like go tall. I could see that being pretty decent. I could see that being pretty decent in like the new Gitrog deck, where you saddle up big creatures and you sacrifice it and you draw a bunch of cards. This is just like a redundancy effect where you draw even more cards, but you could like draw cards and then draw cards off the Gitrog and then dump even more lands onto the battlefield. I mean, that's not bad. I think it's pretty good. Yeah. Is it in the 99 or the command zone? I feel like it could go in both. It could go in both. All right, Jenova. It's good. It's a lot of value. I'll just put it in the command zone. Why not? Next, we've got Jill Shiva's Dominant. It's a 3-mana blue legendary creature, human noble warrior. It's a 2/2, and when it enters, return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand, and you can pay 5 mana, tap it, exile Jill, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control, activate only as a sorcery. The backside is Shiva, Warden of Ice. It's a 4/5 legendary enchantment creature saga elemental. It has 3 chapters. First 2 chapters, Mesmerize. Target creature can't be blocked this turn. And chapter 3, Cold Snap. Tap all lands your opponent's control. Exile Shiva, then return it to the battlefield. Interesting. So 3 mana, you're a mana war effect. You bounce something. That's like, okay, sure. And then you flip it. And you 5 mana, you flip it. And a little bit of evasion. I don't even understand what the tap all lanes your opponent's control is. Is that like, because you're doing it on your turn, right? You're usually doing that. Unless you could put like the saga, you could put the lore counter on your opponent's turn and you could do it on their upkeep or something. And you could just screw them over and tap down all the lands. Either way, I feel like this is kind of very, very narrow application. You can like tap down. You can tap down all your opponent's lands on your turn if you're not doing shenanigans with it. And then you don't have to worry about counter magic or anything. And you can combo or something. I don't know. I don't think this one's very good. I think this one's kind of bad. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this one's very strong. I'll put it in the maybe section. You'll let me know what you think about Jill. Next, we've got Joshua, Phoenix's Dominant. It's a 3-mana Boros legendary creature, human noble wizard. It's a 3/4, and when it enters, discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. You can pay 5 mana and tap it, exile Joshua, transform it, yada, yada, yada. The backside is a Phoenix Warden of Fire. Legendary enchantment creature Saga Phoenix. It's a 4/4 flying lifelink. The first 2 chapters are Rising Flames. Phoenix deals 2 damage to each opponent. And then chapter 3, Flames of Rebirth. Return any number of target creature cards with mana value 6 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Exile Phoenix and return it to the battlefield. I think it's also kind of meh. I think this is also kind of meh. I think all these are kind of meh, honestly. I think the mono red one is so far the best, but all of these are kind of meh. Yeah. I'll just put it also in the maybe category. Next, we've got Judge Magister Gabranth. It's a 2-mana Orzhov, legendary creature, human advisor knight. It has menace. It's a 2/2. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Judge Magister Gabranth. So if you're playing like aristocrats, you're playing like treasures, if you go like infinite, you can make Magister infinitely large. If you're not going infinite, you just have a large beater for 2 mana. And it has menace. That's actually not that bad, but it's also not super exciting either, so whatever. This one, I'll just put it in trash. I don't know. I'm not gonna use this much brain width on uncommons. Sorry. Alright, we got Kane, Traitorous Dragoon. 3 mana black. Legendary creature, human knight. 2/4, jump. During your turn, it has flying. And whenever Kane deals combat damage to a player, that player gains control of Kane. If they do, they draw that many cards. You draw that many cards, create that many tapped treasure tokens, and lose that much life. So you hit somebody for 2 in the air. You're going to give somebody control of Kane. You draw that many cards. You draw 2, make 2 tap tokens, lose that much life. So it's like okay if you're like, you can build this as like Voltron. For one, you can play this as Voltron, and then you like tutor up Homeward Path so that every single time you gift away Kane, you just return him back to your side of the battlefield. I think that's probably the easiest way to build around him. You could also put him in the 99 of certain decks like Blim. I think just Blim. I think Blim's the only one in black that can do it. Yeah, it's like it's playable. It's playable. Probably better as a commander than as part of the 99, but yeah, you could do it. Yeah, you could just do like Kane and Homeward Path, and you've got a deck. You've got a Voltron deck, baby. All right, we got another busted pushed commander for you all. It's Kefka, Court Mage. 5 mana Grixis, legendary creature, human wizard. It's a 4/5. Whenever it enters or attacks, each player discards a card. Then you draw a card for each card type among the cards discarded this way. You can pay 8 mana. Each opponent sacrifices a permanent of their choice. Transform Kefka. Transform or activate only as a sorcery. The backside, Kefka, Ruler of Ruin. It's a 5/7 flying avatar wizard, and whenever an opponent loses life during your turn, you draw that many cards. So the front side is like where all the value is, where most of the value is. The transform is kind of the cherry on top. The front side is like the Titan effect, ETB, or attack. Everybody discards. It's essentially like a Siphon Mind effect where everybody discards a card, and then you're going to draw like between, well, at least one, but upwards of like 4 cards. You could even kind of game it a little bit where if you discard a card that has multiple card types, like an artifact creature, for example, you're guaranteed to draw 2. And then whatever your opponents are discarding, if they draw something different, then you're going to draw even more. So that's already kind of nuts. If you throw like Kefka Haste or Evasion, like that's already insane. And then later on in the game, once you can spend that 8 mana. Transforming it is just like, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage, a lot of card draw. It's kind of nutty. But even if you don't ever flip Kefka, just this ETB attack trigger is already very good. And then when you do have 8 mana, it's definitely worth it. Everybody has to sacrifice a permanent, and you get a thing that can immediately attack, immediately draw 5 and stuff, and it's very good. It's a very push card. Very, very powerful. Kind of exciting. I do like Kefka quite a bit. It's a very push card. But at the same time, it's doing cool things, and it's an arch enemy commander for sure. Because as soon as you start messing with people's hands, they're going to go gunning for you. And I think it's justified with Kefka. And if you want to play an arch enemy deck, I think Kefka's definitely a good, awesome option for that. I was saying awesome for it. My goodness. Maybe I need to take a break in between of this recording. Look how many are left. My goodness. Anyway, let's keep going. We got another really good Kefka card, and this one is a horrifying artwork. It's Kefka Dancing Mad. 7 mana, Rakdos, legendary creature, human wizard. It's a 6/6. During your turn, Kefka is indestructible. At the beginning of your end step, exile a card at random from each opponent's graveyard. You may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled this way without paying their mana cost. Then each player who owns a spell you cast this way loses life equal to its mana value. So this Kefka is not a great commander because it's a 7 mana commander in Rakdos. That's a steep cost, but it is a super ridiculously good reanimator target. You're in Rakdos colors. You're going to have a lot of ways of reanimating Kefka in black. And then at your first end step, everybody's exiling something. All your opponents are exiling something. And then you get to cast a bunch of stuff for free. And then your opponents also lose life. So it's card advantage, it's graveyard hate, and it's also a finisher all rolled into one. Obviously, it's random what you get, but who cares? You're getting one thing from each opponent for free, and you get to cast it for free. And then you're also making your opponents lose a bunch of life in the process. That's really good. And he also works very well with like board wipes. Like on your turn, you cast a Sorcerer's Point board wipe, Kefka's going to survive. And then you just keep smacking people in the face with a 6/6 on top of it. So yeah, I would never run this like a commander, but this is one of the best new reanimator targets for sure. All right, Kefka, top of the grade in 99. This is like one of the best reanimator targets I've seen in a while. All right, so as you can tell from my new wardrobe and my new background, I didn't manage to get through all of the new Final Fantasy legendaries in a single sitting. I actually had to catch a flight back to Canada, and so here I am in Canada wrapping things up. But worry not, I am refreshed. I am ready to go. I have much more energy now to get through the final legendary creatures. I think we're at about the halfway point. I'm also caffeinated. I got another iced latte here for me, ready to go. So let's do this. We pick things up with Kimahri, Valiant Guardian. It's a 4-mana Simic legendary creature cat warrior. It's a 3/3 of vigilance and it has Ronso Rage. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on Kimahri and tap target creature an opponent controls. Then you may have Kimahri become a copy of that creature, except its name is still Kimahri, and it has vigilance and this ability. So Kimahri is a very interesting design. It's a new take on like a clone / shapeshifter. It can only copy your opponent's creatures, but it does so in a very cool way. Like just at the beginning of your combat, you get to grow it with +1/+1 counters, and then you get to tap down something, so you make it easier for you and other players to attack that opponent because they have now just one less blocker. And if your opponent has something really, really good to copy, then this can be like a very powerful effect. Vigilance also means that it's good on attacking and blocking at the same time, which is really, really nice. And most relevant for the precon that it comes in, which is the Bant +1/+1 counter precon, it puts counters on itself. So it deals with synergy stuff. I think this is really interesting in the 99 +1/+1 counter decks. It's not like super strong because a lot of its power is reliant on what your opponents are playing. Like if your opponents don't have any interesting creatures on the battlefield, then this ability doesn't really do anything. It just becomes like you play it and it becomes like a 4/4 that will grow into a 5/5 and, you know, has vigilance and stuff. That's like, it's not very interesting for 4 mana. But if your opponents do play powerful creatures that you can benefit from, then its effect becomes really, really strong. So it's like a high variance card. I don't think it's consistent enough and good enough to build around in the command zone because so much of it is, its power is reliant on what your opponents are playing. But rather, I do think it's pretty decent in a +1/+1 counter deck, though I do need to kind of see how it plays out to see how consistently good it is. Again, it's very reliant on what your opponents are playing, but, you know, at the very least, it's a 4 mana, it becomes a 4/4 vigilance on the same turn that you play it, and then it becomes a 5/5, it puts counters on itself, so it deals with counter synergies very well. I don't know. It's a weird one. We're going to put Kimahri in the top of the maybe category. I think it's kind of cute, but like we're going to have to see how it actually plays out in some games before I can give a final verdict on it. Next, we have Cryle Baldacyan. Oh no, of course, it's frickin' Final Fantasy 14. What's going on with you? Who hurt you? I guess they just want to hurt me. That's the person who's getting hurt. Anyway, it's a 2-mana Azorius legendary creature, dwarf wizard. It's a 2/1. It has lifelink. It has trace ether. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may return target creature card with mana value equal to that spell's mana value from your graveyard to their hand. Do this only once each turn. This card seems very good, actually. This is an incredible payoff for a non-creature heavy deck. It's also mana value matters. So your best bet in this type of card is you're running a bunch of high mana value non-creature spells that you can cheat on the mana cost. So for example, like Snuff Out is a 4-mana spell that you can just cast for just losing 4 life and not spending any mana at all. And that's going to still count as you casting a 4-mana spell for Kral's ability, and then you can return a creature mana value 4 or less directly to your hand. That's really, really good. Obviously, instant speed is good too, because it kind of gets around the once each turn restriction. Instead of just getting it on your own turn, you could do it on multiple times per turn cycle, which is quite nice. All of this on a 2-drop is very intriguing to me. I don't know why it has lifelink, and the lifelink's kind of okay on a 2/1. Not very good though. Not going to be super relevant unless you pump it up. If you do pump it up, it's quite nice. But yeah, overall, I think this card is pretty sweet. It doesn't reanimate. It doesn't put it onto the battlefield. It goes to your hands, but it's a 2-drop and it can recur a lot of creatures. Of course, you have to be non-creature heavy to really get use of its ability. That means, they're going to have less creature slots, and therefore you might whiff sometimes on this trigger even happening if you don't have creatures to return. But nonetheless, I think it's a very interesting build around, especially if you're like a self-mill style deck where you're always going to have good targets to hit off Kral's ability. And it's also good in the 99 of also non-creature heavy decks that have high mana value matters type shenanigans going on. I think it's a really, really cool card. I don't know if you're not in black, so I think maybe it would be a little bit difficult to run it in the command zone, but definitely in the 99 of a non-creature heavy deck that also runs creatures and has, creatures in the graveyard. I think it's really, really cool. All right, Krile, I'll say great in the 99. Yeah, I think this one has a lot of potential. Okay, next up we got Kuja, Genome Sorcerer. It's another flip creature. This is a 5-mana Rakdos legendary creature, human mutant wizard. It's a 3/4, and at the beginning of your end step, create a tapped 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This token deals 1 damage to each opponent. Then if you control 4 or more wizards, you transform Kuja. And the backside of Kuja is Trance Kuja, Fate Defied. It's a 4/6 legendary creature avatar wizard and has Flame Star. If a wizard you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage instead. Now, Kuja seems very, very fun to me. In the Final Fantasy main set, the main archetype of Rakdos is making wizard creature tokens that have this text where they're just basically ping tokens, essentially. Whenever you're casting a non-creature spell, you ping each opponent, and that's just kind of the theme of Rakdos. So there's quite a few cards that are in the set that, support this theme. And this is, I think, the best leader for it over the Black Waltz number 3. This one is a little bit more interesting. If you don't have a lot of wizards on the battlefield, then it makes wizard tokens. But then if you're in like a wizard focused deck, it easily flips and it just deals double damage for all your wizards, and that seems incredible. Like a one-sided Furnace of Wrath is just very, very good. And then obviously you're in Rakdos too, so there's going to be a lot of red spells that say like whenever you deal damage, non-combat damage to an opponent, you deal extra damage. Like Torbrand type effects. I don't think specifically Torbrand, but like other type effects that do similar things, doubling life loss and everything. So this stuff can get out of hand very, very quickly. It's the same issue with Black Waltz, though, that you don't have access to blue, so you can't put like the Ophidian type effects onto your pingers. You can't play like Curiosity effects, Random Lookout effects to turn all that pinging into card draw, or at least not off the top of my head. At least it's probably a little bit harder to do, but maybe there are some possibilities there. Nonetheless, I think this one's an interesting commander. Definitely one that I would be excited to build around. Also, quick tangent, on my flight, my 8-hour flight back from Paris to Canada, I downloaded Final Fantasy IX on my Switch, and I started playing the game. I think I put in like 4 or so hours into it. I haven't reached Kuja yet, but I did fight and defeat Black Waltz 3 on a ship. I guess spoilers for like a 20-year-old game. And yeah, so I'm excited to see where Kuja shows up. I'm in Lindblum right now. I just did like a Festival of the Hunt, and yeah, Vivi is confirmed best boy, best character in the franchise. And I'm excited to see where Kuja shows up. So Kuja, I'm going to say great in the command zone, not the strongest commander by any stretch, and maybe it is a little bit better suited in the 99 of like Grixis style wizard pinger decks. Then you have access all to the curiosity effects, but I don't think there is a leader of that in Grixis. I think it's just like a Rakdos thing for the set. Next, we got Lightning Army of One. This is a 3-mana Boros legendary creature, human soldier. It's a 3/2 with first strike, trample, lifelink, and stagger. Whenever lightning deals combat damage to a player until your next turn, if a source would deal damage to that player or a permanent that player controls, it deals double that damage instead. So lightning is an incredible damage doubler. It's one of the cheapest damage doublers we've seen that's like a repeat effect, at least. It's a 3-mana card, and it could potentially do this every single combat, which is really good. It has some amount of evasion. Trample is a good start, and it's just begging you to increase lightning's power to make sure that chump blocking is just not a potential avenue out for your opponents. Like you just throw an equipment on her, or just like a red pump effect on her or something like that, to make sure that even blocking will not stop your opponents from that double damage trigger happening. And she also works incredibly well with extra combat spells, obviously, so you can get more and more of those triggers, and also double strike, because the first time you hit with lightning, you trigger that double damage, and then the second hit with lightning, you already have double damage going on, and then you double that damage again. So you could go like double strike lightning, hit somebody for what? So that's 3 for the first hit, then it's 6 for the second hit, and then you cast like just a big burn spell on your opponent's face, and they take quadruple damage, or double and then double again damage. That's a good way to say GG, and that's all on a 3-drop. It's also the most common way of using her too, is like if you swing out with her and a couple other creatures that don't have first strike or double strike, then lightning's stagger trigger will happen before the rest of your creature's damage happens, and then they all get the benefit from stagger, which is really good. So yeah, I think the main sticking point of this is like damage doublers isn't a particularly unique effect, but the fact that you're putting it on a 3-drop that has evasion, that also has lifelink and first strike too, which is quite nice, and it's repeatable. It can happen every single time, and there's avenues of abuse where you can get even more double damage going on through double strike and extra combats, makes lightning incredibly potent and a good build around. I think it's okay in the 99, but you really want to make sure she has double strike. You really want to make sure you have follow-ups to utilize that double damage effect, and I think that makes her better suited in the command zone. So lightning, I found you, and you are great in the command zone. Let's put you up here, I think. We have a second lightning card, and this is Lightning Security Sergeant. It's a 3-mana red legendary creature human soldier. It's a 2/3 with menace. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card for as long as you control lightning. This one is just a far more tame card. This is a very chill effect. Yeah, it's just a 3-mana 2/3. It has a little bit of evasion, and it provides a little bit of card draw. It's honestly pretty chill. Not super exciting or anything. And what can I say other than, where would I put it? I don't know. I think maybe if you're in a mono red deck and you're dying for more card draw in the 99, you could throw in lightning. Especially if you have any additional ways of giving her evasion and stuff, then it's fine. Also, double strike is again very good, and extra combat is very good. But I mean, the payoff isn't like super super ridiculous or anything. It's okay. It's fine. I don't know if it's good enough for Commander, but it's going to be a fine filler choice, I guess. So Lightning, we'll put you in like the maybe pile. It's basically just a red Ophidian. It's not particularly exciting. Next, we got Lock Cole. This is a 3-mana Dimir legendary creature human rogue. It's a 2/3 with Death Touch, a lifelink. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card, then discard a card. Yeah, I think this is more just like a signpost card for the Dimir archetype in drafts where you want to fill your graveyard and then utilize a big graveyard to do cute little things. And this is a hard blocker. It's a good blocker, and it's a good attacker because nobody wants to trade into this. But yeah, it's not a very exciting card. Yeah, Lockhole is probably exciting in Limited, but in Commander, it's not very good. The second version of Lock is in the Precon, so I assume it's going to be better before I even read it. It's Lock Treasure Hunter. This is a 3-mana Rakdos legendary creature human rogue. It's a 2/3. It can't be blocked by creatures of greater power, so it has Skulk, and it has Mug. Whenever a Lock attacks, each player mills a card. If a lane card was milled this way, create a treasure token. Until end of turn, you may cast a spell from among those cards. Okay, I like this one. So this is like a theft style card. You can steal spells from your opponents, or I mean, you could also cast from your own thing that got milled. And it's also pretty likely if there's 4 people at the table, it's pretty likely somebody's going to be milling a land. So it just gives you a treasure and then gives you a spell to cast, and it's on a 3-drop, and it has a little bit of evasion, not great evasion, but a little bit. And then obviously if you throw some evasion on it, it gets better. It doesn't work with double strike because it's an attack trigger, not a combat trigger. But I mean, I guess it's good in Isshin. If you put it in the 99 of Isshin decks, then you get double value there. It's like not insanely strong or anything, but if you're in like a dedicated theft deck, I think it's pretty cool, and its base power output is pretty decent too. It's essentially drawing you a card and making a treasure every single time. It's attacking on a 3-drop. The only problem is that it needs evasion, a little bit of a hoop to get real value out of it. But I think overall it's pretty solid. All right, Lock Yori. I don't know if it's great or just like a maybe. Nah, I'll say great. I'll be nice. Great in the 99, sure. Next, we got Lord Jyskull Guado, maybe? It's a 2-mana white legendary creature spirit cleric. It's a 2/1 with flying. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on a creature this turn, investigate. The first thing that comes to mind with Guado over here is if you have like a Forgotten Ancient on the battlefield, then it's trivially easy to get a counter on a creature every single turn, and then in a single turn cycle of having like a Forgotten Ancient on the battlefield, you've investigated 4 times. That said, I don't know if even that best case scenario is good enough, because how many counters decks actually care about clue tokens? Like having a huge pile of clue tokens in a random deck is like, it's always good to have card draw laying around, but it's never even that great, because spending 2 mana to draw a card is just typically not that great in Commander. Like, it's just not very mana efficient. There's just much better ways of doing the card draw stuff. But is it terrible? I would say no. I think if there is like some an artifact deck that reliably puts counters on creatures on everybody's turn, not just your own, that would be the best case scenario for Guado, but I feel like that's a maybe for me. Like the lure of being able to investigate 4 times per turn cycle is very exciting for me, but I just don't know what home you would want to put this in. It's obviously very mana efficient if you can get its clue generation going, but to what end? I don't know. Next, we got a card I am very excited to put in the 99 of one of my own decks. It's Lulu Stern Guardian. It's a 3-mana blue legendary creature human wizard. It's a 2/3, and whenever an opponent attacks you, choose target creature attacking you, put a stun counter on that creature, and you can pay 4 mana, 3 in a blue, to proliferate. Now, Lulu is kind of a propaganda on a stick, a Windborn Muse if you will. If your opponents are swinging out with a bunch of creatures, you're only tapping down one thing, like stunning one thing. You're not stunning everything, so it's not too scary to attack into. But it's going to be a good deterrent against chip damage. Like if people are being like, you're kind of open, I'll swing at you with this one random creature. Lulu's going to make people think twice about doing that, just because you put a stun counter on it, and then you always have the threat of, well, I can keep proliferating that stun counter, and you're never going to untap that creature. So I think she's really good at deterring chip damage coming from you. She's not going to stop anybody from like swinging from lethal, obviously, against you. But I like that early game deterrent. And then paying 4 mana to proliferate at instant speed. It's a lot of mana, obviously. It's not something you're going to be activating early to mid game, but late game, if you do have that extra mana lying around, being proliferating at instant speed whenever you want is very exciting, especially if you have like oodles of mana you could really dump into it. Then it gets really, really good. And proliferate decks can generate a lot of mana. And so the reason why I'm very excited about this card personally is I have a Venser Proliferate deck. And yeah, it does happen to win with poison counters. And that usually brings a lot of aggro from the rest of my opponents who don't want to be poisoned out. And I really like Lulu because I tried to keep my decks as thematic as possible. So this is a thematic propaganda effect to protect me from incidental chip damage. Because people don't want to get stunned. And then late game, I can start proliferating those sweet counters, including the poison counters, and possibly win the game off that. So I find this card very, very exciting. It's very, very good in decks that really care about proliferating. I don't think its effect is strong enough for me to be like, hey, I want this as my commander, because mono blue counters matters is pretty narrow. I've tried to make it work in the past with Tekkathal, and I feel like it's just a little bit too restrictive. I want to have access to extra colors to really make it work and make it more exciting. But this is a very solid inclusion in counters decks. Specifically the non +1/+1 counter decks, because +1/+1 counters just have more efficient ways of loading your creatures with counters and then like doubling the counters or adding extra counters or something like that. You don't really need to rely on paying 4 mana each time to add extra counters to them. But other style of counter decks like poison and stuff, charge counters or whatever, this card gets much, much more exciting. So Lulu, I would say great in the 99 of any counters deck that isn't really +1/+1 counters. But it is going into one of my own paper decks. So by that definition, it has to be a Tomer favorite. So yeah, it will be top in the Tomer favorite section. Next, we got Lies Hexed. This is a 3 mana Azorius legendary creature human rebel monk. It's a 2/2 of prowess, and it has non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. And as long as you cast 2 or more non-creature spells this turn, Lies Hex has double strike. So this is kind of like the Azorius partner pairing we saw earlier. In fact, it comes from the same precon as those two, where it's Azorius. Double spell matters, essentially. Flurry matters, really. Lies Hex, whenever you cast 2 or more non-creature spells, it has double strike, and it has prowess, so whenever you're casting non-creature spells, you're growing her. So if you cast 2 non-creature spells and don't do anything else, then Lies Hex is already a 4/4 double striker, which is pretty significant on a 3 drop, and is making your non-creature spells all cost 1 less to cast, which is also quite nice. I mean, obviously, this goes into the same deck as the partner pairings. I think Lies Hex is probably stronger overall than the partner pairings. She costs less mana. Yes, partners inherently are more powerful because you have 2 commanders at any given time. But I feel like Lies Hex being cheaper, her non-creature spells always costing 1 less, no matter what, not just a second one, is quite nice. I don't know. It's a really clean design. You can kind of go Voltron-y with her, I guess. Nothing overpowered or anything. Nothing like super explosive, but like just a 4/4 double striker pretty consistently every single turn. Hitting somebody for a lot of damage is already quite good. Okay, Lice Hexed. I'll say great in the command zone. Like not crazy or anything, but pretty solid. Next, we got Maester Seymour. This is a 3 mana green legendary creature, human elf cleric. It's a 1/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to its power on another target creature you control. And you can pay 5 mana, 3 and double green, Monstrosity X, where X is the number of counters among creatures you control. So Seymour seems like a slam dunk in the 99 +1/+1 counter decks, and it functions very similar to like the Renatas out there. There's like a bunch of creatures where they basically say whenever a creature enters, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on that. This is not quite the same because you're only putting one batch of counters on a single creature each turn, not every single one that enters, but it could put a lot of counters on a single creature, which is quite nice. And the Monstrosity X, it's 5 mana, which is a lot. You don't really want to spend an entire turn monstrositying Seymour, but it does feed into its first triggered ability quite well. Obviously, in a +1/+1 counter decks, you probably don't even need to rely on the monstrosity thing. Most of the time, you just put counters on Seymour and you pump up its power to make, just like incidentally, and then you make his combat trigger ability just much more powerful that way. I think it's just overall very good. If you just look at the first part of the ability and you kind of like ignore the monstrosity thing, I think it's already good enough to show up in the 99 +1/+1 counter decks. And then the monstrosity thing is just a nice little bonus on top of it. So Seymour, I think it's great in the 99. Now this card is cracked. This is Matoya Archon Elder. It's a 3 mana blue legendary creature, human warlock. It's a 1/4, and it says whenever you scry or surveil, draw a card. Now, Matoya in the right deck, obviously, a heavy scry or surveil deck, is going to be an absolutely cracked card draw engine. In a scry deck, she's basically a miniature Elegith, where you're not drawing as many cards as you're scrying. You're always capped at drawing a single card. So if you scry 3, you're still only drawing 1 card. But she's only 3 mana. She's only 3 mana, so she comes out much, much earlier. And she's much more consistent and easier to protect, yada, yada. And there's going to be a lot of cards out there that say whenever you do X easy thing to do, you just scry. And Matoya is going to be absolutely cracked with that. For example, the one that comes to mind immediately is there's an enchantment. I believe it's like Retreat to Korahheim. Retreat to Korahheim. Whenever land enters the battlefield, you got to scry 1. So if you have that on the battlefield and you're like in a Simic-based deck that, does a lot of landfall triggers with fetch lands and ramps and stuff, Matoya is going to go crazy drawing you oodles and oodles of cards. And then she's also incredible in surveil decks, obviously. I actually just finished building and ordering and assembling a surveil deck, a sleeveless budget surveil list for a buddy of mine that I'm going to be gifting in Vegas. And there's a bunch of cards in there that are just ridiculous surveil engines. 2 in particular. There's one that's, I think it's like a class, it's from Bloomburrow, that says like the first mode is whenever a creature enters, you surveil 1. And this deck is a creature deck, so just surveilling 1 all the time. And then there's also a 1-drop from Murders at Karlov Manor. It just says whenever a creature power 2 or less enters the battlefield, you get to surveil 1. And it just so happened that this deck also is running oodles of creatures that are power 2 or less. So it's triggering like crazy. So if you have any of those engines on the battlefield with Matoya, you're just, so many card draw. I think she's very exciting in the 99. In the command zone, I think being mono blue is a little bit too restrictive to try and make a theme as narrow as scrying or surveilling work. I think it's fine, but it's probably not fun enough, in my opinion, than just putting her in the 99 of a deck that has access to more colors, so then you have access to more scrying and surveilling. So Matoya, excellent in the 99. I really hope her price isn't super high, because I would love to pick up a copy and shove that into the deck before I gift it away, but we'll see. Next, we got Minwu White Mage. It's a 5 mana white legendary creature human cleric. It's a 3/3 Vigilance lifelink. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each cleric you control. Ooh, okay, so some cleric support. I did not know like clerics are really a thing in Final Fantasy. Like, obviously they're a job. I know that in Final Fantasy universe, but I did not know like clerics are like a supported archetype in like draft or something. Maybe they are, I don't know. But yeah, in a cleric deck, clerics are almost always having to do with life gain as a sub-theme. When you're in a cleric deck, I also think like the Souls Attendants and stuff, they're all clerics, I believe. I might be wrong, I'll check later. Editor somewhere will pop them up on the screen, so we'll know yes or no. But if they are clerics, then you put like a soul warden, soul attendant type thing on the battlefield, and then you have a crazy old time turning all your creatures, all your clerics into huge creatures. Even if they're not clerics, you could run a cleric deck, run those. Just as one drops to trigger Minwu very efficiently. As a commander, going mono white clerics would be a boss move for sure, but I feel like clerics are generally speaking best in Orzhov colors where you have access to most of them. So I think it's just better in the 9/9. But yeah, I think this card is super fun in clerics. Minwu, great in the 9/9 of cleric decks and cleric decks only. Next, we got Mog Moogle Warrior. It's a 3-mana Boros legendary creature Moogle Warrior. It's a 1/2 of lifelink and has Dance. At the beginning of your end step, each player may discard a card. Each player who discards a card this way draws a card. If a creature card was discarded this way, you create a 1/2 white Moogle creature token of lifelink. Then if a non-creature card was discarded this way, put a +1/+1 counter on each Moogle you control. Okay, so this is a little bit of a group hug effect. Everybody gets to rummage. And when you do rummage, probably some creature card is going to be discarded, and then you get a 1/2 Moogle. And then if a non-creature's card is discarded again, probably going to happen too. You get to put a +1/+1 counter on all your Moogles, including Mog itself. I think this card's really fun. If there is a Moogle deck, if there's enough Moogles printed, Moogle makers printed, and you wanted to make a Moogle deck, I feel like Mog's probably the one for you. But more likely, I feel like this card is better suited in the 9/9, where the rummaging is just something you want to have. So, for example, in the precon that this is in, it's the Final Fantasy VI precon. It's a Mardu creature reanimator deck. And so this is a great way to just discard your reanimator targets and draw a different card instead. And then you're getting value out of that anyway. And then it doesn't really matter. The other effects are just extra bonus for you. So yeah, I think any deck that cares about discarding, cares about the graveyard, I think Mog's going to be a solid playmaker. It's also like not a super powerful or overwhelming effect. And it's kind of group huggy. So I feel like a lot of people won't really be bothered too much by it. And the threat of Mog is not going to be super big. So you just get a nice little engine going. And yeah, it's going to be eventually a good blocker if you get enough counters on it and stuff. But for the most part, you're just using it to rummage for yourself and you're getting extra value out of that on top. So Mog, Moogle Warrior, I'd say great in the 9/9. Next, we got Noctis, Prince of Lucis or Lucas or something like that. It's a 4-mana Esper legendary creature, human noble. It's a 4/3 with lifelink. There's a lot of lifelinking creatures, by the way, in this set. I'm a little bit surprised. But anyway, you may cast artifact spells from your graveyard by paying 3 life in addition to paying their other costs. And if you cast a spell this way, that artifact enters with a finality counter on it. So Noctis is Esper artifacts, specifically a graveyard deck because it wants to be reanimating. And it has no cap on its ability too, right? Like, so you just get to cast all the artifacts from your graveyard whenever you want to. Which is very good. You have to pay life, and you have to pay the mana cost, obviously. And it has finality counters, so if it goes into the graveyard again, it's gone forever. But all that said, I feel like Noctis has a lot of maybe like stormy potential. For example, if you have like a bunch of colorless artifacts and then you have cost reducers to make those artifacts cost 0 mana. So there's like semblance involved. There's a bunch of stuff that say like all your artifact spells cost 1 less to cast or 2 less to cast or something like that. If you have enough of those, you can go like full on like, maybe not eggs because the finality counter stops you from going full eggs and like looping them over and over again. But if you have like a full graveyard and you could just like cast all the artifacts from your graveyard, you get a really high storm count. You could probably do something really spooky with that. And I think that could be super fun. Playing it straight though, it's just like a good recursion engine and card advantage engine. It turns like all your looting effects and self-mill effects into straight up card draw. And again, you want to keep that mana curve down or have a lot of cost reducers so that you can really get maximum value out of this because it's not capped to like once a turn or anything. So you might as well get like multiple abilities, multiple artifacts out of this each time you have knocked this out on the battlefield. Yeah, it's an interesting design space. I like it. It's definitely a build around though, so I think you need to put it in the command zone to really get value out of it. All right, Noctis, definitely great in the command zone. Next, we got Owaka Traveling Merchant. It's a 2-mana blue legendary creature, human citizen. It's a 1/2, and you can tap it, remove a counter from a non-land permanent you control, draw a card. So this is basically... There's like a Dimir version of this card. That's like literally, it's from like War of the Spark, popping up on your screen right now. I forget the name of it, Soul something, where you just tap it, remove a counter, I think from like any permanent, or no, it was like a couple different types, but included lands, and you get to draw a card. This is basically the same thing. It's easier to cast. It has like non-lands permanent clause. I don't think that's actually needed. Maybe it's future proofing for some busted lands that weren't printed yet. But for the most part, I tried to think of what's the most busted land you can play and that removing a counter from it would be an issue, and I couldn't think of any. And then the Dimir version of this card, like I said, could remove from lands already, so I didn't think of anything busted, but regardless. Anyway, that was a little bit of a tangent. I think this is just an incredible card for a lot of different decks. If you're playing a decks with finality counters, for example, you can remove the finality counters with this ability and draw cards at the same time. If you're any sort of counter decks where either you have so many counters and it doesn't matter to remove them, like +1/+1 counter decks, usually like you have like 5 counters on something. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't need 5 counters. You just remove 1 to draw a card every single turn. It's like a 2-mana Phyrexian Arena. That's already pretty good. But then if there's like negative counters from stuff, like finality, that's even better. And then it also works very well with sagas. For sagas, you typically want the sagas to stick around as long as possible. You could remove lore counters from your sagas, allowing you to reuse the chapter abilities over and over again without having to sacrifice the saga at the end. And that's the best case scenario. With like Owaka on the battlefield and any saga that you want, basically every single turn you're removing the saga, the lore counter that you put on every single turn, so you can keep that saga on forever, basically. And you're drawing cards in the process. So this card is incredible, especially in saga decks. I think that's the biggest home for it. But also any counters deck specifically that cares about counters that have stuff that you want to be removing, like finality and stuff. And it's also decent in +1/+1 counter decks too. Owaka. Definitely great in the 99. A lot of different counter decks are going to love it. It's going to be especially good in sagas, I think. Next, we got Omega Heartless Evolution. This is a 7-mana Simic legendary artifact creature robot. It's an 8/8 and has a wave cannon. When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents and you gain X life, where X is a number of non-basic lanes you control. So this is kind of funny. It's a payoff for non-basic lands, which we very rarely see, honestly. The only other one that comes to mind is Field of the Dead, so probably a good reason why we don't see them as a payoff, really. But it's kind of cute that we gain a little bit of life. It's not the biggest payoff or anything. It's kind of just neat. And then it's a good ETB effect, like just tapping down opposing stuff. I wish it hit lands. That'd be funny for me. Maybe probably a little bit oppressive. But yeah, 7 mana means, I guess in Simic you can still hard cast it, but I was thinking it's like more of a reanimator target. If you're in Simic, you're probably just hard casting it though. And then you're also in blue, so hopefully you can blink it because it's an ETB effect. So if you can blink this a bunch of times, you're getting a whole bunch of life and you're tapping down all your opponent's stuff. That seems as best case scenario. Is it good enough in decks? I don't know. 7 mana is still a lot. 7 mana is a lot, but it is interesting in the 99, so I'll give it a maybe. Omega, you're a maybe for me. Maybe some deck might like you, maybe. Next we have Papalimo Totolimo. This seems, I feel like this is offensive to Italian people. Is this okay? Italians, if there's any Italians watching, please let me know. Is this name okay? Well, definitely the way I pronounce it is not okay. But Papalimo Totolimo. Is that okay for Italians? I feel like this is like borderline. Like I feel dirty reading this word. Of course, it's Final Fantasy 14. Of course it is. Those people have no chill. The designers there. Anyway, it's a 2-mana Orzhov, legendary creature, dwarf wizard. It's a 1/2, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Papalaimo Totolimo. Okay, I need to stop. Papa deals 1 damage to each opponent, and you gain 1 life. You can pay 4 mana, tap, sacrifice Papa, and each opponent who lost life this turn sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. I think Papa is kind of ridiculously cracked. So it's a black wizard, and in the Final Fantasy set, the black wizard's thing is they ping each opponent when you cast a non-creature spell. But this one's like a souped up black wizard, because not only are you pinging your opponents, but you're also gaining a life each time you're doing so too. Obviously, you're also in Orzhov colors, so you can give it lifelink and stuff, and you're going to get even more life than that. And then the second ability is actually incredible. 4 mana, sack it. You basically soul shatter. Each opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. Typically speaking, highest power, highest mana value, those are kind of intertwined, and they're usually the best thing that your opponents have on the table. If they have a bunch of like 1/1 tokens or whatever, you ignore those and you make them sacrifice the thing they actually care about. So I think that effect's really, really good. You can activate at instant speed too, so you can use it only if you need to. You could do it to disrupt combos or whatever, or protect your face if somebody swings at you. So yeah, having both abilities are just really, really good. And obviously, the ping ability allows you to activate the second ability. So they go well together. All of this on a 2-drop is kind of insane. The other thing I really like about the sacrifice ability is if you have 5 mana and an extra card laying around, you can give it like Undying. You can give Papa Undying with like Undying Evil or whatever. There's like 1,000 effects that are a similar thing where when Papa dies, you get immediately put it back onto the battlefield. So you could keep doing this over and over again. And I think that is absolutely devastating. I think like you can throw this in the 99 of like any non-creature heavy deck, and it's already very, very good without like building around. But you can actually just put this in the command zone, fill the deck with non-creature spells, obviously, but also all the Undying effects, and then repeatedly sacrifice Papa to make sure your opponents just never have a good creature on the battlefield at any given time, and just keep returning it over and over again while pinging your opponents while gaining life. That's kind of incredible. I think Papa's like one of the best pingers they've ever printed in the game. This card's sick, even though it is. I feel offensive. The name feels offensive. I feel dirty reading this card out, but the card mechanics are very good. As unfortunate as it is, I gotta say Papa's one of my favorites. Papa is one of my favorites. I don't think I would ever actually build a paper deck around Papa because it's so oppressive. It's like stacks, but not really stacks. But I would sure as heck play it on Commander Clash. You know, like if we have an Anything Goes or another Final Fantasy episode, and I just feel like being the arch enemy, we just go Papa Undying Evil and just have a fun time. The true face of fear over here, the dwarf wizard Papa. Next, we have a creature I'm very familiar with. This is Professor Hojo, and he's such a scamp. He's a 2-mana green, legendary creature human scientist. It's a 2/2. The first activated ability you activate during your turn that targets a creature you control costs 2 less to activate, and whenever one or more creatures you control become the target of an activated ability, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Now, Hojo shows up in the Naya equipment deck, and both these abilities just work perfectly with equipments. Equipments usually cost like 2 mana, the best ones at least, like the Sword Cycle, for example, all cost 2 mana. So the first time you do that, it costs no mana at all to equip. So you essentially get to equip for free once each turn, which is great. It's a big mana discount for you. So think of it like a mana dork that is tapping for 2 mana every single turn in an equipment deck. And then you also get to draw a card each turn. So it's like in an equipment deck, just looking at Professor Hojo, it's a 2-drop that taps for 2 mana instead of like the usual 1. And it's also a 2-mana Phyrexian Arena, right? It's drawing you a card every single turn. It's saving you 2 mana every single turn. That's kind of incredible in an equipment deck. I think it might have homes in other decks. I just can't think of any. but there might be other decks that are also or do even better than an equipment deck. Maybe you can activate its draw trigger on other people's turns. If you could do that, then it starts becoming absolutely bananas. But I don't know. I don't know what other decks could run Professor Hojo even better than equipment. Let me know in the comment section if you can think of any. So Hojo, he's a scamp, he's a little freak, but he is incredible in Naya equipments and probably some other decks too. Next, we got Prompto Argentum. This is a 2-mana red legendary creature human scout. It's a 2/2 of haste, and it has Selfie Shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if a list 4 mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure token. Not much to say about this one. It's not very good in Commander. Like, paying 4 mana to cast your non-creature spells is a big ask to do consistently, and you're only getting a treasure token out of it. If it was worded like the other cards that care about high mana value, those ones specifically say whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if it's high mana value, we give you a good payoff, but you don't actually have to pay the mana for it. That's the main thing that makes it so good. If it was worded that way, then this might be actually a pretty strong card. It would make treasures pretty easily, but because you actually have to pay the mana to cast a spell, you can't really cheat on it. This effect's just not good enough. So Prompto is promptly thrown into the trash. Also, the selfie thing, I don't know, a little cringe magic. I don't know, it's a little bit much for me. Next we have Queen Brawn, or Queen Brain. I don't know. There's no voice dialogue in Final Fantasy IX, so I don't know how they pronounce it. Anyway, 3 mana or red, a legendary creature, human noble. It's a 2/1 of prowess. And whenever Queen attacks, create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell. This token deals 1 damage to each opponent. So this is kind of interesting. It's making wizard tokens whenever you're attacking, but it is on a 2/1 with no evasion. Yes, it has prowess, so it could get big enough that blocking it will be not that interesting for your opponents, or they're going to take a lot of damage or lose a creature, but it's a little bit too much work for what you're getting, so I don't think it's very good in Commander. So Queen Bran, we're going to go with your Knight, and I'm going to put it over here in trash. Next, we got Quina Ku Gourmet. This is a 3 mana green legendary creature Ku. It's a 2/3, and if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature token are created instead, and you pay 2 mana, sacrifice a frog, put a +1/+1 counter on Quina. I feel like this card's actually pretty decent. We've seen a bunch of these effects in green even. I think there's, like, in the Lord of the Rings set, they had the same thing, but like you make a food token instead of a frog. I think frog might be even better in certain situations. Yeah, especially if you're like making 1 token at a time, and then it's like it just doubles the tokens you're getting. And you're getting frog tokens, and if you could put like a skull clamp on them, then you're really having a grand old time. I think this could be good. I think this is something you could like jam into like Lonus or whatever and have a fun time with it. Yeah, I think this card is actually strong in the 99 of Lonus decks, Sam decks, and maybe other decks too. Ooh, you could also put in Rocco Street Chef. Yeah, it's great in the 99 of a bunch of decks, actually. Next, we got Quistis Trep. This is a 3 mana blue 2/2 legendary creature human wizard. It has blue magic. Whenever Quistis enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from a graveyard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell will be put into a graveyard, exiled instead. So this is kind of like a bad Snapcaster. It costs 3 mana instead of 2, but you get to target any graveyard, like any instant or sorcery in any graveyard, not just your own, which is very exciting. I think the way it's worded though, you have to cast it immediately. So if you pay 3 mana to have Quistis enter, then you need to have more mana laying around to cast instant sorcery afterwards. So kind of is limiting what spells you can actually cast with it, because like you probably won't have enough mana to cast like a 6-drop or something after you paid 3 mana on Quistis. It gets a lot more interesting though if you're in a blink deck though. So then especially if you like blink it for free, like a Thassa or whatever, like a mana freeway Displacer Kitten. If you have a mana free way of blinking Quistis, then you'll have all your mana available to cast whatever spells from your graveyard to anybody else, which makes it a lot more interesting. I think this card is actually quite good. It's also 1 mana less than like Archaeomancer and stuff. Archaeomancer puts it into your hand, so you don't have to immediately cast it or whatever if you don't have the mana to. But this targets your opponent's graveyards, which is really nice. I think this card is actually kind of sweet. Yeah, Quistis, I'm gonna put you. Like, it's probably a maybe, but I don't know. I think this card is actually pretty sweet in Blink deck, so I'm going to put it in great in the 99. At the bottom of great in the 99. Now, a little bit better than these guys. But yeah, I think it's actually pretty decent. Next, we got Raban, Bull of Alamigo, I don't know. 2 mana red, legendary creature, human warrior. It's a 2/2. As ward, pay life equal to Raban's power. Whenever Raban attacks, attach up to 1 target equipment you control to target attacking creature. So this is another way of getting around equip cost, so it can save you a lot of mana whenever you're attacking with Raban. Obviously the bigger the equip cost, the more value you're getting out of it. So something like a Colossus Hammer, for example, is going to be maximum value with Raban. There are a lot of ways to equip for free these days in Boros colors, even in mono red. So it's not like an ultra unique effect, but it is an interesting one, and it works a little bit better than some of the other cheaper equip costs. Is it good in the 99 or in the command zone? I think it's a good commander. You could just equip for free, which is nice once per turn. And you can do the Colossus Hammer stuff in the ward. You know, it's not super useful, super consistent, but like once you do have Raban to like 10 or more power, then it is really costly to actually kill him with targeted removal. And he's only 2 mana, which is also nice. And I think he's probably better in I don't know. He's probably better in the 99, but I don't think I'd run him in the 99 of Boros decks just because there's better equip abilities than Raban these days. But maybe as a commander, I don't know. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too down on him. We'll just put him at the bottom of great in the command zone. I'm not going to think too much about it. Next, we got Red 13, Proud Warrior, also known as Nanaki. It's a 3 mana Gruul legendary creature beast warrior. It's a 3/3. It has Vigilance, Trample. Other modified creatures you control have Vigilance and Trample. It has Cosmo Memory. When red enters, return target aura or equipment card from your graveyard to your hand. So red benefits not just equipments, which is where the precon he comes from is about. It's Naya equipments, but it also helps aura decks too, which is quite nice. And it conveys that it offers that vigilance and trample to other modified creatures as well, which is also nice. I think this card is a lot of value. That works a lot better in the 99, supporting your Voltron-y commander or whatever, rather than being the commander itself, just because it offers up the vigilance and trample to whatever is modified. So to get most of the value out of it, you probably just want him as a support card, and then also you want to cast him a little bit later, not necessarily early, because once you have an aura and equipment in your graveyard, then red can actually return it. So for those reasons, I think this is a really excellent card to put in a 99 of Aura and Equipment decks, and not the commander, but I definitely think it's a very good high-value card that you want to be casting like mid-game, maybe even late game, and get some good value out of it. So Auras or Equipments, I think Red 13 is a great playmaker in the 99. I'm going to put him right beside Bugenhagen because they're buds. Next, we got Reno and Rune. This is a 2 mana black legendary creature human assassin. It's a 2/1 with menace. Whenever Reno and Rune deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. Then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exile card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. So it's a theft card that is a little bit aristocratic. You're sacrificing artifacts or creatures to get that value. It has a little bit of evasion, not great evasion, but it has a little bit of it. It's okay. If you're in like a dedicated theft deck, then I think it's fine. But you have to be a theft deck that also has things that you're willing to sacrifice, which is a lot of hoops to jump through. It doesn't really have really great evasion. It requires you to sacrifice things, and then on top of that, you still have to pay the mana to actually cast whatever you're stealing. It's okay. I would probably play it in theft deck still, but it's not like the best card in a theft deck. So Reno and Rude, it's a maybe. It's okay. Next, we got Riku, Resourceful Guardian. It's a 3-mana blue legendary creature, human artificer. It's a 2/3. Whenever you put one or more counters on a creature until end of turn, that creature can't be blocked by creatures your opponents control, so unblockable. And then it has Steal. Pay 1 mana, tap it, move a counter from target creature an opponent controls onto target creature you control. Activate only as a sorcery. The Steal, I think, is a pretty unique effect. I don't think we've seen this ability on a creature before. Question mark? I'm not quite sure. But it's kind of cute that you could just steal counters from your opponents. But the major usefulness of Riku is just that when you're putting counters on your creatures, and which is very easy to do, +1/+1 counter deck, you're just giving them unblockable until end of turn, which is nice. The fact that it's not like a static unblockable makes it a little bit meh to me. And the steal effect, I think, is good. It's cool. I mean, it's a cool effect, but that's entirely reliant on what your opponents are playing. And I don't know how often or how regular it is that your opponents are going to have counters on their creatures. I guess it's very meta dependent, but yeah, overall, I think it's okay. It's kind of okay. We've already have ways of giving creatures with counters on them unblockable at like 4 mana, I believe. There's like a Merfolk that does it. And this is 3 mana, so it's a little bit cheaper, but it's less consistent on what it's doing. And yeah, I think it's okay, not like the best. It's a cool ability, but not the best. Riku, you're going to be a maybe for me. Next, we got Renoa Heartily. This is a 5-mana Selesnya legendary creature, human rebel warlock. It's a 4/4, and when it enters, create Angelo, a legendary 1/1 green and white dog creature token. And when it has Angelo Cannon, whenever Renoa attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. Let's check out the doggo token. It's the most important. Oh my god, it's so cute. Oh my god, it's so cute. Like, the card is bad. I think Renoa as a card mechanic wise is bad. So I'll give the Renoa trash, and I'll give the token Tomer favorites. Is that acceptable? How do we rank that? If I say 10 out of 10 token, 1 out of 10 card that the token comes from, what does that lead it to be? I don't know. All right, Renoa, you're a trash tier card, but Angelo is an S tier doggo. Ugh. You know what? Just for Angelo, it's gonna go in the Tomer favorites. I need that token. It's so floofy. All right, next we got Rosa, Resolute White Mage. It's a 4-mana white legendary creature, human noble cleric. It's a 2/3 with reach, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains lifelink until end of turn. It's okay. It's fine. It's also not an archer. That kind of bothers me a little bit. Like, this whole thing it has a bow. Should it not just be an archer? Isn't that a creature type? I believe it is. Anyway, maybe they ran out of space. Like, just at the beginning of combat, giving something +1/+1 lifelink. It's very, very dominant, I would imagine, and like limited and stuff. But like in Commander, it's fine. It's not okay. It's okay. Could have been like lifelink counter, and then I would have been like, ooh, that's more exciting, I guess. But yeah, nah, not really. All right, Rosa, sorry, but you're trash. Next, we got Rufus Shinra. This is a 3-mana Orzhov legendary creature, human noble. It's 2/4. Whenever Rufus attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar, a legendary 2/2 white and black dog creature token. I remember this fight was really cool, by the way, in the first game in the remake. But as a card, yeah, it's obviously it's not meant for Commander, right? It's just like a 3-mana 2/4 that comes with a 2/2. Like, okay, and it's fine. If the dog dies, first of all, how dare you? It's a good boy too. Darkstar is a good boy. Look at him; he's such a cutie. But if it does die, and then you blink Rufus or something, you get Darkstar again, which is cool. Yeah, but the card's not very good in Commander. Okay, Rufus, I'm sorry. You're in the trash here. Darkstar, you deserve better. All right, I think we have to take Renoa and put her. No. The Angel is just too cute. Angel is holding up Renoa in the Tomer favorites. Next, we got Rydia, Summoner of Mist. This is a 2-mana Gruul, legendary creature, human shaman. It's a 1/2 with landfall, and whenever a land you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card, and it has summon, pay X, tap her, return target saga card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. So Rydia works really well with the new summons from Final Fantasy set, where they're sagas, but they're also creatures, and that's why Rydia's summon effect gives them haste. So you can return them to the battlefield, and they can immediately attack, which is the main gimmick here. Though she can target other non-creature sagas as well, and it works totally fine there too. I think this is actually a decent amount of value on a 2-drop, even as an uncommon, which is basically made for limited. Like, the landfall trigger, if you have infinite landfall combo shenanigans, you get to rummage through your entire deck and then find your win condition and win off that, because it's a May effect. So you could like literally rummage, find your landfall creature that says whenever you have a landfall trigger, you ping each opponent. There's like a new one even in the main set that does that. So she's a great way of, like, if you have her as your commander, for example, she's a great way to be an infinite landfall outlet that finds your win condition if you're still searching for it, which is nice. And then the summon ability is quite nice for any saga deck. It is particularly good with the creature sagas, but it works with any saga, and it's a nice little mana outlet for that. And the finality counter is not really a big deal. Like, whatever, you don't get to reanimate the same saga again. Boo-hoo. It's fine. You'll just reanimate a different saga. Who cares? Yeah, I think the card's actually really, really good. Surprisingly powerful for uncommon even. I think Rydia works best in the 99 of a saga deck. Like, obviously she works fine if you just want to have infinite outlets for your landfall shenanigans. You could put her in the command zone and she's fine. But I think she's just probably better in like a saga deck that has access to more colors. But I could see the argument for having her in the command zone too. She's great either way. Next, we got Sabin, Master Monk. It's a 5-mana red legendary creature, human noble monk. It's a 4/3 with double strike and has Blitz. Pay 4 mana, discard a card, and Blitz is from Capenna, I believe. If you cast a spell for its Blitz cost, it gains haste, and when this creature dies, draw a card, sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step, and you may cast this card from your graveyard using its Blitz ability. So Sabin's kind of like a graveyard payoff, where you never really want to cast Sabin from your hand. Ideally, you just want to discard him or mill him or whatever. But yeah, you could always just blitz him out of your hand. That's fine too. And then the payoff is you got a 4/4 double striker. You're smacking somebody in the face for 8 damage potentially, which is quite nice. And he's also a discard outlet himself, so you're discarding other creatures to reanimate later. Or if you're like a discard matters style deck, he can be enabling that sort of stuff too. I personally actually have a mono red discard deck, which is led by Inti, and I'm kind of interested in Sabin. I don't know if just paying 4 mana to smack somebody for 8 over and over again is worth it to me, honestly. But it is an interesting card. I really like the design. So I'll be generous and say greater than 99, but I'm not quite sure if it's great enough for my Inti deck yet. So Sabin, I think you're greater than 99. If you want to go Graveyard Matters, it's a great thing to just discard and then use his ability to smack people for 8 and keep discarding. Next, we got Saz Katzroy. It's a 4-mana green legendary creature human pilot. It's a 3/3, and when it enters, you may search your library for a bird or basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and shuffle. When Saz attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, then double the number of counters on that creature. So again, counters matters, and it's also like birds matters, because 4 mana, ETB get a basic land is like not very exciting, but ETB get a bird is actually not so bad, I mean, it's not great, but it's not so bad. And then it's counters mattering, doubling counters, putting counters on stuff. It's value. I don't know if birds are that big on +1/+1 counters, but I guess they are in this set, I guess. So it's if you're using both sides of this card, I think it's worth the 4 mana. So Saz, I'll be generous. I'll say it's great in the 99 of bird decks, maybe? Yeah, sure. Next, we got Cypher Almasi. It's a 4-mana red legendary creature, human knight. It's a 3/4, and when a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn and has Fire Cross. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell will be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So Cypher can give any creature double strike, which is nice, but if you give itself double strike, you could potentially cast 2 instant sorcery spells from your graveyard for free, which is really good value. I like the little bit of flexibility there, but the only thing that's keeping me from saying this card is great is the fact that we have the exact same card from a Strixhaven. It was like an Ifrit or something that was like basically same mana, but it always has double strike, and it doesn't have the restriction of mana value 3 or less from an instant or sorcery. You can't target other creatures to give them double strike, but I think like the main idea here is you double strike Cypher and then you double flashback 2 spells or something like that. So the fact that the Strixhaven one exists and I've never seen it played ever means Cypher probably is a little bit worse and probably won't see much play either. It's a maybe. It's a cool effect. It's trying at the very least. Next we have Sephiroth, Fabled Soldier. It's a 3-mana black legendary creature, human avatar soldier. It's a 3/3, and whenever Sephiroth enters or attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, draw a card. Whenever another creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life, and you gain 1 life. If this is the 4th time this ability has resolved this turn, transform Sephiroth. The backside is Sephiroth, One-Ringed Angel. It's a 5/5 legendary creature, Angel Nightmare Avatar. It has flying and it has Supernova. As this creature transforms into One-Winged Angel, you get an emblem that says whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. And when Sephiroth attacks, you may sacrifice any number of other creatures. If you do, draw that many cards. So this is probably the most pushed card in the sets. Well, I mean, probably VV was the most pushed, but this is definitely the one they tried to push the most in the set to be like, hey, this is the Chase Mythic of the set, you guys. This is our One Ring. I really feel like this is like supposed to be the One Ring of the Final Fantasy set. It's the Chase Mythic that everybody's going to be super excited for. I think does it have a serialized version of it? I don't know. I don't think so. No, it's only the Chocobos. I'm kind of surprised they didn't have like serialized 1/1 One-Winged Angel, but whatever. Yeah, this card is as insane as it reads. It's basically a Blood Artist that costs 1 extra, and then for paying 1 extra mana compared to a Blood Artist, you're getting card draw. You're getting a sack outlet, which is what these aristocrat decks, any Blood Artist deck wants to be doing anyway. And then it pretty easily transforms into a flying 5/5, turns the Blood Artist effect into an emblem. So even when Sephiroth dies, you're still draining your opponents. And then it draws even more cards. Because why not? All for 3 mana, which is kind of ridiculous. I feel like this is probably the worst design card in the entire set by a long shot, because while maybe it's not even the most powerful one, it is definitely in the top 3 most powerful. I think Vivi might be even more powerful than it at like the highest power levels. While it may not be the most powerful, it is supporting Black Sacrifice, which is the most popular archetype in Black, and is one of the most popular, probably like top 5, top 3 most popular archetypes in all of Commander. So because it's only mono black, so it can fit in every single Black Sacrifice deck, including like any sort of black multicolor sacrifice deck, which there's so many of. Because it's that good, and it's like just an upgrade to Blood Artists and everything out there. This is going to be obscenely good and obscenely popular, and probably going to show up in the 99 or want to be shown up in the 99 of any sacrifice deck, right? Because if you can afford it, or if you're okay with proxying it, why wouldn't you put Sephiroth in your sacrifice deck, right? Because it's so good. why wouldn't you? You're already running Blood Artist. If you already like the Blood Artist effect, then Sephiroth is just better. It costs 1 extra mana, but then you get so much more on top of it. So yeah, I think this is a very horrible design. I think they definitely knew what they were doing, making it this strong. I think they just wanted another One Ring. And yeah, I think this is going to be seeing a lot of play. A lot of play in Commander. But I also don't like that it's also a mythic, so it's going to be obscenely expensive to get your hands on. And I do not like that. I do not like pay to win being a thing in Commander. So yeah, not a fan of this card, even though I will definitely agree that it is incredibly powerful. So Sephiroth, great in the command zone, great in the 99. It doesn't really matter where you put him. Definitely not a Tomer favorite, though, because I'm not a fan of this design at all. You know what? I'll say, yeah, no, it's better in the command zone. Yeah, there we go. Bam. All right, next we have a much more chill Sephiroth. This is Sephiroth, Fallen Hero. It's a 5-mana Boros legendary creature, human avatar soldier. It's a 7/5 and it has Genova cells. Whenever it attacks, you may put a cell counter on target creature. Until end of turn, each modified creature you control has base power and toughness 7/5 and has the Reunion. It's a pay 3 mana, sacrifice a modified creature, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, and you also get to do this at instant speed, which is really, really nice. So this is a great card that's like a buff effect for basically like a go wide equipment strategy, especially like the rebel tokens. Like if you have just like, for Mirrodin type cards or your living weapons, stuff like that, all your living weapons and stuff that are like these small dirty creatures suddenly become 7/5s, and that's pretty incredible. And the other really incredible thing about Sephiroth is it gets around the command tax. Like when Sephiroth eventually dies, you can always get him back at instant speed for 3 mana, which is really, really good. So I think this is going to be in the same type of deck as, like, I think the most popular Boros equipment leader is Nahiri, and it's all about living weapons and equipments that come into play with attached to tokens. And I think Sephiroth plays very well with that strategy as well, too. I think Nahiri is probably a little bit better, just a little bit, in the command zone, where Sephiroth is just offering a big anthem effect and not card draw, which the deck desperately needs. So I think it's better than the 99, but it's also a great commander too, just because it's so consistent. You have to basically cast it a single time, and then from then on, you could just sacrifice just a random token or whatever that's modified and get it back whenever you need. So yeah, I think it's good. Definitely not as strong as the other Sephiroth, which I think is a good thing. All right, this Sephiroth, great in the 99. I think there's more competition for it in the command zone, though. Next, we have the third and final Sephiroth, which is in the starter decks. It's not a face commander. It's like the face of the precon, and it's Sephiroth, Planet's Heir. It's 6 mana Dimir, legendary creature, human avatar soldier. It's a 4/4 with vigilance, and when it enters, creatures your opponents control get -2/-2 until end of turn. And whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Sephiroth. I think this card, even though it's a starter kit card, and starter kits notoriously have like weaker cards in them, I think this one is actually kind of decent. 6 mana is a lot for its effect, but it's essentially a massacre worm that doesn't make your opponents lose life, but instead grows and has vigilance, so it's very good at attacking and blocking at the same time. And the same thing with Massacre Worm effects. It works very well with blinks. You keep blinking Sephiroth and you keep killing your opponent's weak creatures, or you could play Sephiroth, blink it immediately, and kill bigger creatures. So yeah, I think it's actually pretty decent. It's not a great card. It's weaker than a Massacre Worm overall, due to the lack of the life loss thingy, but it's not bad. Honestly, it's pretty decent. I think if you want another Massacre Worm in your deck, I think slotting in this Sephiroth isn't the bad call. We have another flip creature with Sarah Farron. This is a 3-mana Selesnya legendary creature, human citizen. It's a 2/2. And the first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less to cast. Nice. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 2 or more other legendary creatures, you may transform Sarah. And the backside is horrifying. The girl turned into crystal. What? That's probably not great for her. I hope she's okay. I hope she got better. Crystallized Sarah. Legendary artifact. The first legendary creature spell you cast each turn costs 2 less. Again, and legendary creatures control get +2/+2. So I feel bad for Sarah. She turned into an ornament. But yeah, I think the card's interesting. It's a nice little mana discount for legendary creatures. And then it gives a little bit of a pump effect afterwards. That's okay. It's not like great, but it is okay. So if you're like a big Legendary Matters deck, and especially if you can utilize that mana discount as well as possible, like a lot of creatures that cost 2 a generic, that you can get that maximum value out of it, then it's pretty good. And then the anthems, okay. So yeah, I think it's fine overall. Sarah, I'm gonna put you like at the top of the maybe. Like it's okay. It's definitely usable in a Legendary Creatures Matters deck, but it is a little bit clunky to utilize properly. Next, we got Setzer, Wandering Gambler. 3-mana Rakdos, legendary creature, human rogue pilot. When Setzer enters, create the Blackjack, a legendary 3/3 colorless vehicle artifact token with flying and crew 2. And whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, you flip a coin. And whenever you win a coin flip, create 2 tapped treasure tokens. So this is kind of interesting, where you can kind of build this as a vehicle deck, or you can build this as a coin flip deck. Coin flips typically are strongest in Izzet colors. They're just most supported in Izzet colors. So not having access to blue sets her a little bit awkward. And vehicles are typically like white-blue based, I'd say, most often. So again, Rakdos color is a little bit awkward. But it is an interesting build around. It does offer enough here that I think it would be interesting to put Setzer in the command zone and see what you can do with it. Like, can you build a coin flip deck under Setzer? Because the payoff here is very, very good. Making treasure tokens all the time when you're winning coin flips is very nice. And then the vehicle thing is also just very nice too. So I think there is enough value here, but I think it's definitely a build around. I can't think off the top of my head what good commanders Setzer can just like slap into the 99 of. I think there's like a Grixis vehicles commander out there that this might work in the 99 of, but I think this is also even more interesting in the command zone. All right, Setzer, we're going to put you great in the command zone. I'm kind of interested to see what type of deck comes out of this. Next, we got Seymour Flux. I guess this is like his ultimate form, because I think we saw the green version already. This is a 5-mana black legendary creature, Spirit Avatar. It's a 5/5. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 life. If you do, draw a card and put a +1/+1 counter on Seymour Flux. So it's a 5-mana 5/5 Phyrexian Arena that grows. That's okay. It's not very exciting. It doesn't have flying or anything. So it's just okay. It's just like a big guy who grows a little bit, draws you cards very slowly. It's fine. I think Seymour, you're like a maybe. I think maybe I would put him in the 99 of like a spirit deck, because he's a spirit. So I don't know. You got to take what you can get in a spirit deck, I think. Next, we've got Shadow Mysterious Assassin. It's a 3-mana black legendary creature, human assassin. It's a 3/3 with Death Touch and has Throw. Whenever Shadow deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice another non-land permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses life equals to the mana value of the sacrifice permanent. So I guess, because we've seen the dog already, Intercessor. So what I'm guessing is Shadow throws his dog at people. Is that what happens? And the dog dies? Which is very grim. I don't like that. But I think, okay, we'll have the lore speculation aside. I think the card is pretty darn cool. It's a unique twist on a sacrifice style deck where, yes, you have a sack outlet, and yes, it also doubles as a finisher because it drains your opponents at the same time, but it's tied towards combat damage, which is a bit of a hoop you have to jump through. You need to give Shadow evasion essentially in order to reliably trigger this on top of doing the sacrifice thingy. And I think that's pretty neat. I think overall that's still very good value for a 3-drop. That has Death Touch, so it's not like somebody can easily like block with a bigger creature and not lose anything in the process. You're always going to get something out of it. But it's just very good with evasion. I think this is pretty good. You know, once per turn sacrifice, draw 2, drain your opponents a little bit is just a good on a 3-drop for an Aristocrats deck. So Shadow, I think is great in the 99. I hope the dog's okay though. Next we got Shantoto, Tactician Magician. It's a 3-mana Izzet legendary creature dwarf wizard. It's a 0/4, and it says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantoto gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. If X is 4 or more, draw a card. So again, this is mana value matters for non-creature spells, but unlike the more broken versions of it that we've seen before, this one cares about how much mana you actually cast to cast a spell, not just, how high the mana value of the card is. So you can't do cheaty face things with it. Overall, it's not very exciting. It's a little bit of a pump effect, and then if you're casting big spells, you get to draw a card, but you really have to work for it. There's easier ways to pump and easier ways to draw cards. In Izzet, obviously. So, yeah, not a great in Commander, probably decent in Limited, though. So Shantoto, pretty trash in Commander. Next, we got Shalinda Yvonne Acolyte. It's a 2-mana Selesnya legendary creature, human cleric. It's a 2/2 with lifelink. Whenever another creature you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. If its power is less than Shalinda's power, otherwise put a counter on Shalinda. So this is a 2-mana version of, I think it's like Good Luck, Good Fortune Unicorn or something, which is just a 3-mana Selesnya creature that says whenever another creature you control enters, you put a counter on that creature. This is a 2-mana version of it, and it has lifelink, so it's more mana efficient. However, it doesn't always put a counter on that creature. If Shalinda is not big enough, you first put counters on Shalinda, and then you put counters on that creature. But overall, though, I think it's the same effect, and it's worth this. A little bit of inconsistency is worth it over here because you're paying 1 mana less, and Shalinda has lifelink, and she puts counters on herself too. So I think that's just it's not like an upgrade over the unicorn, but both decks that care about counters and putting counters on all your creatures, like a +1/+1 counter deck. This is like just another slam dunk. This is a really efficient way of putting counters on your creatures. And the lifelink is really nice on top of it. I think it's much better than the 99 than the command zone, though. It's fine in the command zone, but I think there's more interesting things you can do in the command zone. And she's just a really good playmaker that you ideally want to play on turn 2 or whatever, and get value out of in the 99. So Shalinda, great in the 99. Next, we got Siegfried, Famed Swordsman. 4-mana black legendary creature, human warrior rogue. It's a 2/2 with menace. When it enters, mill 3 cards. Then put X +1/+1 counters on Siegfried, where X is twice the number of cards in your graveyard. Okay, so Siegfried gets really, really big. Siegfried is a big boy. If you have like 10 creature cards in your graveyard, it's already a 22/22, which is very respectable. And as menace, that's not great evasion, but it is some amount of evasion. I think this card is actually probably best as a commander, right? You can pretty quickly get to lethal damage with Siegfried. It's like a 4-drop that will immediately become in a built around deck like a 2020 or something. That's actually not that bad. Even in 99, if you like sacrifice it to like fling at your opponents or whatever, that's already good. And you reanimate him and he gets even bigger and stuff. I think this card is actually good. It's just like a big dumb beater. And I was about to write it off being like, it's just a big dumb beater. Who cares? But it's a really big dumb beater. And I think that's the main sticking point here. When the beater's big and dumb enough for the mana cost, I think it starts becoming suddenly very good again. And I think Siegfried crosses that threshold, being big enough that is worthy of being a finisher. So yeah, Siegfried, I'm actually a fan. I think I prefer him in the 99 actually. And just like flinging him or essence harvesting him or whatever, and then just draining out my opponents. But I think he does the job very well because he gets so huge. Next, we got Sin Spira's Punishment. It's a 7-mana Sultai legendary creature, Leviathan Avatar. It's a 7/7 as flying. Whenever Sin enters or attacks, exile a permanent card from your graveyard at random. Then create a tap token that's a copy of that card. If the exile card is a land card, repeat this process. This card is a lot of mana, but it has a really cool effect. If you're like a very heavy lands deck, or you could just like cultivate a graveyard that is all lands, like you're just playing fetch lands and stuff, and you're sacrificing lands or whatever, self-milling, and you're removing the non-land cards from the graveyard somehow, you get to just like not reanimate all the lands, but you get a lot of value out of it. Obviously, it's like this is a lot of work to just get a Splendid Reclamation out of a card, but it is an enters or attacks trigger, which is quite nice. And the 7 mana is a lot of mana, but I don't think anybody's actually going to be hard casting Sin. You just kind of put it in the graveyard, self-mill it or whatever, and then reanimate it, and it's a flying 7/7 that gets you a ton of value. I think this card's actually good. I think it's really solid in 99. As a commander, it's just too much mana. You don't really want to hard cast it. You ideally just want to self-mill and reanimate it. But yeah, I think as a reanimation target, it is really nice. So Sin, Spirits, Punishment, a really good reanimate target. I'll put it up here. I don't know. The actual ordering over here, by the way, doesn't really matter. There's so many cards. I'm just kind of like throwing them into the categories. Don't look too much into the actual ordering of them in the categories. Okay, we got another Sin. This is Sin Unending Cataclysm. It's a 7 mana blue legendary creature Leviathan Avatar. It's a 5/5 with flying trample, and as it enters, remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Sin enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, where X is twice the number of counters removed this way. And when Sin dies, put its counters on target creature you control, then shuffle this card into its owner's library. This card is a really cool finisher in a counters matters deck. In +1/+1 counters is probably at its weakest point because you, generally speaking, don't want to really remove that many counters from creatures with +1/+1 counters on them. But if you are in like a saga deck, for example, this is really exciting because resetting all the chapter abilities is really, really good. It keeps those sagas on the battlefield much longer. And then also if you have like a lot of finality counters or other just kind of like negative counters that he could remove, Sin just removes them, which is already furthering your game plan. And then you just end up having just a huge chunky beater with flying and trample to finish the game. Also of note is you can also remove counters from your opponent's stuff. So if your opponents have a +1/+1 counter deck, you're absolutely ruining their day. You reset their board essentially. And then if they have like cool things on their artifacts or enchantments, you can do the same thing too. So the fact that it can target your opponent's stuff just adds extra value to it. But I think this is a slam dunk in like saga decks. I guess mostly saga decks. Mostly saga decks, let's be real. I think it's also best in the 99 rather than the command zone because it's just so much mana. And it's more of like a mid to late game card. And that's something you would cast early on. And I typically value commanders that can be cast mid to like early to mid game as engines over late game cards that aren't really engines. So yeah, I really like Sin, but more in the 99. So this Sin, I'll say great in the 99. Oh my God, we're almost there. Mughals and Lalafels, we're almost there. We're at 121 of 162. Finally. Soon I can rest. Soon. All right, let's go. Snow Villiers. It's a 3 mana white legendary creature, human rebel monk. It has 3 toughness, and its power is equal to the number of creatures you control and has vigilance. Not good in commander. Next. The quickest trash ever. Next, we got Squall Seed Mercenary. It's a 4 mana Orzhov legendary creature, human knight mercenary. It's a 3/4 rough divide. Whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike until end of turn. And whenever a Squall deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. This is a cool card. Basically, the idea here is, well, first of all, it can give other creatures you control double strike, but if the timing is right, you can put double strike on Squall and potentially get back 2 permanent cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. So if you have like fetch lands and stuff, this is like straight up ramp. It could be double ramp, which is really nice on a 4-drop. It's essentially like a Sun Titan. It is a Sun Titan effect. It's a little bit more awkward-y, but it's also only 4 mana instead of 6. And it can be totally built around as your commander, which is particularly sweet. I've also heard murmurs of it being like kind of a cool stacks commander. Like, for example, if you're running like Stasis Orb and Winter Orb, you can play those cards and then wait until like before your turn, sacrifice those cards, and then you get to untap all your stuff, get around the Winter Orb effect, and then attack with Squall, return it back to the battlefield, rinse, repeat, have fun. So that could be a really fun style deck if you want to lose all your friends, or you're just playing CDH, I guess. But yeah, I think the card is good value either way. If you're playing it nice and chill and getting back your fetch lands and whatever, that's cool. If you want to go full evil stacks, that's cool too. So Squall, I think, is great in the 99 of a bunch of decks, but it's also very interesting in the command zone too. Next, we got Slitskin Moogle Merchant. It's another card that I'm very excited about personally. It's a 1-mana white legendary creature Moogle. It's a 1/2 with lifelink, and you can pay 2 mana, tap it. Target opponent gains control of another target permanent you control. If they do, you draw a card. Now, Slitskin is like another cool donate option. It costs mana to donate. It's 2 mana, and you have to tap it. It's a little bit awkward, but you do get to draw a card when you do so. And the main benefit here is, for me personally, because I have a Zedruu the Great-Hearted deck. It was the very first commander deck I ever owned. It was the precon that got me into the commander back in 2011. And you know what? I want more cool thematic ways of donating my stuff, and Slitskin does the job. It's not super great at its job. You still have to pay 2 mana, and you can only give away one thing, but it's less mana than Zedruu. It also draws you a card, and it's less color pip heavy on doing that. So I like those things. As a commander, I think it's a little bit too narrow. I guess you could build around it and find like evil gifts to give or just any gifts to give in mono white, but I like it a lot more in Zedruu. So Slitskin Moogle Merchant, because it is going into one of my decks, it is therefore a Tomor favorite. Next, we got Strago and Realm. This is a 3-mana red legendary creature, human wizard. It's a 1/3. It has Sketch Lore. You can pay 3 mana, tap it. Target opponent exiles cards from the top of the library until they exile an instant, sorcery, or creature card. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste, and at the beginning of the end step, sacrifice this creature. Activate only as a sorcery. So I think this card is kind of slow and kind of weak because you're only getting value off one person's library. You have to pay 3 mana to do so, and you can whiff horribly. Like if you hit like a counter spell or something that doesn't really give you any value, it feels very awkward. Or you hit like a board wipe when you don't want to wipe the board. There's a lot of ways this can go horribly wrong for you and just do nothing, or you could get very lucky and get hit something really great. But the variance is kind of sucky, and it's only sorcery speed. That's also kind of blah about it. You do get to exile a bunch of cards potentially from your opponents, although instant sorcery creature, you're probably not going to mill or exile that much. Yeah, I think this card's kind of bad. I think if it didn't cost mana, I think it would be really strong, and you like throw in like a once per turn thingy on it, so it's not too crazy. Or if you could hit all of your opponents, then it would be a lot more exciting. And it's like, I guess then it would be an Italy, but you have to pay 3 mana for the Italy, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think as is, it just doesn't do enough, and the variance is too high. That said, there is a world where it's probably decent, so let me know in the comment section if it's better than my initial critique of it. Next, we got Tataru Tauru. This is a 2-mana white legendary creature dwarf advisor. When it enters, you draw a card, and target opponent may draw a card. And it's also 0/3, and has Scion's Secretary. Whenever an opponent draws a card, if it isn't that player's turn, create a tapped treasure token. This ability triggers only once each turn. So Tataru is pretty neat. It's a group hug deck, or it's a group hug card, but like any good group hug card, you're getting more benefit out of it than your opponents, which is what I like the most. The ETB is like a little mini secret rendezvous, so Richard is fist bumping somewhere when he's reading it. But the Silent Secretary thing is the really exciting part. So obviously when it ETBs, you're also going to be getting a treasure token because it triggers that other part. But if you could have cards that draw for everybody, for example, I guess Secret Rendezvous effects do it, but if there were other ones too to consistently trigger the secondary trigger and make treasures, then it becomes really, really exciting. I'm kind of interested in putting it into my Zedruu deck. I run a lot of like Howling Mine effects where people get to draw extra cards, but they're doing that on their turn. That's the main thing. They don't really draw extra cards on my turn or on other people's turns. So I don't know how effective it would be, but it is an interesting card. I think Tataru is actually a good, strong card. I'm sure it's great in the 99 of some deck, but I just don't know which deck it's going to be. Next, we got Tella, Great Sage. It's a 5-mana Izzet legendary creature, human wizard. It's a 3/3 that says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, create a 1/1, call its hero creature token. If 4 more mana was spent to cast that spell, draw 2 cards. If 8 or more mana was spent to cast that spell, sacrifice Tella and it deals that much damage to each opponent. So this is another cool like non-creature, high mana value matters, which again is very fairly written, where you actually have to spend that mana to trigger its powerful abilities. The first ability, whatever. It's a 5 mana bad Talrand. The second ability, where you pay 4 mana to cast a spell, draw 2 cards, is okay. And then 8 or more, it's okay too. I don't know. Overall, it's kind of underwhelming. Like, sure, it provides a lot of value if you cast high mana value spells, but like, it's going to be hard to cast all these spells. Like, where are you getting all the mana from? I think overall, it's going to be underwhelming to me. I think, yeah, it could be a maybe, but I think it's really trash. I think it's actually a trash card. Next, we got Terra, Herald of Hope. It's a 3 mana Mardu, legendary creature, human wizard warrior. It's a 3/3 with Trance. At the beginning of combat on your turn, mill 2 cards. Terra gains flying until end of turn. And whenever a Terra deals combat damage to a player, you may pay 2 mana. If you do, return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So this is like basically 2025 Power Corrupt Alicia. It returns creatures to the battlefield, but they don't have to be attacking, so they don't have to like immediately die. It cares about power, not specifically mana value, so you can have like high mana value things with low power reanimated super efficiently. You have to pay 2 mana to do so, and you have to deal combat damage, but like that's totally fine. And it also gives itself evasion, which is really nice, and it also mills, so it can put things into the graveyard for you to reanimate with her second ability. All great things, all for 3 mana. That's incredible. It's the face commander of the Final Fantasy VI precon, and I think it is very good, solid value. It's not like broken or anything. It's not doing anything super busted, but it is a really cool build around a really, really strong Mardu Reanimator deck. And I think the main key about this card is very consistent. It's just doing its thing very, very consistently, and I like it a lot. The other weird thing, though, quick aside, quick tangent. Like I said, I'm playing Final Fantasy IX right now, and their limit break is Trance. So I wonder if maybe this Trance is a similar thing. Does this Trance on this character work the same way as the Trance mechanic in Final Fantasy IX? Let me know in the comment section. So Terra, excellent design. Very powerful card, but not like oppressively so. I'm going to put it, I'll put it here, over here in Grid Command Zone. Next, we got Terra, Magical Adept. It's a 3 mana Gruul creature. However, it has a commander identity of Wooburg, 5 colors because of the backside, which we'll get to later. So it's a legendary creature, human wizard warrior. That's a 4/2. And when it enters, mill 5 cards, put up to 1 enchantment card milled this way into your hand. And then it has Trance, 6 mana, 4 green and red. There we go. Exile Terra, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. Activate only as a sorcery. And then the backside is a saga. It's a 5-color saga, actually. Well, no, it's not a 5-color. It's a Gruul saga, but it has the 5 pips. That's what I meant. Anyway, the backside is a legendary enchantment creature, Saga Wizard. It's a 6/6 with flying. It has 4 chapters. The first 3 chapters are create a token that's a copy of target non-legendary enchantment you control. It gains haste, and if it's a saga, put up to 3 lore counters on it, sacrifice it at the beginning of your end step. And then the 4th chapter is add double Wooburg, exile Terra, then return it to the battlefield on the front side. So this card is going to be the best saga commander, right? Sorry, Tom Bombadil fans, but I imagine a lot of them are going to be jumping over to the Terra bandwagon. It comes out earlier, and it immediately gets value. Like, even if you don't have an enchantment already in your graveyard, that ETB mill 5 is probably going to find one, so it's already giving you card advantage less card recursion. And then once you do manage to sink 6 mana into her, which is, again, you're in green, shouldn't be too hard to do so. The backside, la la, is so much value, and it's just obviously a big payoff for a saga deck. You just load up on sagas, and not only are you getting to copy non-legendary enchantments, but you also get to put lore counters on them if there are sagas. Obviously, there could be other enchantments that aren't sagas that you want to copy with her ability too. Like, I don't know, there could be like fun little things like Mind's Dilation or whatever, that are worth copying with her ability. But for the most part, I assume you just jam all the fun sagas and you just get a lot of value very easily. They also work particularly well with the new summon sagas from the set, because it gives those sagas haste too. So they can actually attack before they're sacrificed as well, which is nice. So yeah, Terra, really, really strong card. Going to make a lot of Saga players really, really happy, and it's just like the best commander also for summons too. I don't know if it's too strong. I don't think it's too strong, but it is just an obscene amount of value, which if this was like 2019 or something, I would say it's too strong, too OP, what the heck, Wizards, but now it's just like, it's 2025. OP is kind of what they do. Next, we got Thancred Waters. It's a 5-mana white legendary creature, human warrior, 3/5 flash, royal guard. When it enters, another target legendary permanent you control gains indestructible for as long as you control Thancred. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Thancred gets indestructible until end of turn. So it's like, I don't know, there was like a bunch of things that like your commander gets indestructible or whatever as long as this creature's on the battlefield. This is kind of similar, except it's any legendary permanents. You can even target non-creature permanents, and then you can protect Thancred itself, give it indestructible by just casting non-creature spells. Kind of nice. 5 mana is a lot to keep up to protect something, but I guess if you're playing like Draw Go, this is where it makes more sense. You play like Draw Go Control, you have an important permanence that's legendary that you want to protect. You have Thancred out, and then even if something that gets blown up or whatever, you could just play them out, and then later on in the game when somebody wants to do something, you cast like whatever non-creature spell, and then it has indestructible too, so it's harder to remove. I think it's fine. It's not like particularly great, but I'm sure there's going to be some homes where it's going to be particularly good, but just 5 mana is a lot. 5 mana is a lot. Typically speaking, there's like 1 mana instance that say like target permanent gets hexproof and indestructible. And I think 9 times out of 10, you just run those because it's just so much easier to cast it. And typically speaking, you only need to protect it 1 time, right? So yeah, I think just overall, too much mana, just run like a 1 mana spell that does the same thing. So Thancred, it's a maybe. Maybe some deck wants it. I don't know. Next, we got the Emperor of Palamecia. It's a 2 mana is a legendary creature, human noble wizard. It's a 2/2, and it says tap, add blue or red. Spend this mana only to cast a non-creature spell. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Then if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform it. And the backside is, ooh la la, what a title, the Master of Hell. It's a 3/3. I would think the Master of Hell would be bigger than the 3/3, but whatever. Legendary creature, Demon Noble Wizard, as Starfall. Whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature and non-land cards in your graveyard. This is kind of cool. I think the thing I like the most about it is just like the art. I think the art is so bombastic and flamboyant, and I love it. And also the title, Lord Master of Hell, is just funny to me. I think it's pretty sick though, and the art is actually really dope. But as a card, I think it's okay. I think it's kind of mid. 2 mana, a 2-drop that gives a discount to your non-creature spells, or ramp to your non-creature spells. It's fine. You will run like a Goblin Electromancer or whatever sometimes, and you won't feel great about it, but it'll be okay. And then if you cast big spells, eventually the Emperor will flip over, and the backside is kind of exciting. It could be a finisher for decks that have a lot of non-creature spells in their graveyard. It's just kind of slow though. I think it's a cool card, and I absolutely love the art and the name and everything. Like the aesthetics of it is definitely my jam. But as a card, I don't think it's good enough in Commander now. It's cool. But yeah, I think it's playable. It's a maybe. It's playable. I just wouldn't want to keep it outside of a budget build. Next, we got the Town Commander. It's kind of required when you have it to super subtype that you have a lot of cards for. You got to have a commander for it. And this is the Wandering Minstrel. It's a 2 mana Simic creature, but it has a color identity of Wooburg thanks to its activated ability. So it's a legendary creature, human bard. It's a 1/3. Lanes you control enter untapped. Very nice. So it's Amulet of Vigor. And then the Minstrel's Ballad. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control 5 or more towns, create a 2/2 elemental creature, the token that's all colors. And then you can pay 8 mana, so 3 in Wooburg. Other creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is the number of towns you control. So the idea here is you just play a bunch of towns. There's a lot of towns in the set. You play a whole bunch of them, and then that will be your winning condition because you're pooping out creature tokens, and then you give them all like +10/+10 until on the turn, and swing and win with that. But even ignoring all the town stuff, the lanes you control entering untapped on a 2-drop that could be in your command zone can be very, very powerful. Like, Ammo of Vigor is just a very strong card. So if you're running like bounce lands and stuff, those are suddenly like rituals where they tap for 2 mana immediately. And that could be really, really powerful. So I think this effect is going to be the really busted part. And then the rest of it, the town stuff, is just like extra fun stuff. Like, you could build a town deck, or you can go for like a busted Amulet of Vigor style deck, or you could do both, I guess. So it's an interesting design. It's definitely a build around though. So the Wandering Minstrel, great in the command zone. Next, we got the Warring Triad. It's a 3-mana colorless legendary artifact creature god. It's a 5/5 with flying, trample, haste, and as long as there are fewer than 8 cards in your graveyard, the Warring Triad isn't a creature, and you could tap it. Mill a card, target player adds 1 mana of any color. So, I mean, this could be a 3-mana flying 5/5 trample haster, which is not bad, but it doesn't have like indestructible or anything, and it taps for mana, which is also not bad, and it mills, which again, not bad. I think it's fine, maybe like in the 99 if you're like, I guess like not in green and you want, or you're super dedicated mill deck, and then you're using this as a 3-drop that ramps you. It's a mana rock, a 3-drop mana rock that does a little bit of extra utility. That's fine. And then eventually when you don't need the mana, you're smacking people in the air for a 5/5. That's fine. That seems all good. But as a commander, I think it's a little bit too limiting. But in the 99, I can see it being playable. Okay, Warring Triad. Great. It's not great in the 99. It's solid in the 99. Next, we got Titus Blitzball Star. It's a 3-mana Azorius legendary creature human warrior. It's a 2/1. Whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Titus. And whenever it attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. This is fine. I think if you are in like artifact token pooper outer deck where like you're going food or you're going clues or you're going treasures or whatever, where you can just flood the board with like artifacts as quickly as possible, then Titus gets really, really big and then smacks somebody in the face and taps down potential blockers. It's fine, but it's definitely not the most busted thing you can do in that sort of scenario. So it's okay. I think it's fine and limited, probably. But in Commander, there's just better things to do. So this version of Titus, unfortunately, is trash. But this version of Titus, that is the face commander one of the precons, is unsurprisingly way stronger. Titus, Yuna's Guardian, is a 3-mana Bant legendary creature, human warrior. It's a 3/3, and at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may move a counter from target creature you control onto a second target creature you control as cheer. Whenever one or more creatures you control with counters on them deal combat damage to a player, you may draw a card and proliferate. Do this only once each turn. So there's a little bit of hoops you have to jump through, but essentially this is a 3-mana creature that every single turn will be drawing you a card and proliferating, which it's a lot of value for a 3-drop. Also, it gets to move counters around, which is very nice, specifically with the summon sagas, where you can move like the lore counters off your sagas onto a different creature. And then you could keep those summoned creatures around longer and keep reusing their chapter abilities, which is really nice. And also like hardened scales effects, where when you put a counter on a creature, you double that counter. If it's +1/+1 counters, for example, you can do little shenanigans like that. So yeah, I think Titus has some hoops to jump through. Obviously, he does nothing by himself, but it's pretty easy in the context of this deck or any deck that you build around to get maximum value out of him, where you're like a saga deck and a summon saga deck and you're moving those counters around, you're drawing cards, you're proliferating. That's a ton of value for a 3-drop. So I think this is one of the most interesting cards that come from the set as a build around. I really like the design and it's cool. So Titus, I think, might be one of the most interesting commanders in the set. It doesn't do anything by itself, and yet it does a lot of cool things that are very varied that all add up to amazing value without being oppressive. Next, we got Tifa Lockhart, one of my favorite characters in 7, and my favorite character in my lineup whenever I'm fighting against a boss, because she does tons of damage, like this card does actually too. It's a 2-mana green legendary creature, human monk. It's a 1/2 of trample. It has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, double Tifa's power until end of turn. So there's a lot of people talking about how Tifa can potentially kill people for lethal commander damage on turn 1 if you like play Elvish with Spirit Guide, and then like a whole bunch of like fetch lands, and then you concordant crossword or something. And there's like some weird way that you could like straight up like cast Tifa on turn 1, and then get enough landfall triggers going on, or pump her or whatever, invigorate and stuff, double her power, and then like one shot somebody with haste. And then even if you're not doing that though, I think by like turn 4 or so, in just like a chill, not necessarily chill, but like a regular, not all in Tifa deck, by like turn 4 or so, you can start throwing lethal on your opponents turn 4 or 5. And that's kind of incredible if that's your commander. It's a little bit boring. It's, for me at least, it's a little bit boring. A very, very linear commander. But that is definitely the easiest way to build around her. Alternatively, you could just throw her into the 99 of basically any landfall deck and just wait for a moment where you can get like 5 landfall triggers or something and then kill somebody with Tifa that way too. But I think she's just better suited in the command zone because you need to have like the pump effects to get her going, right? You need like an invigorate, you need like giant growth effects first, and most landfall decks don't run that. So Tifa in the command zone will ensure that you have the proper tools for that. So Tifa, definitely great in the command zone. Not really my cup of tea, but definitely powerful. All right, the next Tifa though is a Naya version. She comes in the Final Fantasy Commander Precon. It's Tifa Martial Artist. So it's a 4-mana Naya, legendary creature, human monk. It's a 4/4 with melee. And whenever one or more creatures you control with power 7 or greater deal combat damage to a player, untap all creatures you control. If it's the first combat of your turn, there is an additional combat phase after this phase. So Tifa, pretty easily will give you at least 1 extra combat. She starts as a 4/4. Melee means that even if she's just swinging by herself, she's a 5/5. If you have 2 other creatures and each of them are attacking other opponents, and you have like 3 opponents and you're attacking each one, then that's it for Tifa. Tifa's already 7 power, and she already triggers her extra combat. But if you have any pump effects like equipments or whatever, you can just trigger her with herself without other creatures too, pretty easily. Then, if you have 3 creatures, like including Tifa, like Tifa and 2 other creatures that are also 7 power, and you swing in with all of them at each opponent. Tifa gets 3 melee triggers, so she's a 7/7 too. You can get up to 3 extra combat triggers, and a lot of people are a little bit confused by the wording because the wording is confusing. If you manage to hit each opponent, if you have 3 opponents and you manage to hit each opponent with Tifa and 2 other creatures power 7 or greater, and Tifa's going to go to power 7 or greater with the melee, you get 3 melee triggers, you manage to deal combat damage to each of them with your creatures, you get 3 extra combat triggers. All of them get untap the first time, and they don't get untapped each other time. So you need to have some way of giving them vigilance or something, so that they can get the benefit of additional combats. But yeah, you can get up to 3 extra combats in a single swing with Tifa and 2 other creatures if they're all power 7 or greater. The wording is a little bit clunky, but that is how it works. You can get 3 triggers going on, but then you need like vigilance and stuff because they only untap. They all untap at the same time. Like you get those 3 triggers, and the first trigger will resolve, and all your creatures untap, and then the second extra combat trigger will resolve, all your creatures untap, but that doesn't do anything. They're already untapped, and then again. So if you give them vigilance, though, they can swing in and take full advantage of each of the extra combats. But even if you get 1 extra combat every single time you're swinging with Tifa, that's insane value for a 4-drop. Just like a 4-drop that every single time it swings, it's giving you an extra combat, and then each additional swing it's dealing even more damage is kind of ridiculous. So yeah, this card is kind of incredible. You can just slap it into the 99 of any like big stompy list, and it's going to still do fine. But it's, I think, more satisfying to have as the commander of the deck, just because then you can really ensure that you're getting maximum value out of the extra combats, and then maybe make sure you have like some vigilance options for you too, so you can really get full advantage of all the extra combats, not just one. All right, Tifa, great in the command zone, really busted, kills people really fast, and I think that's appropriate for Tifa, honestly. Next, we got Torgal, a Fine Hound. Is a 2-mana green, legendary creature wolf. Is a 2/2, and whenever you cast your first human creature spell each turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each dog and or wolf you control, and you can tap it, add 1 mana of any color. This is basically, it's like trying to synergize humans with dogs and or wolves, which I think is a noble endeavor. Obviously, dogs are man's best friend, so it works well thematically. It's kind of like a Giada. Like it's a Giada that is a little bit clunkier in one regard, where you need to have humans and dogs on the battlefield. Like you need to be casting humans and you have to have dogs and wolves on the battlefield, whereas Giada is just like, just cast angels. We're chill. It's fine. But the main thing that Torgal is really good at is Torgal taps for mana of any color and doesn't have any weird restrictions to it. So even though it probably won't see much play at all in most commander decks, and I guess it's, if there is a human and dog or / wolf combo deck, maybe werewolves would just run it normally and that'd be chill. Yeah, werewolves would work, I guess. But yeah, it's going to be difficult to find a good home for Torgal. However, there is one deck that I feel it's going to be splendid in, and that's my favorite deck, the Changeling deck, where all my Changelings are humans and wolves and dogs, and I actually can't run Giada in that list because Giada's mana is only white, and it can only be used to cast angel spells, so only changelings. So it's a little bit clunky. This one is actually mana fixing, though. It's easy. It taps for any color. You could use it however way you want, and then its effect is basically the exact same thing. It just pumps up all my creatures, which is great. So yeah, it's a slam dunk in my changeling deck. So Torgal, it is a fine hound and a fine host for the changeling deck. Very nice. Next, we have Tromel, Seymour's Butler. It's a 3-mana green legendary creature, Elf Advisor. It's a 2/3. Each other non-token creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. And you can pay 1 mana, tap it, proliferate X times, or X is the number of non-token creatures you control that entered this turn. Okay, this card's doing a lot. It's that unicorn effect where whenever a creature is entering, you get counters on it. Very, very nice. It's essential to get your like +1/+1 counter decks going. It's like one of the best effects you want to have early game. And then on top of that, the proliferate card is actually proliferate activatability is actually incredible. Where if you play a bunch of creatures in your creature deck, you get to proliferate a whole bunch of times. You have to pay 1 mana, you have to tap it, but it's definitely worth it. It's pretty much like a metastatic Evangel that costs 1 more mana, but also comes with that Good Fortune Unicorn effect too. Just both slammed together. Incredible card. I think it's probably good enough to be even a commander, but I think it's just going to be showing up much more often in the 99 of like any +1/+1 counter deck, basically. Yeah, this is one of the best new cards for +1/+1 counters for sure. Next, we got Ultima, Origin of Oblivion. 5-mana colorless legendary creature gone. It's a 4/4 flying, and whenever Ultima attacks, put a blight counter on target land. For as long as that land has a blight counter on it loses all land types and abilities and has tap add 1 colorless. And whenever you tap a land for colorless, add an additional colorless. So it's one part of what is like Forsaken Monument or something that doubles the colorless mana output essentially. But this one is just for lands. That's pretty nice. And also is land hate, right? Like your opponent's utility lands are getting messed over, or if your opponents are playing a very greedy mana base and they really need 1 land for mana fixing, you can ruin their day and make them very salty. Yeah, I think this card's kind of a salty card, just because of the attack trigger, but it's giving you a lot of value in a colorless. Like you have to be a colorless deck. I guess the Void would work too, to have enough like colorless lands to really get use out of that ability. And then the attack trigger is just like a little bit of a bonus. I think it's probably best in the 99 of a colorless deck that does something a little bit more juicy with its commander. Like my favorite's like the Kozilek that refills your hand. That's still my favorite commander for a colorless deck. But I feel like this one would be okay too, because basically this is like a guaranteed turn 5 commander. All your lands tap for double, and then the next turn you can start slamming your Eldrazi's or whatever to win the game. So actually, yeah, probably is a good commander too. Just because it fits so well to curve out into your big titans on turn 6 or whatever, or earlier when you get Ultima out earlier. So yeah, it's actually, you know what, it's not that bad. You know what, I'll put it as a commander actually. I'll try it out. Ultima, I think it's great in the 99. I still prefer Kozilek as my commander for the colorless decks, but I feel like this one's also really good too. If you just put this as the leader of your colorless Eldrazi deck, I think it's better than the other one that is actually an Eldrazi. So yeah, we'll put it here. Great in the command zone. All right, next we got Ultimecia, Temporal Threats. It's a 6-mana blue legendary creature, human warlock. It's a 4/4. When it enters, tap all creatures your opponents control. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. So it's like a coastal piracy on one hand, and a sleep effect on the other for an ETB. I think this card's actually pretty decent in a blink style deck, right? If you can blink it, you can kind of make sure that your opponents can't ever really attack you profitably because you just tap down everything. And then you could also just attack them for free. You don't even need evasion. That's a nice little 1-2 punch. It's 6 mana. 6 mana is a whole ton of mana. But I think it is actually fine in the 9/9 of a blink deck. If you can instant speed just ruin people's attacks on you, I think that's actually pretty good. You just have to know that they're going to be attacking you. That's the little tricky part. Or you could just tap down your opponent's creatures so other people can attack them, but they're like the arch enemy. So I think it's actually a pretty decent card. All right, Ultimecia, I actually think you are great in the 9/9 of blink decks. Then we got the uncommon version of Ultimecia. It's Time Sorceress. It's a 5-mana Dimir legendary creature, human warlock. It's a 4/5. When it enters or attacks, surveil 2. Nice. And then at the beginning of your end step, you may pay ungodly amounts of mana, have 4 double blue, double greens, or double black, so 8 mana total, and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, transform Ultimecia. And then the back sign is Ultimecia Omnipotent. It's a 7/7 with Menace, and it has time compression. When this creature transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. I think this one's actually really fun and flashy. It's another Titan effect where it's entering or surveilling or attacking its surveils. It's 5 mana though, so like ETB and attack surveil 2, while it is quite nice in a surveil deck, it is quite tasty. Paying 5 mana for that is kind of awkward. And then the flip effect is pretty easy to pull off in a surveil deck, at least like having 8 cards to exile is pretty easy. 8 mana is still a ton. The one downside to it is it's highly telegraphed. Like people will be like, hey, what's the backside? And you'll say, oh, it's an extra turn. And then people will be like, this creature cannot live. You must die. Which is a little bit awkward, especially considering like you typically won't be able to cast Ultimecia and then also spend an additional 8 mana to flip her immediately. I guess if you can reanimate her, maybe you might be able to do it a little bit easier, but it's a little bit awkward. And the fact that it telegraphs an extra combat or extra turn means that you're going to be a high threat target as soon as she's on the battlefield. So you might not be able to get the value out of her that you're hoping for. But nonetheless, I think the card's very, very cool. And I think it's still worth running in probably a surveil deck, just because the surveil trigger is pretty sweet, although it is kind of expensive. I think this one probably great in the 9/9. I'll be generous. It's a maybe or great. I don't know. Oh my goodness, we're almost done. I can feel it. But now we got Ultras. Obnoxious Octopus. It's a 2-mana blue legendary creature. Octopus is a 2/1. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature and opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 +1/+1 counters on Ultras. I mean, that second ability is very funny, but how many 8 mana spells are you going to be hard casting? That's a lot. A lot to ask for. I think overall it's kind of cute. But not particularly good in Commander. Okay, Ultras. Kind of trash, I'm pretty sure. But look, we're almost there. We're almost done. Next, we got Umaru, a Raging Yeti. It's a 6-mana red legendary creature, Yeti Berserker. It's a 6/6 with trample, and at the beginning of combat your turn, choose one at random. Other creatures you control get +3/+0 and gain trample until end of turn. Discard your hand, then draw 4 cards. And Umaru deals 5 damage to any target. So, a lot of value on this creature. But it is randomized, which is like the safety valve on it. All these effects are very good. I guess the discarding your hand can be awkward sometimes if you have like a full grip and you don't actually want to discard your hand, then it's a little bit awkward. But everything else is like pretty chill, pretty good. I feel like the randomness kind of hurts the card quality overall, but all options can be good. Although sometimes they're just not very good, I guess, right? Like if you play this and you don't have haste on Umaru and you have no attacking creatures, getting +3/+0 and trample kind of sucks. Sometimes you don't have a target that you want to deal 5 damage to, kind of sucks. Yeah, probably the randomness kind of kills the card for me. I think it is good, but like sometimes the effect is not going to do too much for you. If all the effects were always good for you, always, then I'd very much like it, but I don't think that is the case here. Umaru, I think I'll put you in a maybe. I'll be charitable. I already know this is Final Fantasy XIV because of the weird freaking name. Urianger Augerelt. I guess it's an auger of some kind. Very odd in those. 2 mana Azorius legendary creature Elf Advisor. It's a 1/3, and whenever you cast play a land from exile or cast a spell from exile, you gain 2 life, and you can draw Arcanum, tap it, look at the top card of your library, you may exile face down, or you could play Arcanum, tap it until end of turn. You may play cards exiled with Auron. No, I'm not saying that name. Spells you cast this way cost 2 less to cast. Interesting. So if you're in like an Exile Matters deck, which is kind of hard to find in Azorius, but I'm sure it does exist, like Foretell and whatnot, then you're going to gain a bunch of life. If you're not in that, this is a very slow card draw engine that requires tapping every single time. I think this card really wants to be built around. Like if you build around it and you have like untap effects, then it can be pretty good. Like you're casting a bunch of spells for cheap. If you untap them over and over again, it's 2 mana too. So I think that's actually where you would go with this, right? You put them in the command zone, play him every single time on turn 2, then play every single way of untapping him, and then just draw a lot of cards and cast a lot of spells for very cheap, essentially, while gaining 2 life each time. I think that's actually pretty decent. Yeah, we're younger. I'm going to put you in great in the command zone. You absolutely need untap effects to make him work, though. Okay, next we got Van Street Thief. It's 3 mana red legendary creature human scout. It's a 2/2. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile a top card of that player's library. You may cast it if you don't create a treasure token. And whenever you cast a spell you don't own, put a +1/+1 counter on each scout, pirate, and rogue you control. So this is a Ragavan for Commander, because it scales up to be straight up multiplayer. You can get steal 1 card for basically each opponent, and if you don't, you get a treasure. You don't always get a treasure. Like you either get a card or you get a treasure. But you can get up to like 3 treasures and steal up to 3 cards, which is very nice. And then when you're doing your thievery stuff, you're also growing all your scouts, pirates, and rogues. I think that's a lot of value for a 3-drop. I think being mono red means that you really want to be in the 99, so you can have access to more colors. More colors means more scouts, pirates, and rogues. But I think this card's pretty good. So Van, I think you're great in the command zone. Or not in the command zone, in the 99, that's what I meant. We already talked about the backside, the Ragnarok thingy with Fang. So we'll just look at the front side of Vanille. Vanille Cheerful C. 4 mana green, legendary creature, human cleric. It's a 3/2. When it enters, mill 2 cards and return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hands. And then at the beginning of your ban phase, blah, 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 you can meld it into the big boogeyman. I think this card is much weaker than Fang. I think, obviously, if you are in Golgari colors and you want to be running Fang anyway, I think it's very funny. You might as well run Vanille. But if you're not running Fang and you're just running Vanille by herself, I think Fang is very good by herself still in certain decks, whereas Vanille, I think it's just too much mana for what she's doing, so I don't like her as much. But I think if you are in Golgari colors, it would be really cool to just run both, just for the flip, because the flip is cool. So Vanille, I think you're kind of not great, but really good for the backside, so it's a maybe. Next we got Venat Heart, Heidelin, of course, it's Final Fantasy 14 every single time. Anyway, 3 mana white, 3/3 legendary creature, Elder Wizard. Whenever you cast a legendary spell, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. And a hero sundering, 7 mana, tap it, exile target non-land permanent, transform Venat, activate only as a sorcery. The backside is Hyl, she's the mother. She's a 4/4 legendary creature, god, indestructible, blessing of light. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put +1/+1 counter on another target creature you control until on your next turn it gains indestructible. If that creature is legendary, draw a card. So the front side is like a weaker Reki, which just doesn't have a cap on how many cards you can draw each turn. Then you could pay 7 mana, which is a whole bunch of mana, but it is 7. It is worth it because you get to exile something. I don't know why it's always non-land permanent. I feel like wizards are being cowards. They need to stop being cowards. Just let us hit anything. We spent 7 mana for it, and it has to be transformed afterwards. I think this is fine. If I hit somebody's forest or something out of spite, just let me do it for 7 mana, please. Anyway, and then the backside is very much worth the hero sundering. Because then you get a 4/4 indestructible that can make other things indestructible and keep drawing cards, which is really, really nice. So the front side's already good by itself. Like just a slightly weaker Reki is already chill. if you're in a Legendary Matters deck, like a very heavy Legendary Matters deck, or just 2025 Commander. You could throw it into any deck, and everything's going to be legendary just because, anyway, because everything is legendary these days. Like, look at this Final Fantasy set, for example. And then the fact that afterwards, like to the mid to late game, if you have that 7 mana, you remove a problematic permanent that isn't a land, Cowards, and then you get like this really, really powerful backside, which is really nice. Works really well. Board wipes, continually draws you cards, makes it hard to talk anymore, is what I'm trying to say. Hard for your board state to get removed. Yeah, I think this card is excellent. I think being mono white and being mana hungry kind of means she's much better than 99. But like, obviously, if you're in like a Joda deck or something, this is going to be one of the best new cards from the set for your deck. Next, we got Vincent Valentine. It's a 4 mana white legendary creature assassin. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters on Vincent Valentine equals to that creature's power. And whenever it attacks, you may transform it. Also, it's a 2/2, by the way. And on the backside is trample lifelink 3/2. When it dies, return to the battlefield tapped on the front side. I think this card's actually quite interesting because you're not just getting one counter on it. Each time a creature attacks, you're getting equal to its power. So if like a 3/3 dies, you get 3 counters on it. So it grows really, really big. And on the backside, once you feel it's grown enough, you can switch it over to the backside, which gives it trample and lifelink. And then that means you're gaining a whole ton of life and you have evasion as well. And then on top of that, it has some resilience to removal. Like if it dies, it just gets flipped back to this side. It keeps it keeps going on. You don't have to do commander attacks or whatever, and then you're balling. So I feel like Vincent Valentine probably works best in the command zone, and you're trying to go Voltron-y with him. You just kill your opponent's creatures or just let them die passively. You grow him, you flip him into the Galleon Beast. You let him die, he comes back to Vincent Valentine, you keep doing it over and over again. It's not amazing, but it is a thing to do. I think this card is fun, and there's probably some more build-around potential where you can gift your opponent's creatures that will also die after all. It's never going to be super powerful or anything, but it is cool. I think it's neat. Next, we got Vincent Vengeful Atoner. This is a 3-mana red legendary creature assassin. It's a 3/3 of menace. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, put a +1/+1 counter on Vincent. It has chaos. Whenever it deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent if Vincent's power is 7 or greater. So this one, also I feel is a Voltron-y commander. Like, yes, you could go wide and try to grow Vincent with +1/+1 counters, but I think the much better route is to just throw a bunch of pumped spells onto Vincent. Swing in. He has menace. It's not the greatest evasion, but it is evasion. Smack somebody for insane amounts of damage, and then you deal that much damage to each other opponent and hopefully kill everybody in like 1 or 2 goes. I think that's probably the way of building it. It's very all-in though. Like, you need to throw in just a bunch of a bunch of pump spells on Vincent. You're also in mono red, which is probably the single worst color in Commander to protect Vincent. Like, you have some redirect effects, but you have like very few options for like indestructible, board wipe protection, a bunch of things that's kind of weak in mono red. But still, you have access to pump spells and haste, and I think that's usually enough. And you try to roll that into a victory with a Voltron-y Vincent list. I think that's the way to go. I think this Vincent probably is stronger overall to the other Vincent if we're going for a Voltron strategy, whereas the other Vincent is much more resilient. You know, it doesn't require a big emphasis on pump spells or anything. It just has your opponents dying, and it also has some built-in resiliencies to removal, which is nice. But I think the explosiveness of Vincent means you can sometimes just like turn 5 kill everybody in one swing, which is really nice. All right, we finally get to my favorite character in all of the Final Fantasy franchise, and the reason why I'm currently playing through Final Fantasy IX again. It's Vivi Ornitier. I don't know how to pronounce that last name. It's a 3-mana Izzet legendary creature wizard. It's a 0/3, and it has 2 abilities. The first one's an activated ability, pay 0. Add X mana of any combination of blue and or red, where X is Vivi's power. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. And then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on Vivi, and it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Now, Vivi might be the strongest legendary creature in the entire set. And that's after you've been looking at Sephiroth. I think Sephiroth might actually be a little bit stronger just because he has that ridiculous card draw advantage on him too. But Vivi actually might be better mostly because of its like colors and the fact that it's doing something that fixes a major weakness of the Izzet colors. Izzet kind of struggles with generating mana, especially repeatable sources of mana. Red has a lot of ritual effects, not that many good ones, but a couple. And then blue really doesn't have that much going on, especially in Izzet colors. And Vivi kind of fixes that, where just casting non-creature spells, you're growing Vivi, and the more you grow Vivi, you can generate a ton of mana every single turn. And you don't have to use that mana in any sort of restriction. You're not restricted to like casting instant sorceries or even non-creature spells. You can just cast anything of Vivi's ability or use it to activate abilities or whatever. So it's an insane, absurd source of mana advantage every single turn, starting from the very first turn you cast it. And the requirement to do so is so low. It's any non-creature spells. It's not even restricted to instant sorcery. So if you're casting like mana rocks or whatever, your lotus petals or whatever, you're growing Vivi. And then on top of all that, Vivi's growing into like a real threat. So you can start killing people with combat damage, and you're also pinging people to death too. So if you like throw on like a big pump spell on Vivi, you can not only just punch people in the face really, really hard, but then you turn that pump spell into a straight up ritual with Vivi's activated ability too. And then on top of all of that, Vivi also works really well with anything that has pink synergy. Most notably, because you're in blue, you have access to like the curiosity effects. Like there's like 3 or 4 cards that say like whenever the enchanted or a bonded creature deals damage to an opponent, not specifically combat damage, any type of damage, you draw a card. And if you ping each opponent and you have 3 opponents, every single time you cast a non-creature spell, you're just drawing 3 cards over and over again. So those are all the ridiculous ways to really abuse Vivi. And I think, yeah, it was intentionally pushed, probably to be seeing playing modern or something. The secondary one ring of the set, I guess. But it's kind of a bummer for me because I was really looking forward to building a Vivi deck, but I don't think Vivi is so powerful and it's so easy to abuse its abilities. Even if you're trying to play it fairly or trying to do a gimmick or something, it's so powerful. The power floor is so high that I don't think it's going to be appropriate for any of my play groups. I just don't think. I think it would just kind of steamroll. And also, it's such a popular character too that I think a lot of people are going to trying to build it kind of chill, and they're just going to steamroll over everybody, or they won't be allowed to play their Vivi deck. If they're like a new player and they don't know how strong it is, they'll be like, why is everybody just killing my commander over and over again? This format's not very fun. So I think this is probably the greatest crime of the entire set is we had the Vivi deck that's so popular and everybody wants to build around is just so busted. The silver lining for me though is that when one of my favorite characters in the game is Niv-Mizzet. I'm a big Niv-Mizzet fanboy. And I had a CDH deck that was Niv-Mizzet because again, I built a budget Niv-Mizzet deck. It was too strong for all my play groups way back when, and so I was like, okay, if I can't play it at regular play groups, I might as well turn it into a CDH deck. And it was a terrible CDH deck. It was like a tier 3 or whatever. It was garbage tier, but it was still decent. For a while, I guess, but eventually it just like fell off. It just can't compete anymore. And it just so happens most of the cards that work with Niv-Mizzet are the same ones that work with Vivi. And Vivi is much easier to cast, comes out much earlier, fixes the mana issue with Izzet, which is actually the main issue with Izzet over anything else. And so maybe Vivi is good enough for CDH. I'm not convinced that Vivi is going to be like amazing in CDH, but he might be like tier 2 or something. And that's good enough for me. So I'm just going to take my Niv-Mizzet list and just throw on Vivi instead, maybe tweak it a little bit. And hopefully I'll get some CDH games with him. So we'll see. So Vivi, I want him to be a Tomer favorite, but I know I'm never going to be able to play him because he's just too busted. But maybe I'll play him in CDH. So I'll put him at the bottom of Tomer favorites. I think it was a design mistake to make him so pushed, but Maybe one day I'll get to play him in CDH, who knows. Next we got Waka, Devoted Guardian, 4-mana Silesian legendary creature, human warrior. It's a 4/4 with reach trample. Whenever Waka deals combat damage to a player, destroy up to one target artifact that player controls and put a +1/+1 counter on Waka, and has Blitzball Captain at the beginning of your end step. If a counter was put on Waka this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. So this is just a nice little playmaker for your +1/+1 counter deck. Again, it's putting stuff on all your counters on all your creatures, which is what the number one thing you want to do in this deck, and it does it pretty easily. You just need to put a counter on Waka, and it even puts a counter on Waka itself by just smashing somebody who has an artifact and you blow it up. So he also doubles as removal. Kind of amazing, kind of everything you want to do in a counters deck. Not much more to say. I don't think he's interesting enough to be the leader of a counter deck, but he's definitely great in the 99. So Waka, great in the 99, easy peasy. Next we got Zanji, Dark Mage, 4-mana Dimir legendary creature, human wizard as menace. It's a 3/3, but it gets +1/+1 for each non-creature non-land card in your graveyard. It's not double, which kind of sucks. It's also non-creature. And typically black is like a creature graveyard deck. It leans towards creature graveyards over non-creatures. It is a big beater. It has menace. I don't like this one close to as much as I like Siegfried or whatever. It's not very good. I don't think so. It should be at least like double. If it doesn't do anything else for you, it should be like double the non-creature spells in your graveyard. But yeah, as is, nah. Zanji, I'll say trash, yeah. Okay, this one's also definitely top 5 most busted new legendaries from the set. It's Y'shtola, Knight's Blessed, 4-mana Esper legendary creature, Cat Warlock, 2/4 Vigilance. At the beginning of each end step, if a player lost 4 or more life this turn, you draw a card. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell with mana value 3 or greater, Y'shtola deals 2 damage to each opponent and you gain 2 life. And it was purposely worded, unlike the other things that care about like high mana value non-creature spells, this one just cares about you casting them. It doesn't care if you spent mana to cast them, you know? So all the busted things, you could just go super cheaty face by casting high non-creature spells that have little to no mana cost to them. Your opponents try to cast a spell you don't like. Well, you cast Force of Will for 0 mana and I drain you. Oh, you try to blow up Y'shtola? Well, I Fierce Guardianship it, and I drain you. They play a scary creature, I snuff it out, and I drain you. And all while they're draining, you're also drawing cards passively at the same time too. Yeah, it's busted. It's a very busted card. I don't know if it's CDH level, but it's definitely high powered. It's the face commander of the precon, and I think they tried their darndest to keep it fair by not having the most busted cards in the deck. I think there was like a snuff out there, but not much else. But yeah, you just focus on free spells, delve spells, anything where you can cast, you can trigger Y'shtola's ability as efficiently as possible for as little mana as possible. And you just chain those together, drawing cards, draining your opponents, and gaining life in the process. And it's super busted. It's super busted. Definitely a really strong build around. So yeah, Y'shtola, I think it's pretty fun to play, but you definitely have to be playing like high powered, right? Like if you properly build around Y'shtola, she is going to clean out house very easily. The second Y'shtola is Y'shtola Rule. It's a 6-mana blue legendary creature cat druid. It's a 3/5, and at the beginning of your end step, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Then if it's the first end step this turn, there is an additional end step after this step. So Y'shtola is kind of interesting, where I think this is the first ever time we see a card that gives you an additional end step, which is very notable. It's cool. And also, it is a double blinker. It blinks at the beginning of your end step, but because it gives you an extra end step, you get to blink 2 creatures every single turn with Y'shtola, which makes it a very, very good card for a blink deck. I like it as just like a top end for blink, but I find it even more interesting if you could build a deck that focuses on end steps. There's a lot of cards that have beneficial things on your end step, like Y'shtola itself, and loading up on them can be kind of interesting. I don't know if there's enough support for Y'shtola as mono blue and being like an end step deck, but maybe you could throw it in the 99 of an end step deck and that could be kind of interesting. But I think this is probably just going to show up in blink decks and that's basically it. So Y'shtola Rule, it's great in the 99. Next we got Yuffie Bateria Hunter, 3 mana red legendary creature human ninja. It's a 3/3 ninjutsu 2, 1 in red. And when it enters, gain control of target non-creature artifact for as long as you control Yuffie. And you may attach an equipment you control to Yuffie. I think this is the first ever ninja we see in red, which is kind of notable. And its effect is pretty cool. It's basically like a thieving skydiver. You steal an artifact from your opponents. So if they have like a soul ring or whatever, you just yoink it. And it has a little bit of equipment support. You can attach equipments for free. So if you're in an equipment deck, you could just slap on an equipment on her for free, which is neat. Overall, like nothing too crazy over here. But it's just kind of like a good kind of pseudo removal spell. Yeah, that's about it. I think Yuffie's fine in the 99. She's pretty solid in an equipment deck, and that's basically it. Okay, next we got the other leader of the Bant Final Fantasy X deck. It's Yuna, Grand Summoner, 4 mana Bant legendary creature human cleric. It's a 1/5 and has Grand Summon. Tap it, add 1 mana of any color. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, it enters with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. Whenever a permanent you control is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, if it had counters on it, you put that many +1/+1 counters on target creature. So Yuna works well with any +1/+1 counter deck, where, you know, she's a mana dork that puts counters on stuff, and that's kind of the thing you need the most in your deck to make sure everything has counters, so your synergy and payoff stuff start working. And then the other part is quite interesting, particularly with sagas, or summons rather, which what the title implies. She's a great summoner. So if your summon creatures enter the battlefield, they will eventually leave the battlefield when their last chapter is over. They'll sacrifice themselves. So if they have lore counters on them or something when they die, you just you put those many counters, +1/+1 counters on another creature, so you grow creatures at the same time. So I think she works particularly well with some sagas, but she's also just a slam dunk in any +1/+1 counter style deck, because, you know, it's a mana dork that puts counters on things, and it's kind of what you want to do. Also, it's a 1/5, so she's actually a pretty darn good blocker. However, you're probably going to be tapping her down on most of your turns to cast your creatures, so yeah. So Yuna, I think, is great in the command zone. I kind of like her still. I still like Titus a little bit more for a counters deck, just because he's doing a little bit more unique things. But Yuna's also very strong too. The main set Yuna is Yuna, Hope of Spira. It's a 5 mana Selesnya legendary creature human cleric. It's a 3/5. During your turn, Yuna enchantment creatures you control have trample, lifelink, and ward 2. Awesome. And at the beginning of your end step, return up to 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. This might be even better as a summon commander. Actually, probably a little bit worse. It's better card mechanic wise, because giving your sagas and stuff trample, lifelink, and ward 2 is pretty sweet. I mean, ward 2 is okay because it's only your turn, but trample and lifelink is very nice because your sagas are creatures and they hit for a lot of damage. And then it reanimates enchantments too every single end step, which is really, really good. I guess it's a little bit worse when you're reanimating sagas. Like, I guess they put themselves in the graveyard, so you don't have to worry about having things to target with it. But if you put this on like an enchantment that doesn't sacrifice itself, then you don't have to worry about the finality counter exiling it forever. But regardless, I think this is like just amazing in saga decks, specifically summon decks. The only thing that Yuna doesn't really do very well as a commander is she only gives you access to 2 colors. And there's not that many sagas in the set, so having access to 3 colors with the Bant version of Yuna just makes a little bit more sense in the command zone, just because you have access to more summons, and that's what she really works well with. So this Yuna is fantastic in the 99, really, really good. But yeah, I think she's better in the 99 than the command zone. Then Zac shows up in the set, only to die, which is fitting. It's Zac's Fair. It's a 1 mana white 0/1 legendary creature human soldier, and when it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it, so it's a 1/2. And you can pay 1 mana, sacrifice Zac. Target creature you control gains indestructible until on turn. Put Zac's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zac Fair to that creature. So there's like a couple creatures that are like 1-drops that you can like sacrifice. Target creature gets indestructible. I think they're pretty good. I think some of them are better just because you don't have to pay mana. The one upside Zac has is that if Zac is holding an equipment or something, you can move that equipment to the creature he's protecting, which is nice, but it's kind of gimmicky. It's kind of narrow application. I don't think it's going to happen too often. So like the best case scenario is you're playing the cloud deck, basically the Naya cloud deck. where you're going Voltron-y. You can play Zac early, maybe equip something onto him, then play Cloud, and then the next time somebody tries to kill Cloud, you sacrifice Zac, move the equipment over, and give Cloud indestructible or something like that. But yeah, I think even in that case, it's not very good. It's like, it's okay. Yeah, Zac, you're kind of like a maybe. Nah, it's kind of bad. It's kind of trash. Sorry, Zac. He deserved better. Then we've got Zeldinkt. It's a 3-mana red legendary creature human monk. It's a 0/3. You may play additional lands. You play an additional land on each of your turns. Zel gets +1/+0 for each land you control. And then at the beginning of your end step, return a land you control back to its owner's hand. I think this card's really cool. It's doing something that mono red typically never does, and that's like lands mattery shenanigan, playing additional lands. It's very cool. You can play additional lands, which means additional landfalls. You have to return a land back to your hand, though. Each end step, but that could be not bad, I guess. There has to be some cool things you're doing with Zel. I don't know quite what you're going to be doing with him, but whatever you're going to do, he's pretty neat. Okay, Zel, I'm going to put you great in the 99, and I hope I'm not disappointed. Next, we got Xenos Gal. This is, of course, is Final Fantasy word. Of course, anyway, whatever. Almost done with you, Final Fantasy 14. 5-mana, black, legendary creature, human normal warrior. It's a 4/4, and it has my first friend. When Z enters, choose a creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Creatures other than Z and the chosen creature get -2/-2. And when the chosen creature leaves the battlefield, you transform it into a dragon. Pretty fun. Shinryu. Transcendent Arrival. It's an 8/8 flying legendary creature dragon. When it transforms into Shinryu, choose an opponent. Burning Chains. When the chosen player loses the game, you win the game. It's a cute effect, but I don't think it's very good. It's very, very cool and epic. Just the transform into big 8/8 dragon. The effect, if the chosen player loses, you win. It just kind of puts a weird position for the rest of the players, though. There were like, now they have to make sure that person doesn't die, or else you win. So you have to die first, which is kind of the opposite of what you want in multiplayer Magic. But it is a really cool effect. Yeah, but I don't think I would ever play it in Commander. I think it would be cool. No, I'll put it in a maybe. It's a maybe. It'll be fun to play around. I just don't think it's very good. Next, we got Zidane, Tantalus Thief. It's a 5-mana Boros legendary creature, human mutant scout. It's a 3/3. And when it enters, gain control of target creature and opponent controls until end of turn. Untap it. It gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. And whenever a creature gains control of a permanent from you, create a treasure token. So in the game, so far, I think Zidane kind of sucks. He has a lot of redeeming qualities, but he's also just kind of like annoying. So far, at least where I am in the game, which I guess is still early. I guess he has time to grow. But card-wise, I kind of like him. He's a threaten effect, but also gives the creature lifelink. And when you give back the creature with his own ability, you got a treasure token. But also, if you're doing other threatening effects or you're just donating stuff, you also get treasure tokens. I think it's a really cool effect. I feel like if he wasn't uncommon, if he was like in the precon or something, he'd be like 3 mana or whatever. And then he'd be like really, really exciting, really, really busted. 5 mana, he's pretty chill. I think I'm going to try him out in my Zedru deck because I give stuff to my opponents. And my Zedru deck's also kind of weak. It's like a lower bracket deck, so long as they fit the theme. So I think he's actually pretty chill there. So Zidane, I think you're great in the 9/9, specifically like Zedru, but some other decks too. Not great. He's just good. He's playable. Oh my goodness, the last one. We're getting there. We got Zodiark. What a name. Umbral God. This is a black 5/5, 5 mana, 5/5, triple, or wow, I can't even read anymore. It's 5 black pips is what I wanted to say, but you've noticed it's a long recording. Legendary creature god, 5/5, legendary creature god, indestructible. When Zodiark enters, each player sacrifices half the non-god creatures they control of their choice. Rounded down. Whenever a player sacrifices another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on Zodiark. I think this card's cool. 5 black pips immediately makes me think Gary. Gary really likes this. It's also like just a 5/5 indestructible that grows, which is very fun. So you can go like Voltron Killy. If you blink him or sacrifice, reanimate him, you continually just make people sacrifice creatures, which is also good. It's also rounded down. So if they have one creature on the battlefield remaining, they don't have to sacrifice anything, which kind of sucks. But I don't know. I think the card is neat. I don't know if it's very good, but I think it is neat. I think it is a pretty boss move to throw Zodiark as a commander, but I feel like it's probably going to be more playable in the 99 of like mono black decks. And oh my god, it's been like 5 hours of recording, but Moogles and Lalafels, we finally did it. We got there. This is all the legendary creatures, all of them ranked. What was it, like 162 of them? Some ungodly number. My goodness. My only hope is the next Universe Beyond the Wizards of the Coast chooses to do just doesn't have any characters in them. Just like characterless Universes Beyond where there's no emotional attachments to any characters. Nobody's legendary. And I will be at peace. I will finally rest. But my goodness. Like and subscribe if you liked this sort of stuff. Again, this is not a power ranking scale. Tomer favorites are just the cards that I'm going to be either building a deck around for Commander Clash or adding to my own paper collection or putting in the 99 of a paper collection. Great in Command Zone, you know. Oh boy. All right, I need to take a nap. And then I'm going to edit this. And the editing is going to take a long time. All right, like and subscribe. Bye.